साईनाथ महाराज की जय। ओम गुरु ब्रह्मा ओम गुरुदेव नमः। वो इधर भी है। सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय. The story of grading wheat and its philosophical significance. According to the ancient and revered customs, hammered one being the work three Sai Sacharita with various salutations. First, he makes obeisance to the god Ganesha to remove all obstacles and make the work a success, and says that Sri Sai is God Ganesha himself. Then to Ganesh Saraswati to inspire him to write the work, and says that Sri Sai is one with his Ganesh and that is himself singing his own line. Then to the gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shankara, the creating, preserving, and destroying deities, respectively, and says that Sainath is one with them, and he, the great teacher, will carry us across the river of worldly existence. Sri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Then to his tutelary deity, Narayan or Adinath, who presented himself with the land reclaimed by Parshuram, Ram is the original and the Adi original Purush of the family. Then Hardwar Muni, introduced Kotra, Plant, Bhagwan, and also the Yagnavalkya, Prabhu, Parashar, Narad, Vedvyas, Sanat, Sanatan, Sarat Kumar, Sukha, Sonam, Vishwamitra, Vasishtha, Valmiki, Vamdev, Jaimini, Vashmam, Behan, Nava etc. Also modern saints such as Devotee, Yanadev, Sopan, Dabai, Janardhan, Eknath, Namdev, Tukaram, and Parayanam. Then to, then to his grandfather, Sadashiv, father Raghunatha, his mother, who left him his infancy, to his paternal aunt, who brought him up, and to his loving elder brother. Then to the readers and the praise to them, give their whole and undivided attention to his work. And lastly, to his guru, Sri Saina, an incarnation of Sri Datta Atreya, who is the sole refuge and who will make it realize that Brahma is the reality and the world and illusion. And incidentally, to all beings whom the Lord God dwells. After describing in brief the various modes of devotion according to Parashar, Vyasa, and Sandilya, etc., the author goes on to relate the following story. It was sometime after 1910 that I went one fine morning to the masjid in Shirdi to have darshan of Sai Baba. I was wonderstruck to see the following phenomena. After washing his mouth and face, Sai Baba began to take preparations for grinding wheat. He spread tap of stone and thereon set anvil. It took some quantity of wheat, the winnowing pan, and then drawing up the of the cup wheat stone and taking hold of the peg of the anvil, started grinding the wheat. By putting a few handfuls of wheat in the upper opening of the mill and rotating it, I thought what business Baba had with the grinding of the wheat when he possessed nothing and stored nothing, and as he lived in house. Some people who had come there thought likewise, but none had the courage to ask Baba what he was doing. Immediately, this news of Baba grinding wheat spread into the village, and at once men and women ran to the masjid and flocked there to see Baba's act. Four bold women from the crowd forced their way up and pushing Baba aside, forcibly took the peg or handle into their hands and singing Baba's Leela started grinding. At first, Baba was enraged, but on seeing the woman's love and devotion, he was much pleased and began to smile. While they were grinding, they began to think that Baba had no house, no property, no children, none to look after, and he lived on family, and therefore he did not require any support for making the bread or roti. What will he do with a large quantity of food? Perhaps, as Baba is very kind, he will distribute the poor amongst us. Thinking in this way, the whole singing, they finished the grinding, and after putting the hand aside, divided the four portions and began to remove them by taking one portion per head. Baba, who was calm and quiet up to now, got wild and started abusing them, saying, "Lady, have you gone mad? Whose father's property are you putting away? Have I borrowed any meat from you so that you can safely take the food? Now do this, take the floor and throw it on the village corner." On hearing this, the women felt abashed and whispering amongst themselves, went to the outskirts of the village and spread the floor as their up. I asked the students what is the problem is. They replied that as scholar academic getting away. This was Baba's was not but cholera itself was found and pushed out of it. From this time onward, the cholera epidemic subsided and the people of the village came back. I was pleased to know all this, but at the same time, my curiosity was also aroused. I began to ask myself what earthly connection was between me and cholera. What was the connection meaning which the people of Shirdi took from this incident of writing. There is, we think, a philosophical significance. Baba lived in Shirdi for about 60 years, and during this long period, he did the business of grinding almost everything. Not, however, beats alone, but the sense, the mental and physical afflictions, and the miseries of his innumerable devotees. The two stones of his mill consisted of Dharma and Bhakti, the former being the lower one and the latter the upper one. The handle with which Baba worked the mill consisted of yarn. It was the firm conviction of Baba that knowledge of self-realization is not possible unless there is the prior act of grinding of all our impulses, desires, sins, and of three gunas, namely Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, and the Ahimara, which is so subtle and therefore so difficult to get off. This reminds us of the simple story of Kavi, who, seeing a woman grinding corn, said to his guru, Dipati Ranjan, I am weak because I feel the agony of being crushed under the speed of worldly existence, like a corn in the handle. Dipati Ranjan replied, do not be afraid, hold fast the handle of knowledge of this myth as I do, and do not wander far away from the sea, but turn inward to the center, and you're sure to be safe. Bhakti Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Satchidananda Sadguru.
I thought this will start. I thought to start. Yeah. Page 5. You can continue from the phone. Did you join the WhatsApp Zoom call? You can start it again. Sure. Page 5, starting from page 7, the significance of property taxes. Still significant probability cycles, page 7. On the paragraph, print. Yes. both morally and teachings of and Buddhist for union from uh, and by collecting people songs that so uh, like these so, this is homeless suicidal and not here you would make me and to
going on to Basel. From Ghana, he came to Basel and looking for the second half of the country. Meanwhile, a Bata local he sat in it and came to spend the country and it took me to ask the question. Nana's argument facilitated us against the same night. The fact that my luggage and started for Shirdi. I planned to go to wait to and so I booked myself to the trip. Everything was at accommodation came hastily to my apartment and looking all my paraphernalia asked me where I was going. I told him about my he then suggested that I should go try to Boribanda and not to take for at the garden. The Mamman made did not stop to study. If this little miracle or Leela had not happened, I would not have it still I settled actually down to yes, but that was not to be. As fortune followed me, I reached a shipment and it stayed for my year. Bahuzan Kakashi was waiting for the day. This was in a 1910, when there was only one place, Satiswada, lodging with devotees. And writing from the Ganga, it was anxious to have that. When the three devotees are completely for a vision, it affected the corner of the should preliminary of the heart and nature. Hearing this, I ran and prostrated before Baba and prayed, you Lord God, found more and Lord Management for the story. All my senses were satisfied and my ears. The moment I took my first, I began a new release of it. I felt myself much obliged to those who spurred and helped me to get further. I trusted them as my real not that people said. I only remember them as a mistake before them. I declared the regular of cyber as they found it. Instead by his darshan, our thoughts are changing. The course of the previous existence is separated and is particularly non his passion towards the beauty of this. It is by the merit of actions in many possible. Such darshan is found, and it's only using cyber the words visuals of the form of cyber. For this, on the first of my arrival in Shirdi, between me and the pastor and the policy people, matter in the necessity of his group. I complained. I should be lose our freedom to submit to others. When we have to do our duty while guru is exercised, one must try his best and save himself. What can the guru do to a man? Who does nothing but sleeps indomitably? Thus I pleaded with while the bottom took up the destiny and said, whatever is bound to happen must happen. Even great men have failed. Man proposes one day, but what brush aside your clever pride or egoism won't help you. This version with all its stuff, the concept on as usual, no conclusion was applied. We had to focus on ultimate everything as usual. The net result of this was that I lost my mind and found that unless there is strong body consciousness and egoism, there would be no discussion of the world. It is egoism which leads. Then when we went to the masjid with other Baba different and Dikshit followed. What was going on in the Bada? That is what was our discussion about? Staring at me, Baba further added, what did Hema say? In these words, I was much surprised. The masjid was at a considerable distance from Satipada, where I was staying and where the discussion was going on. How could Baba know the dynasty. He was a very learned, good-natured, and the author of Satyavrat Chintamani and Raj He invented and started new methods of accounts and was the originator of the movie script. But I was quite the opposite, quite the opposite, ignorance and mediocre intellect. So I could not understand why the name of title was the concept of me. But thinking seriously about it, I thought that the title was the dark out to destroy my ego. So that it should always remind me. It was also a compliment paid to me for the cleverness and the history. Looking into history, we think that Baba's word calling Mr. Dabolkar by the name remark was significant as we find that he looked after the management of science from start to very intelligently and kept all the accounts both properly and assets. Also, the author of such good work introduced some important beyond complete discussions that self-realization about the necessity of your guru. Samarkand was left no note, no video about what is this subject. But Baba Sahib has published his notes regarding this matter. Next day after Samarkand's meeting with the Sai Baba, Baba Sahib went to Baba asked Baba where to go. Baba said, then Baba said, where is the way? Baba said, there are many ways leading there. There is one way from here, Shirdi out. The way is difficult. There are tigers and wolves in the jungles on the way. I asked, but Baba, what if we take a guide with us? Baba answered, there is no difficulty. The guide will take you straight to your destination, avoiding noise, tigers, on the way. If there be no guide, there is the danger of your being lost in the or falling in the ditches. Mr. Dabolkar was present on this occasion and he found that this was the answer Baba gave to the question whether Guru was a necessity. Why the Sai Leela only one number 5 pages of 7 and thereupon to keep put the hint that no discussion whether man is or God is of in spiritual matters. Contrary, the real Paramatma is possible only as the result of the teachings of the Guru. As is illustrated in this chapter of the original work, in the instances of great avatars like one who had to submit themselves to their gurus, that is the Pandit Sandipani respectively, for getting certification and the certificate which was necessary for such progress, and patience. By the size of the but we should decide this to be
Yeah, but where from the
Chapter 3 from beginning. Yeah, you can unmute.
श्री सच्चिदानंद सदगुरु साईनाथ Maharaj ki jai.
As Sai Baba sanctioned and promised.
Chapter 3 Sai Baba's sanction and promise.
As described in the previous chapter, Sai Baba gave his complete assent to writing of the Sai Charitra and said, I fully agree with you. Regarding the writing of Sai Charitra, you do your duty. Don't be afraid and don't be afraid in the least. Steady your mind and have faith in my words. If my leelas are written, the avidya will vanish. And if they are attentively and devoutly listen to the consciousness of the worldly existence will abate when strong waves of devotion and love will rise up. And if one dives deep in my leelas, he would get precious jewels of knowledge. Hearing this, the author was very pleased. Was very much pleased, and he at once became fearless and confident. And that work was bound to be a success. Then turning to Shama, Sai Baba said, if a man utters my name in love, with love, I shall fulfill his wishes, increase his devotion, and if he sings earnestly, my life and my deeds, him I shall beset in front and back on all sides. Those devotees who can hear their stories, those devotees who are attached to me, heart and soul will naturally feel happiness when they hear these stories. Believe me that if anybody sings my leelas, it is my special I will give them infinite joy and everlasting contentment. It is my special characteristic to free any person who surrenders completely to me and worships and who does worship me faithfully and who remembers me and meditates on me constantly. How can they be unconscious of worldly objects? The sensation who utter my name, who worship me, who think of my stories in life, who thus always remembering. I shall draw out my devotees from jaws of death. If my stories are listened to, all the diseases will be got rid of. So hear my stories with respect and think and meditate on them. Assimilate them. This is the way of happiness and contentment. The pride and egoism of my devotees will vanish. The mind of the hearers will be set at rest, and if it is wholehearted and complete faith, it will be one with supreme consciousness. The simple remembrance of my name as Sai will do away with any sense of speech and hearing. in chapter 3.
No, a different work.
Okay, whatever. Different works assigned to devotees. The Lord entrusts different works to different devotees. Some are given the work of building temples and mats or ghats. On rivers, some are made to sing glories of God. Some are sent on pilgrimages. But to me, I was allotted the work of writing Saicharitra. Being a jack of all trades, but master of none, I was quite unqualified. I was quite unqualified for this job. Then why should I undertake such a difficult job? Who can describe the true life of Sai Baba? Sai Baba's grace alone can only one describe the true life of Sai Baba. So Sai Baba's grace can enable one to accomplish this difficult work. So when I took up this pen in my hand, Sai Baba took away my egoism and wrote himself his stories. The credit of relating these stories therefore goes to him and not to me. Though Brahmin by birth, I lacked the two eyes vision of Surti and Smrti, and therefore was not at all capable of writing the Satcharitra. But God, the grace of the Lord makes a dumb man talking. Enable. Okay, I don't know where I am. Enable or then enables a lame man to cross a mountain. He alone knows the knack of getting things done as he likes. Neither the flute nor the harmonium knows. Yeah, the oozing knows the sounds are produced. This is the concern of the player. The oozing of Chandrakan, jewel, and surging of the sea are not due to jewel and the sea, but to the rise of the moon. Or to the rise of the moon. Baba's stories as a beacon or light. Beacon light. Lighthouses are constructed at various places in the sea to enable the boatmen to avoid the rocks and dangers and make them sail safely. Sai Baba's stories serve a similar purpose in the ocean of worldly existence. They surpass nectar and sweetness and make our world smooth, worldly path smooth, and easy to traverse. Blessed are the stories of the saints when they enter our hearts through our ears. The body, consciousness, or egoism, and the sense over here, and the sense of duality vanish when they are stored in the heart. Doubts fly out to all sides. Pride pride of the body will fall, and wisdom will be stored in abundance. The description of Baba's pure fame and the hearing of the same with love will destroy the sins of a devotee, and therefore this is the simple sadhana for attentively salvation. The sadhana. Therefore, this is the simple sadhana for attaining salvation. The sadhana for Krita age was Shamada. For Treta age, sacrifice. For Dwarpa, worship. For Kali age is age sacrifice. Age it is singing of the name and glory of the Lord. This is last sadhana is open to all people of four varnas, Brahmins, the other sadhanas, Brahmins, yeah, etc. The other sadhanas, Viz yoga, all the people of yeah, all the sadhanas, the other sadhanas. Viz yoga, yagya, dhyana, dharana, dharana are very difficult to practice, but singing and hearing the stories and the glory of the Lord Sai Baba is very easy. We only have to turn.
Sri Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 3 continues. We have only to turn our attention towards them. The listening and singing of the story will remove the attachment to senses and their objects, and will make the devotees dispassionate, and will ultimately lead them to self-realization. With this end in view, Sai Baba made me or helped me to write his stories, Sat Charitra. The devotees may now easily read and hear these stories of Sai Baba, and while doing so, meditate on him, his form, and thus attain devotion to Guru and God, Sai Baba, get detachment and self-realization. In the preparation and writing of this work, Sat Charitra, it is Sai Baba's grace which has accomplished everything, making use of me as a mere instrument. Motherly love of Sai Baba. Everybody knows how a cow loves her infant calf. Her udder is always full, and when the calf wants milk and dashes at the udder, out comes the milk in an unceasing flow. Similarly, a human mother knows the wants of her child and feeds it, and her breast in time. In case of dressing and adorning the child, the mother takes particular care to see that this is well done. The child knows or cares nothing about this, but the mother's joy knows no bound when she sees her child beautifully dressed and adorned. The love of mother is peculiar, extraordinary, and disinterested, and has no parallel. Sadgurus feel this motherly love towards their disciples. Sai Baba had this same love towards me, and I give an instance of it below. In 1916, I retired from government service. The pension that was settled in my case was not sufficient to maintain my family decently. On Guru Purnima day of that year, I went to Shirdi with other devotees. There, Mr. Anna Chinchanikar of his own accord, prayed to Baba for me as follows: Please look kindly on him. The pension he gets is quite insufficient. His family is growing. Give him some other appointment. remove his anxiety, and make him happy. Baba replied, he will get some other job, but now he should serve me and be happy. His dishes will be ever full and his dishes will be ever full and never empty. He should turn all his attention towards me and avoid the company of atheists, irreligious, and wicked people. He should be meek and humble towards all and worship me heart and soul. If he does this, he will get eternal happiness. The question, who is this he whose worship is advocated, is already answered in a note on who is Sai Baba in the prologue and at the beginning of this work. Rohila story. The story of Rohila illustrates Sai Baba's all embracing love. One Rohila, tall and well built, strong as a bull, came to Shirdi wearing long kafni was was enamored of Sai, who stayed there. Day and night he used to recite in a loud and harsh tone kalma and shout Allahu Akbar. Most people of Shirdi were working in their fields by day, and when they returned to their homes at night, they were welcomed with Rohila's harsh cries and shouts. They, they could get no sleep and felt much trouble and inconvenience. They suffered in silence this nuisance for some days, and could when they could stand it no longer, they approached Baba and requested him to check the Rohila and stop the nuisance. Baba did not attend to their complaint. On the contrary, Baba took the villagers to task and asked them to mind their own business and not the Rohila. He said to them, the Rohila had got very bad wife, a Jantapi, who tried to come in and trouble the Rohila and himself. But hearing the Rohila's prayers, she dared not enter, and they were at peace and happy. In fact, but Rohila had no wife, and by his wife Baba meant Durbuddhi, bad thoughts. As Baba liked prayers and cries to God better than anything else, he took the side of Rohila and asked the villagers to wait and suffer nuisance, which would abate in due course. Baba's sweet and nectar-like words. One day at noon, after the Aarti, devotees were returning to their lodging when Baba gave the following beautiful advice. Be wherever you like, do whatever you choose. Remember this well, that all what you do is known to me. I am the inner ruler of and seated in their hearts. I envelop all creatures, the movable and immovable world. I am the controller, the wire puller of the show of this universe. I am the mother, origin of all beings, harmony of three gunas, the propeller of all senses, the creator, preserver, and destroyer. Nothing will harm him who turns his attention towards me, but Maya will lash or whip him who forgets me. All the insects, ants, the visible, movable, and immovable world is my body or form. Hearing these beautiful and precious words, I at once decided in my mind to serve no man henceforth, but my Guru only. But the reply of Baba to Anna Chinchnikar query that I would get some job began to revolve in my mind, and I began to think whether it would come to happen as a whether it would come to happen. As future events showed, Baba's words came true, and I got a government job, but that was of short duration. Then I became free and solely devoted myself to service of my Guru Sai Baba. Before concluding this chapter, I request the readers to leave out the various hindrances like indulgence, sleep, wandering of mind, attachments to senses, etc., and turn their whole and undivided attention to the stories of Sai Baba. Let their love be natural. Let them know the secret of devotion. Let them not exhaust themselves by other sadhanas. Let them stick to this one simple remedy, that is listening to Sai Baba's stories. This will destroy their ignorance and will secure for them salvation. A miser may stay at various places, but he always thinks of his buried treasure. So let Sai Baba be enthroned in the hearts of all. In the next chapter, I shall speak of Sai Baba's advent in Shirdi. Over to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Sri Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you.
to write. Let me now describe of Bible mission of God says that nowadays ascendance of virtues of this mission for this is the Lord pages more presentations and no answer to the is the knowledge we are use of the duties of other life and spiritual concepts are not created when nobody thinks of religious instruction, when everybody thinks himself very low, will begin to partake of political intoxicating ways when under the law, young people all practices, when people belong to this that might have when Muslims pray to India, abortion, and religious practices, while yogis neglect the tradition that people begin to think that progeny wife and they know just not live from the good heart of education that makes up that right. They serve us with one life and to us all. The right way in this way, Nifty, Jandev, Buktibai, Dev, Gora, Bonai, Eknath, Karam, Nirahari, Kasibai, Rajan, Asai, Mata, Ramdas, various various Shiri Sai Baba, Shiri Sai Baba, Shirdi Award. The times of Godavari are make your work be excellent in Dhaneshwar. Really also after crossing the Godavari gets one way to study. And all three course you come to know that it is the aspect known like food, cinema, outdoor and the banks of
University of Wisdom. He was the home of Vaishnav the quintessence of Jesus, all love, virtue, others, and goes, which was his not concern. He felt the word God. His utterance is master, his speech always made no lie. The rich contour people he neither people there desire. He was the God. He spoke with much actions and dances, not words, but with songs still he turned not each name of Allah was always on word, both he slept, words left God, and his inner self was as strong as his ashram could not make it woman. And so he had he knew all the transactions of the world. His effort was supposing he told myself to say, he was not to not an inch of his body go off always or walk noon and evening towards the body. Since he at all times abided in the street, though a slipper acted as he was humble because all such was Sai Baba. As the soil of Shirdi was trodden by something extraordinarily important, as Ganesha celebrated Avanti, Ketana, it at the Python, so Sai Baba is Shirdi. Rest of the past leaves out of Shirdi. From there, the holy of Sai Baba is just on the head. Shirdi became was devotees another Panjapur, Jagannath, Dwarka, Banaras, Badrikeshwar, Nasik, Ramakrishna, Ujjain, and Mahabaleshwar or Mahabaleshwar. The context of Sai Baba in Shirdi was like our city of Buddha and Buddha. It quietened our desire and rendered some realization. The section of state 5 was about yoga sadhana and rock remote ourselves. Sampling is less his beauty and trust are beautiful. He was our Sri Krishna and Sri Ramu gave us unless he was our Parabrahma. He was himself born to one was never rejected nor rejected. He was always close or as existence, knowledge, and his daily work is centered, but his field of action was vast. Culture, and openness the field of Baba and knowledge. And people of all our past came to face passion and business passion. Minds of the better pure or impure to become point great what share the same unfathomed joy that devotees get at put by saying victory the meaning this is not an concept of not this a system of Gauri Bhava. An old devotee by this one an old devotee by name Gauri Bhava is about Bhattari of Dham. He stayed for 8 months of Mandari, and he testified that Sai Baba was there, returned himself up here. The Sai Baba was very fond of remembering and singing God's name. He always uttered Allah Malik, and in his presence with others sing God's name continuously. Yeah. For all 7 days of the week. This is called Dham. Once he he replied provided he was assured that sun would appear at the middle of the 7th day, and Baba taking his assured him that certainly this would appear, but for that only must be honest and the Akapuri of Akuman and Sundari of God is here. Unmade did not go out to see God. Will return from here to some outside place. Even when the devotee is working with God and devotion, the Creator will manifest here. After the Sattva was over, Peter did manifest himself, knowing that the Papa had was sitting in God. How this Peter then when he went home for Baba's return, Baba asked him when Peter he is very strong to never passing otherwise he will escape to the little bullshit. This happened in the morning. What happened? I'm seeing this and we have to Baba. He got one picture of the so far as Baba returned. The father of the man he also had a way without after his death. The son started worship and total person. The ego can get Father was my so I am glad. He never offered anything. Offered nothing. So he stopped. So I brought him here. Once Asking is down to that. The Hindus think that Atma only when the Ganga Yamuna in the world of we learned 2 times. We learned as Raskin taught came to Baba. Baba replied, it is not necessary to go so far. I am here. There's no problem. Baba out approach support the cause of Baba. Faith is American American was more like the feelings of love and adoration. Finally, he found the fact and the speech was called Baba and the king. That conception of Sai Baba and Shirdi. Nobody can compare them. No, nobody can decide. Many times are made. We come to Baba. That is exactly but actually one of these matters. Now, mother of the by female as the man woman of Shirdi, sometimes described in this. This figure is very handsome. His first name under the name Peter and Lance. People that you know understand that many eat and go by daily and I know nobody. People wondering and asking in chat his father was so that a real he went to mommy's door. Miss and the name only he looked very high, but by his actions he was but their body was passion and their unequal body is so more also is the body of some devotee. People began to ask him, Deva, God, please inquire what is the other side of this land and when should it come? Rather than pick up, bring a few eggs and take in a particular place. As we told that. Bricks were found underneath that flat stone. When the stone was removed, a corridor led to his house, where cow-mold shaped structures, wooden doors, necklaces of underwater said, just like all the people had to choose the life. He put them off the scent by telling them that it was his guru's place, his holy watan, and requested them to guard it well. The people then closed the corridor as before. As Ashwatha and Adambar trees are held sacred, Baba regarded this neem tree equally sacred and loved it most. Mahalaspati and other Shirdi devotees regard the site as the resting place, Samadhi Sthana of Baba's Guru and prostrate before it. 3 Vadas. The site with the neem tree and surrounding space was bought by Mr. Hari Vinayak Sathe, and on this site a big building styled Sate's Vada was erected. This Vada was the sole resting place for pilgrims who flocked there. A platform was built round the neem tree and lofts with steps were constructed. Under the steps, there was a niche facing south, and devotees sit on the platform facing north. It is believed that he who burns incense there on Thursday and Friday evenings will, by God's grace, be happy. This Vada was old and dilapidated and wanted repairs. The necessary repairs, additions, and alterations have been made now by the Sansthan. Then, after some years, another Vada, Dikshit's Vada, was constructed. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, solicitor of Bombay, had gone to England. He had injured his leg by an accident there. The injury could not be got rid of by any means. Nana Sahib Chandorkar advised him to try Sai Baba. So he saw Sai Baba in 1909 AD and requested him to cure rather the lameness of his mind than that of his leg. He was so much pleased with the darshan of Sai Baba that he decided to reside in Shirdi. So he built a Vada for himself and other devotees. The foundation of this building was laid on October 12, 1910. On this day, two important events took place. Mr. Dada Saheb Karpade was given permission to return home, and the night Aarti in Chavdi was commenced. The Vada was complete and was inhabited on the Ramanavami day in 1911 AD with due rites and formalities. Then another Vada or palatial mansion was put up by the famous millionaire Mr. Booty of Nagpur. Lots of money was spent on this building, but all the amount was well utilized, as Sai Baba's body is resting in this Vada, which is now called the Samadhi Mandir. The site of this mandir had formerly a garden, which was watered and looked after by Baba. 3 Vadas thus sprang up where there was none formerly. Of these, Sate's Vada was the most useful to all in all early days. The story of the garden, attended to by Sai Baba with the help of Vaman Tatya, the temporary absence of Sai Baba from Shirdi, and his coming again to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patel. The company of Devidas, Janakidas, and Gangagir, Baba's wrestling match with Mohadin Tamboli, residence in Masjid, love of Mr. Dangle, and other devotees and other incidents will be described in the next chapter. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sachidananda Sadguru
Namaste
Sai Maharaj Ki
Maharaj
Jai.
ki jai. Om Sri Sai Maharaj ki. Chapter 5. Om Sri Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Chapter 5. Baba's return with Chand Patel's marriage party, welcomed and addressed as Sai, contact with other saints, his dress and daily routine, the story of Padukas, wrestling bout with Muhyiddin and change in life, turning water into oil, the seed of Guru Jawahar Ali, written with Chand Patel's marriage party. As hinted in the last chapter, I shall now describe first how Sai Baba returned to Shirdi after his disappearance. There lived in Aurangabad district, Nizam state, in a village called Dham, a well-to-do Mohammedan gentleman by name Chand Patel. While he was making a trip to Aurangabad, he lost his mare. For 2 months long, he made a diligent search he made a diligent search, but could not get no trace of the lost mare. After being disappointed, he returned from Aurangabad with the saddle on his back. After traveling 4 hours and a half, he came on the way to a mango tree under the foot of which sat a Ratna, queer fellow. He had a cap on his head, wore kafni long robe, and had satka short stick under his armpit, and he was preparing to smoke chilim pipe. On seeing Chand Patel pass by the way, he called out to him and asked him to have a smoke and to rest a little. The fakir asked him about the saddle. Chand Patel replied that it was of his mare which was lost. The cure fellow or fakir asked him to make a search in the Nala close by. He went, and the wonder of wonders, he found out the mare. He thought that this fakir was not an ordinary man, but an avalila, a great saint. He returned to the fakir with the mare. The chilim was ready for being smoked, but two things were wanting: fire to light the pipe, and two, water to wet the chapi, piece of cloth through which smoke is drawn up. The fakir took his prong and thrust it forcibly into the ground, and out came a live burning coal which he put on the pipe. Then he dashed the satka on the ground, from whence water began to ooze. The chapi was wetted with that water, was then wrung out and wrapped round the pipe. Thus, everything being complete, the fakir smoked the chilim and then gave it also to Chand Patel. On seeing all this, Chand Patel was wonderstruck. He requested the fakir to come to his home and accept his hospitality. Next day, he went to Patel's house and stayed there for some time. The Patel was a village officer of Dhup. His wife's brother's son was to be married, and the bride was from Shirdi. So Patel made preparations to start for Shirdi for the marriage. The fakir also accompanied the marriage party. The marriage went off without any hitch. The party returned to Dhup, except the fakir alone stayed in Shirdi and remained there forever. How the fakir got the name Sai. When the marriage party came to Shirdi, it alighted at the foot of banyan tree in Bhagata Mahalspati field near Kodamba's temple. The carts were loosened in the open courtyard of Kodamba's temple. The carts were loosened in the open courtyard of Kodamba's temple, and the members of the party descended one by one, and the fakir also got down. Bhagat Mahaspati saw the young fakir getting down and accosted him, "Hey Sai, welcome Sai." Others also addressed him as Sai, and henceforth he became known as Sai Baba. Contact with other saints. Sai Baba began to stay in deserted masjid. One saint came Devidas. One saint named Devidas was living in Shirdi many years before Baba came there. Baba liked his company. He stayed with him in the Maruti temple in the Chowdi and sometime lived alone. Then came another saint by name Janakidas. Baba spent most of his time in talking with him, or Janakidas went to Baba's residence. So also was one Vaishya householder saint from Putambi by name Gangagir, always recounted Shirdi. When he first saw Sai Baba carrying pitchers of water in both hands for watering the garden, he was amazed and said openly, "Blessed is Shirdi that is got this precious jewel. This man is carrying water today, but he is not an ordinary fellow. As this land, Shirdi was lucky and meritorious as it secured this jewel. So also one famous saint by name Anandanath of Yavala, Mat, a disciple of Akalkot Maharaj, came to Shirdi with some Shirdi people. When he saw Sai Baba, he said openly, "This is a precious diamond in reality. Though he looks like an ordinary man, he is not eager, ordinary stone, but a diamond. You will realize this in the near future." Saying this, he returned to Yavala. This was said while Sai Baba was a youngster. Baba's dress and daily routine. In his young days, Sai Baba grew hair on his head, never had his head shaved. He dressed like an athlete. When he went to Rahata, 3 miles from Shirdi, he brought with him small plants of marigold, jay, and jui, and after cleaning, he planted and watered them. A devotee by name Vaman Tatya supplied him daily with 2 earthen pitchers. With these, Baba himself used to water the plants. He drew water from the well and carried the pitchers on his shoulders. In the evening, the pitchers were empty at the foot of the neem tree. As soon as they were placed there, they were broken, as they were made of raw earth and not baked. Next day, Tatya supplied 2 fresh pitchers. This course went on for 3 years, and with Sai Baba's toil and labor, there grew a flower garden. On this site at present stands this big mansion, Samadhi Mandir of Baba, which is now frequented and used by so many devotees. The story of Paduka's footprints under the neem tree. A devotee of Akalkot Maharaj by name Krishnanjali Ali Bakar worshipped the photo of Akalkot Maharaj. He once thought of going to Akalkot, Sholapur district, taking the darshan of Paduka's footprints of the Maharaja and offering his sincere worship there. But before he could go there, he got a vision in his dream. Akalkot Maharaj appeared in the vision and said to him, "Now Shirdi is my resting place. Go there and offer your worship." So Bai changed his plan and came to Shirdi, worshipped Baba, stayed there for 6 months, and was happy. As a remnants of this vision, etc., he prepared the padukas and installed them on an auspicious day of Shravan Shaka 1834-1912 AD under the neem tree with due ceremonies and formalities conducted by Dada Kelkar and Upasmani. One Dikshit Brahmin was appointed for the worship and the management was entrusted to devotee Sagun. Complete version of this story. Mr. B.V. Dio, retired Mamaltar of Tana and a great devotee of Sai Baba, made inquired about this matter with Sagun Meru Naik and Govind Kamalakar Dikshit and has published a full version of the podcast on Sai Leela, Volume 11, Number 1, page 25. It runs as follows. In 1834, Shaka, one Dr. Ramarao Kotri of Bombay came to Shirdi for Baba's Darshana. His compounder and his friend Bhai Krishnaji Alibakar accompanied him. The compounder and Bhai became intimate with Sagun Mary Naik and G.K. Dikshit. While discussing things, these persons thought there must be some memorial of the fact of Saiba's first coming to Shirdi and sitting under the holy neem tree. They thought of installing Baba's padukas there and were going to make them of some rough stones. Then Bai's friend, the compounder, suggested that if this matter be made known to his master, Dr. Ramarao Kotri, who would prepare nice padukas for this purpose. All liked the proposal, and Dr. Kotri was informed of it. He came to Shirdi and drew a plan of the padukas. He went to Upasani Maharaj in Kadumba's temple and showed him his plan. The latter made improvements, drew lotuses, flowers, conch, disc, man, etc., and suggested that the following sloka versa regarding name trees, greatness, and Baba's yogi powers be inscribed. The verse, as, the verse was as follows: Sada Nimbabriksha Mula Diswatsa Sudha Saranam Titampi Apipriyamtam Taram Kalpavrikshavadam Sadayatnam Nameshwaram Sadguru Sayanadam. Upasana's suggestions were accepted and carried out. Padukas were made in Bombay and sent to Shirdi with the compounder. Baba said that they should be installed in the Purnima 15th of Shravan. On that day at 11 a.m., G.K. Dixit brought them on his head and Kadamba's temple to the Dwarkamai Masjid in the posture. Baba touched the podcast, saying that these are the feet of the Lord, and asked the people to install them under foot of the neem tree. A day before, one Parsi devotee of Bombay named Pasta Seth sent rupees 25 by money order. Or Baba gave the sum for the installation of the podcast. The total expense of the installation came up to rupees 100, out of which rupees 75 were collected by subscriptions. Hence, for or translation of the sloka, I bow to the Lord Sainath, who by his constant stay at the foot of the neem tree made it, which though bitter and unpleasant was yet oozing nectar. The oozing of this tree is called Amrit, that is nectar, on account of its healing properties, better than Kalpavriksha, wish fulfilling tree. Continuing the first 5 years, G.K. Dixit worshipped the Padukas daily, and then this was done by Lakshman and Kasheshwar Jakadi. In the first 5 years, Dr. Kothre spent rupees 2 per month for lighting, and he also sent the railing around the Padukas. This expense of bringing the railing from the station to Shirdi, rupees 7, and presently rupees 7.50 paise, and roofing was paid by Sagun Meru Naik, now Jakadi, Nana Pujari, does the worship, and Sagun Meru Naik offers the Naivedya and the lights the evening lamps. Bhai Krishna Ji was originally a devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj. He had come to Shirdi at the installation of the Padukas in Shaka 1834 on his way to Akkalkot. He wanted to go to Uncle Court after taking the darshan of Baba. He asked Baba's permission for this. Baba said, "Oh, what is there in Akkalkot? Why do you go there? The incumbent Maharaj of that place is here myself." Hearing this, Bhai did not go to Akkalkot. He came to Shirdi off and on, and after the installation of podcasts. Yes, Dr. B. Dio concluded that Hemant Pat did not know these details. Had he been known them, he would not have failed to depict them in his Satcharitra. Wrestling bout with Mohiddin Tamboli and change in life. To return to other stories of Baba, there was a wrestler in Shirdi by name Mohiddin Tamboli. Baba and he did not agree on some items and both had a fight. In this, Baba was defeated. Thenceforth, Baba changed his dress and mode of living. He donned kafni wore a langodi waistband and covered his head with a piece of cloth. He took a piece of sackcloth for his seat, sackcloth for his bed, and was content with wearing torn and worn out rags. He always said that poverty is better than kingship, far better than lordship. The Lord is always brother, befriender of the poor. Gangir was also very fond of wrestling. While he was once wrestling, a similar feeling of dispassion came over him, and at the proper time, he heard the voice of an adept saying that he should wear out his body playing with God. So he too gave up samsara and turned towards God realization. He established a mat on the banks of the river near Puntambi and lived there with disciples. Sai Baba did not mix and speak with people. He only gave answers when he questioned. By day, he always sat under the neem tree, sometimes under the shade of a branch of a bubble tree near the stream at the outskirts of the village. In the afternoon, he used to walk at random and go at times to Nimogan. There he frequented the house of Bala Sahib Dengli. Baba loved Bala Sahib, Mr. Bala Sahib. His younger brother, named Nana Sahib, had no son, though he married a second wife. Bala Sahib sent Nana Sahib for taking darshan of Sai Baba, and after some time, with his grace, Nana Sahib got a son. From that time onwards, people began to come in numbers to see Sai Baba, and his fame began to spread and reached Ahmednagar. From there, Nana Sahib Chandorkar and Keshav Chidambar and many others began to come to Shirdi. Baba was surrounded by his devotees during day and slept at night in an old, dilapidated masjid. Baba's paraphernalia at this time consisted of chilim, tobacco, a thermal tin point, long flowing kafni, a piece of cloth around his head, and a saka, short stick, which he always kept with him. The piece of white cloth on the head was twisted like matted hair and flowed down from left ear on the back. This was not washed for weeks. He wore no shoes, no sandals. A piece of sackcloth was his seat for most of the day. He wore a Cupin waistcloth band, and for warding off cold, he always sat in front of Dhuni, sacred fire, facing south with his left hand resting on the wooden railing. In that Dhuni, he offered as oblation, egoism, desires, and all thoughts, and always uttered Allah Malik, God is the sole owner. The masjid in which he sat was only 2 rooms dimensions, where all devotees came and saw him. After 1912 AD, there was a change. The old masjid was repaired and a pavement was constructed. Before Baba came to live in this masjid, he lived for a long time in a place, Takia, where with gungur, small bells on his leg, Baba danced beautifully, sang with tender love turning water into oil. Saiba was very fond of lights. He used to borrow oil from shopkeepers and keep lamps burning the whole night in the masjid and temple. This went on for some time. The Baniyas, who supplied oil gratis, is once met together and decided not to give him oil. When, as usual, Baba went to ask for oil, they all gave him a distinct no. Unperturbed, unperturbed Baba returned to the masjid and kept the dry wicks in the lamp. The Banyas were watching him with curiosity. Baba took thermal tin pot, which contained very little, a few drops of oil, put water into it, and drank it, and forced it to fall in the container. After unscraping the tin pot in this way, he again took water in the tin pot and filled all the lamps with it and lighted them. To the surprise and dismay of the watching Banyas, the lamps began to burn and kept burning the whole night. The Banyas repented and apologized. Baba forgave them and asked them to be more truthful in future. The pseudo guru Jawhar Ali. 5 years after whistling about mentioned above, one fakir from Ahmednagar named Jawhar Ali came to Rata with his disciples and stayed in Bakal, spacious room near Virdhava temple. The fakir was learned who could repeat the whole Quran and had a sweet tongue. Many religious and devout people of the village came to him and began to respect him. With the help of the people, he started to build an Eidgah, a wall before which Mohammedans pray on Eidgah day near the Virbhadra temple. Virbhadra temple. There was some quarrel about this affair on account of which Jawahar Ali had to leave Rahata. Then he came to Shirdi and lived in the masjid with the Baba. People were captured by his sweet talk and he began to call Baba his disciple. Baba did not object and consented to be his chela. Then both Guru and Chela decided to return to Rata and live there. The Guru teacher never knew his disciple's worth, but the disciple knew the defects of the Guru. Still, he never disrespected him, observing carefully his duties. Yes, he even served the master in various ways. They used to come to Shirdi. They used to come to Shirdi off and on, but their mainstay was in Rata. The loving devotees of Baba in Shirdi did not like that Baba should stay away from them in Ratha. So they went in deputation to bring Baba back to Shirdi. When they met Baba near Idgah and told the purpose for which they came, Baba said to them that the fakir was an ill-tempered fellow. He would not let him, and and that they should better return to Shirdi without him. Before the fakir returned. While they were thus talking, the fakir turned up and was very angry with them for trying to take away his disciple. There was some discussion and alteration, and it was finally decided that both Guru and Chela should return to Shirdi. And so they returned and lived in Shirdi. But after a few days, the Guru was tested by Devidas and was found wanting. 12 years before Baba arrived in Shirdi, with marriage party. This Devidas, aged about 10 or 11, came to Shirdi and lived in the Maruti temple. Devidas had fine features and brilliant eyes, and he was a dispassionate, incarnate, and a Janani. Many persons, namely Tatya Kote, Kashinath, and others, regarded him as their guru. They thought Jawahar Ali in his presence, and in the discussion that followed, Jawahar was worsted and fled from Shirdi. He went and stayed in Bijapur and returned after many years to Shirdi and prostrated himself before Sai Baba. The delusion that he was Guru and Sai Baba, his chela, was cleared away, and as he repented, Sai Baba treated him with respect. In this case, Sai Baba showed by actual conduct how one should get rid of egoism and do the duties of disciple to attain the highest end, namely self realization. The story is told here according to the version given by Mahaspati, a devotee of Baba. In the next chapter, will be described Ram Navami festival, the masjid, its former condition, and later improvement, etc. Bodo Sri Sai, peace. Om Sri Sai Nath Maharaj ki jai.
बोलो श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
महाराज की जय। चैप्टर 6 before Ram Nam is here world he appears to be standing before me to my forehead on my there is a wonderful body with the thing deep who feel here and so from make and I believe this step my who assumes makes me live for instance it's a Bhagavat, Bhagavat, of teaching for the welfare of the devotees. If anything, I cannot propose a few words. He, of course, could make me to know it when it's egoism. He presses down with gives him his own power object and if anyone proceeds before starting and surrenders his heart and soul, then all the chief arts of life, with dharma, righteousness, artha, wealth, karma, desire, and moksha, deliverance, are attained easily and unsolicited. Four paths which the karma, jnana, yoga, and bhakti lead us to spirit of the God. Bhakti is the path of bhakti, prani, and full of peace and ditches and difficult to travel. But if you rely on your bhakti, avoid the pits and ponds and box faith, you to your destination, God. So says Sai Baba. So says Sai Baba. After philosophizing about the self-existent Brahma, his power I had to create this world and the world created, and stating that all these three are ultimately one and the same. The author quotes Sai Baba's word guaranteeing the welfare of the bhaktas. There, there will, there will, uh, there will never be any dark capacity. It's my special characteristic. I always look to provide for those devotees who worship me and wholeheartedly with their minds. Lord Krishna has also said the same in the Gita. Therefore, strive not much for food and clothes. If you want anything, beg of the Lord, renounce the worldly honor. Try to get Lord's grace and blessings and be honored in His court. Do not be deluded by the worldly honor, that the form of the deity should be fixed in the mind. Let all the senses and the mind be over devoted. Let that be no attraction or any. Fix the mind in remembering me always so that it will not want to body, wealth, and soul. Hence it will be calm and happy. This is the sign the mind being well engaged in good company. If the mind is vacant, it cannot work well. After putting these words, these words, the author goes on to relate the story of Ram in Shirdi. Ram Navami is the most celebrated festival in Shirdi. The full account as published in of 1925, page 197, also referred to and as a summary of the these accounts in origin. Once Mr. Gopal Ram Kund was a surveyor of Survey Department. He was a great devotee of Baba. He had 3 wives but had no issue. With Sai Baba's blessing, his son was born to him. In the joy that he felt due to the idea of celebrating a fair or Urus occurred to him in the year 1897, and he placed it for consideration before the devotees. Satya Patil, Dada Kote Patil, and Madhav Deshpande. They all approved the idea and obtained Sai Baba's permission and blessings for it. Then an application was made to get sanction for celebrating the Urus, but as the village Kulkarni had held against holding the fair, sanction was refused. But as Sai Baba blessed it, they tried again, ultimately succeeded in getting the character sanction. The day of the Urus was fixed on Ramanavami after having consultation with Sai Baba. It seems that he had some purpose behind this. The unification of 2 festivals, that is Urus and Ram, and the unification of 2 communities, the Hindus and Mohammedans. The future events showed this end or object was achieved. Though the permission was obtained, the other difficulties cropped up. Shirdi was a village and there was a scarcity of water. There are 2 wells in the village. One is dried up as water. The second was dry. Brackish water was water, putting flowers into it. Water of the well was insufficient, so Kakya bottle arranged to get the water. Temporary shocks had to be done, and wrestling bouts are. Gopal Kun had a friend by name of Dhamu and Kasai from Ahmednagar. He also was simply unhappy in the matter. Now he had two wives. He too was blessed by Sai Baba. And Mr. Kun prevailed upon him friend to prepare and supply one flag. He also succeeded in inducing Mr. Sai Limonker to supply both these flags were through the village and finally fixed at top two corners of the masjid called by Sai Baba's Dwarka. This is being done even now. The sandal procession. There was another procession which in this fair. The idea of sandal procession originated with one a Mohammedan from Kerala. Procession is held in honor of Muslim saints. Sandal and paste and scrapings are put in the thali, flat dishes, with incense burning before them and carried in procession to the accompaniment of band and music to the village. And then, after returning to the masjid, the contents of the dishes are thrown on the nimbar, niche, and the walls of the masjid. This work was managed by Mr. Amir Shakar for the first 3 years, and then afterwards by his wife. So, on the same day, the two processions, the flags by the Hindus and sandal by the Muslims, went on side by side and are still going on without any problem. The day was very dear and sacred to the devotees of Sai Baba. Most of them turned up for the occasion and took part in the management of the fair. Tatya Kote Patil looked to all outward affairs, while the internal management was entirely left to Radhakrishna Mai, a female devotee of Baba. Her residence was full of guests on the occasion, and she had to look after their needs and also arrange for all the paraphernalia of the fair. Another work which she willingly did was to clean and whitewash the entire masjid, its walls and floor, which were blackened and were full of soot on account of the perpetual sacred fire of Sai Baba. This she did during the night when Sai Baba had gone to sleep every alternate night in the Chavdi. She had to take out all the things, including the dhuni, and after through thorough cleaning and whitewashing, replacing them as they were before. Feeding the poor, which was so dear to Sai Baba, was also an important item in this fair. For this purpose, cooking on a grand scale and preparing various sweet dishes was done in Radhakrishna Mai's lodging, and various rich and wealthy devotees took a leading part in this transformation of this into Ram Navami festival. Things were going on in this way, and the fair was gradually increasing in importance till 1912, when a change took place. That year, one devotee, Mr. Krishna Rao Jogeshwar Peshma, the author of Sai Sagunobasana, came for the fair with Dada Sahib Kapade of Amravati and was staying on the previous day in the Dikshitwada. While he was lying in the veranda and while Mr. Lakshman Rao alias Kaka Mahazani was going with the puja materials to the masjid, a thought arose in his mind and he accosted the later thus. There is some providential arrangement in the fact that the Urus or fair is celebrated in Shirdi on Ram Navami. Ram Navami is very dear to all the Hindus, and then why not begin the Ram Navami festival, the celebration of the birth of Sri Ram on this day here. Kaka Mahajani liked the idea and it was arranged to get Baba's permission in this matter. The main difficulty was how to secure a Haridas who would do the kirtan and sing the glories of the Lord on the occasion. But Bhishma solved the difficulty by saying that his Ram Akhyan, the composition on Rama's birth, was ready and he would do the kirtan himself. While Kakamahajani should play on the harmonium. It was also arranged to get the Sutavada, the ginger powder mixed with the sugar as prasad, prepared by Radhakrishna Mai. So they immediately went to the masjid to get Baba's permission. Baba, who knew everything and aware of what was happening there, asked Mahajani
as to what was going on in the Vada. Before being rather perturbed, Ramajani could not catch the purport of the question and remained silent. Then Baba asked Bhishma what he had to say. He explained the idea of celebrating Ram Navami festival and asked for Baba's permission. And Baba gladly gave it. All rejoiced and made preparations for the Jayanti festival. Next day, the masjid was decorated with buntings, etc. A cradle was supplied by Radhakrishna Mai and placed in front of Baba's seat, and the proceedings started. Fish stood up for the kirtan, and Mahajani began to play on the harmonium. Sai Baba sent a man to call Mahajani. He was hesitating to go, doubtful whether Baba would allow the festival to go on. But when he went to Baba, the latter asked him as to what was going on and why the cradle was placed there. He answered that Ram Navami festival had commenced and the cradle was put out for that purpose. Then Baba took a garland from the niche and placed it around his neck and sent another garland for Bhishma. Then the kirtan commenced. When it came to a close, loud sounds of victory to Ram went up, and Gulal, color powder, was thrown up all around, and amidst the band and music, everybody was overjoyed when suddenly a roar was heard. The red powder, thrown promiscuously, went up and somehow fell into Baba's eyes. Baba got wild and began to scold and abuse loudly. People got frightened and took to their heels. The intimate devotees who knew Baba well took these scoldings and outpourings of Baba as blessings in disguise. They thought that when Ram was born, it was proper for Baba to get wild and enraged to kill Ravan and his demons in the form of egoism and wicked thoughts, etc. Besides, they knew that whenever a new thing was undertaken at Shirdi, it was usual with Baba to get wild and angry, and they kept quiet. Radha Krishna Mai was rather afraid and thought that Baba might break her cradle, and she asked Mahajani to pull the cradle back. When he went to loosen and unfasten the cradle, Baba went to him and asked him not to remove it. Then, after some time, Baba became calm, and that day's program, including Mahapuja and Aarti, was finished. Later on, Mr. Mahajani asked Baba for permission to remove the cradle. Baba refused the same, saying that the festival was not yet over. Next day, another kirtan and Gopal Kala ceremony, an earthen pot containing parched rice mixed with curd is hung and to be broken after the kirtan, and the contents distributed to all, as was done by Lord Krishna amongst his cowherd friends, was performed. And then Baba allowed the cradle to be removed. While the Ram Navami festival was thus going on, the procession of the two flags by day and that of the sandal by night went off with the usual pomp and show. From this time onwards, the Urus of Baba was transformed into Ram Navami festival. From next year, 1913, the items in the program of Ram Navami began to increase. Radhakrishna Mai started a Nam Saptaha, singing the glory of God's name continuously day and night for 7 days from 11th day of Chaitra. For this, all devotees took part by turns, and she also joined it sometimes early in the morning. As Ram Navami festival is celebrated in many places all over the country, the difficulty of getting a Haridas was felt again. But 5 or 6 days before the festival, Mahajani incidentally met Balbhua, who was known as modern Tukaram, and got him to do the kirtan that year. The next year, 1914, another Badhu was Satarkar of Birhad Siddhakavate district, Satara, could not act as Haridas in his own town as plague was prevailing there, and so he came to Shirdi. With Baba's permission, which was secured through Kaka Sahib Dikshit, he did the kirtan and was sufficiently recompensed for his labor. The difficulty of getting a new Haridas every year was finally solved from 1914 by Baba, as he entrusted this function to Das Ganu Maharaj permanently, and since that time he has been successfully and creditably conducting this function until now. Since 1912, the festival began to grow gradually year by year. From 8th to 12th of Chaitra, Shirdi looked like a beehive of men. Shops began to increase. Celebrated wrestlers took part in wrestling bouts. Feeding of the poor was done on a grander scale. Hard work and sincere efforts of Radhakrishna Mai turned Shirdi into a Sansthan state. Paraphernalia increased. A beautiful horse, a palanquin, a chariot, and many other silver items, utensils, pots, buckets, pictures, mirrors, etc., were presented.
Elephants were also sent for the procession. Though all this paraphernalia increased enormously, Sai Baba ignored all these things and maintained his simplicity and modesty as before. It is to be noted that both the Hindus and Mohammedans have been working in unison in both the processions during the entire festival, and there has been no confrontation or quarrel between them at all so far. First, about 5,000 to 7,000 people used to gather, but that figure went up to 75,000 in some years. Still, there was no outbreak of any epidemic disease nor any riots worth the name during the past so many years. Appears to the masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopal Gund. Just as he started the Urus affair, he thought that he should repair and renovate the masjid. So, in order to carry out the repairs, collected stones and got them dressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reserved for Nana Sahib Chandorkar and the pavement work for Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Initially, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have the work done, but with the intervention of Mal Sapati, a local devotee of Baba, his permission was secured. Baba took a small gadi for his feet, discarding the usual piece of sackcloth used till then. In 1911, the Sabha Mandap courtyard was also put in order, and with great labor and effort, the open space in front of the masjid was very small and inconvenient. Kaka Sahib Dikshit wanted to extend it and put a roofing on it. At great expense, he got iron posts, pillars, and trusses and started the work. At night, all the devotees worked hard and fixed the posts. But Baba, when he returned from Chavadi next morning, uprooted them all and threw them out. Once it so happened that Baba got very excited, caught a pole with one hand and began to shake and uproot it, and with the other hand caught Tatya Patel's neck. He took by force Tatya's peta, struck a match, set it on fire, and threw it in a pit. At that time, Baba's eyes flashed like burning embers. None dared to look at him. All got terribly frightened. Baba took out a rupee from his pocket and threw it there, as if there an offering on an auspicious occasion. Tatya was also much frightened. None knew what was going to happen to Tatya, and none dared to interfere. Bagoji Shinde, the leper devotee of Baba, made a bold advance, but he was pushed aside by Baba. Madhavra was also similarly treated, pelted with a brick piece. So all those who went to intercede were similarly dealt with. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled down. He sent for a shopkeeper, got from him an embroidered feta, and himself tied it on Tatya's head as if he was being given a special honor. All the people were wonderstruck to see this strange behavior of Baba. They were at loss to know what enraged Baba so suddenly and what led him to assault Satya Patel and why his anger cooled down the next moment. Baba was sometimes very calm and quiet and talked sweet things with love, but suddenly, with or without any reason, got enraged. Many such incidents may be related, but I do not know which to choose and which to omit. I therefore refer them as they occur to me. In the next chapter, the question whether Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan will be taken up, and his yogic practices and powers and other matters will also be dealt with. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be all. Jai Bolo Sai Bhagwan Ki Jai.
बोलो सदगुरु श्री साईनाथ महाराज की जय.
Sachin can't hear. No.
Can't hear Sachin. No. Yeah. Now it's on.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, you are audible. Yeah, you can go.
Okay, okay. Yeah, chapter 7. Wonderful incarnation, behavior of Sai Baba, his yoga practices, his all-pervasiveness, leaper devotee service, master Kapade's plague case, going to Pandharpur. Wonderful incarnation. Sai Baba knew all yogic practices. He was well versed in the 6 processes, including dhoti, stomach cleaning by a moistened piece of linen, 3-inch in breadth and 22.5 in length. Khanda Yoga, that is separating his limbs and joining them again, and Samadhi, etc. If you think that he was a Hindu, he looked like a Yavan. If you think him to be a Yavan, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festival of Ramanomi with all due formalities, and at the same time permitted the sandal procession of the Mohammedans. He encouraged wrestling bouts in the festival and gave good prizes to the winners. When the Gokul Ashtami came, he got the Gopal Kala ceremony duly performed, and on Eid festivals, he allowed Mohammedans to say their prayers or namaz in his masjid. Once in the Muharram festival, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a tajia or a taubat in the masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in a procession through the village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of that taubat for 4 days, and on the 5th day removed it out of the masjid without the least compensation. Compunction. If we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced, that is, had holes according to Hindu fashion. If you think that he was a Hindu, he advocated the practice of circumcision, though according to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who observed him closely, he was not himself circumcised. Wide article in Sai Leela on Baba Hindu Ki Yavan by B.V. Dio, page 562. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. If Mohammedan, he had always the dhuni, sacred fire there, and the following things which are contrary to Mohammedan religion, that is grinding on the handmill, blowing of the conch and bells, oblation in the flyer, bhajan, giving of food, and worship of Baba's feet by means of argya were always allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the best of Brahmins and Agnihotris, leaving aside their orthodox ways, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to make enquiries about his nationality were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshana. So none could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. This is a wonder, for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord by getting rid of his egoism and body, consciousness thus becomes one with him and has nothing to do with any questions of caste or nationality. Such a one as Sai Baba was, saw no difference between the caste and even beings. He took meat and fish with fakirs, but did not grumble when dogs touched the dishes with their mouths. Such a unique and wonderful incarnation was Sai Baba. On account of the merits in my past birth, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and the delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure Anand and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him, his greatness and uniqueness. He who took delight at his feet was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhakas, and all the sorts of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked, and laughed with them, and always uttered with his tongue, Allah Malik. God is the sole owner. He never liked discussions or arguments. He always calm and controlled, though irritable at times. Always preached full Vedanta, and nobody knew till the last who was Baba. Princes and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the inmost secrets of all, and when he gave expressions to them, all were surprised. He was the repository of all knowledge. Still, he feigned ignorance. He also disliked the honor. Such were the characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhood. All people considered him as the Lord in the Lord God in Shirdi. So, should I continue? Or? Behavior of Sai Baba. Fool that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi repaired through Tatya Patil. The temples of Shani, Ganpati, Shankar Parvati, village deity, and Maruti were put in order. His charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect at Dakshina was freely distributed, rupees 20 to some, rupees 15 or 50 to others every day. The recipients thought that this was a pure charity money, and Baba wished that it should be usefully employed. People were immensely benefited by having a darshan of Baba. Some became hale and hearty. Wicked people were turned into good ones. Kushta, leprosy, was cursed in some cases. Many got their desires fulfilled. Without any drops or medicines being put in the eyes, some blind men got back their sight and some lame ones got their legs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from all the sides flocked to Shirdi. Baba sat always near the Duni and eased himself there, and always sat in meditation, sometimes with and on other times without the bath. He used to tie a white turban on his head and wear a clean dhota round his waist and a shirt on his body. This was his dress in the beginning. He started practicing medicine in the village, examined patients, and gave medicines. He was always successful and he became famous as a hakim or a doctor. A curious case may be narrated here. One devotee got his eyeballs quite red and swollen. No doctor was available in Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. Other doctors would use ointments, unguents, cow's milk, and camphorated drugs, etc. In such cases, Baba's remedy was quite unique. He pounded some biba, some carpus anacardium, that is marking nuts, and made two balls of them, thrust them on in each eye of the patient, and wrapped a cloth bandage round them. Next day, the bandage was removed and the water was poured over them in the stream. The inflammation subsided and the pupils became white and clear. Though the eyes are very delicate, the beeb caused no smartening, but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured, and this is the only an instance in point. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Not be achieved by his study of
religious text is easily obtained in the company of such worthy souls, just as the sun only gives light, which all the stars put together cannot do. So the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom, which all the sacred books and sermons cannot do. His movements and simple talks give us silent advice. The virtues of forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolence, control of mind and body, eagerness, etc., are absorbed by the disciples as they are being practiced in such pure soul and holy company. This enlightens their minds and lifts them up spiritually. Sai Baba was such a sage or Sadguru. Though he acted as a fakir, he was always engrossed in self. He always loved all beings in whom he saw God or divinity. By pleasures, he was not elated. He was not depressed by misfortunes. A king and a pauper were the same to him. He who gave the plain plains would hump a beggar into a king, used to go begging food from door to door in Shirdi, and let us now see how he did. Baba begging food. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, in front of whose houses Baba stood as a beggar and called out, "Oh my, give me a piece of bread," and spread out his hands out to receive the same. In one hand he carried a tunnel tin pot, and in the other a choli or chaupadari, that is, a rectangular piece of cloth. He visited certain houses daily. Liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk, or buttermilk were received in the tin pot, while cooked rice, bread, bread and such solid things were taken in the Zoli. Zoli Baba's tongue knew no taste, and he had acquired control over it. So how could he crave for the taste of different things mixed up together? Whatever things he got in his zoli and in the tin pot were mixed together and partaken by Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or otherwise was never noticed by Baba, and as his tongue was thus devoid of the sense of taste altogether. Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very regular. Some days he went a few rounds, on other days up to 12 noon. The food thus collected was kept in nekundi, that is, earthen pot. Dogs, cats, and crows freely mm, ate from it, and Baba never drove them away. The woman who swept the floor of the masjid took some 10 to 12 pieces of bread to her house, and nobody prevented her from doing so. How could how could he, who even in dreams never warded off cats and dogs by harsh words and signs, refuse food to poor, helpless people? Blessed indeed in the life of such a noble person's people in Shirdi took him in the beginning of the beginning for a maid fakir. He was known in the village by his name. He could one who lived on all alms by baking a few crumbs of bread. He revered and worshipped by this fakir was very liberal of heart, detached and charitable. Though he looked restless from outside, he was firm and steady inside. His way was inscrutable. Still, in that small village, there were a few kind of blessed people who recognized and regarded him as a great soul. One such person's account is given below. Baijabai's brilliant service. Tatya Kote's mother, Baijabai, used to go to the woods every afternoon with a basket on her head containing bread and vegetables. She roamed in the jungles about 3 miles. Oh, after course, trampling bushes and shrubs in search of the mad fakir, and after finding him, he fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation, while she placed a leaf before him, spread her things, eatables, bread, vegetables, etc., and thereon and fed him. Wonderful was her faith and service. Every day she roamed at noon in the jungles and insisted upon Baba to partake of the lunch. Her service, Upasana, or Pines, by whatever name we call it, was never forgotten by Baba till the end. Remembering fully what service she rendered, Baba benefited her son significantly. Both the son and the mother had great faith in the fakir, who was their god. Baba often said to them that fakir is real, lordship is transient. After some years, Baba stopped going into the woods and began to live in the village and take his food in the masjid. Thus, Baijaba's trouble of roaming in the jungles ended. Dormitory of prayer. Ever blessed are the saint in whose heart Lord Vasudeva dwells, and fortunate indeed are the devotees who get the benefit of the company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Satyakoti Patil and Bhagat Mahal Sapati, equally shared the company of Sai Baba, also loved them both. These three persons slept in the masjid with their heads towards the east, west, and north, and with their feet touching one another's at the center. After spreading their beds, they lay on them, chit-chatting and gossiping till late at night. If any of them showed any signs of sleep, others would take others would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya and began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side and pressed his head. If it was Mahalsapati, he pulled him close, stroked his legs, and patted his back. In this way, for a period of 14 years, Tatya, leaving his parents at home, slept in the masjid on account of his deep love for Baba. How happy, and never be forgotten were those days. How to measure that love and how to value the grace of Baba. After the pass, after the passing away of the father, Tatya took charge of the household affairs and began to sleep at home. Kushal Chand of Rahata, Baba loved Ganpat Bodh Patils of Shirdi. He loved Chandra Ban Seth Marwadi of Rahata equally. After the demise of this Seth, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or perhaps more and looked after his welfare day and night, sometimes in a bullock cart or at other times in a tonga. With intimate devotees, Baba went to Rahata. People of that village would come out with band and music and receive Baba at the gate of village and prostrate before him. Then life was taken into the village with great honor and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat, and they gave him a good meal. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time, after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessings to all. Shirdi is midway and equidistant from Rahata on one side and Neemgaon on the other. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw any train or traveled by it. Still, he knew exactly the timings of arrivals and departures of all trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions given at the time of taking his leave fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap and accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. O to Sri Sai, please to be on. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 9.
Effect of complaints and non-compliance with Baba's orders at the time of taking leave. A few instances, mendicancy and its necessity, devotees, Tarkand families' experiences, Baba fed sumptuously. At the end of the last chapter, it was briefly stated that the bhaktas who obeyed Baba's orders at the time of taking leave fared well, and those who disobeyed them suffered many a mishap. This statement will be amplified and illustrated with a few striking instances and by other matters dealt with in this chapter. Characteristic of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special peculiarity of Shirdi pilgrimage was that none could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission, and if he did, he invited troubles. But if anyone was asked to quit Shirdi, he could stay there no longer. Baba gave certain suggestions or hints when devotees went to bid goodbye and take leave. These suggestions had to be followed. If they were not followed or were departed from, accidents were sure to befall them. We give below a few instances. Tatya Kote Patil. Tatya Kote was once going in a tanga to Kopargaon Bazaar. He came in haste to the masjid, saluted Baba, and said that he would go to Kopargaon Bazaar. Baba said, "Don't make haste. Stop a little. Forget the bazaar. Don't go out of the village." On seeing his anxiousness to go, Baba asked him to take Shama Madhavrao Deshpande with him. Not minding this direction, Tatya Kote immediately drove off his tanga. Of the two horses, one which cost rupees 300 was very active and restless. After passing Savli Vihir, it began to run rashly, got a sprain in its waist, and fell down. Satya was not much hurt, but was reminded of Mother Sai's direction. On another occasion, while proceeding to Kolhar village, he disregarded Baba's direction and drove in a tonga, which met with a similar accident. European gentleman. One European gentleman of Mumbai once came to Shirdi with an introductory note from Nana Sahib Chandrolkar and with some object in view. He was comfortably accommodated in a tent. He wanted to kneel before Baba and kiss his hand. Therefore, he tried thrice to step into masjid, but Baba prevented him from doing so. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and take Baba's darshan from there. Not pleased with the reception he got, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and came to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go the next day and not to hurry. People also requested him to abide by Baba's instructions. Not listening to all this, he left Shirdi in Tonga. The horses ran all right, but when Savli Vihir was passed, a bicycle came in front, on seeing which the horses were frightened and ran fast. The Tonga turned topsy-turvy, and the gentleman fell down and was dragged over some distance. He was immediately rescued, but had to go and lie in Kopargaon hospital for the treatment of his injuries. Such experiences were legion, and people learned the lesson that those who disobeyed Baba's instructions met with accidents in one way or the other, and those who obeyed them were safe and happy. The necessity of mendicancy. Now, to return to the question of mendicancy, a question may arise in minds of some that if Baba was such a great personage, God manifest, why should he have taken recourse to begging bowl throughout his life? This question may be considered and replied from two standpoints. Who are the people who have a right to live by the begging bowl? Our sastras say that those persons who, after getting rid of or becoming free from the three main desires for number one, for progeny, for wealth, and number three is for fame, and accept sannyas are the fit persons to live by begging alms. They cannot make cooking arrangements and dine at their home. The duty of feeding them is laid on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was neither a householder nor vanaprastha. He was a celibate sannyasi, that is, sannyasi from boyhood. His firm conviction was that the universe was his home. He was the Lord Vasudeva, the supporter of the universe, and the imperishable Brahma. So he had full right to take recourse to begging. Now, from the standpoint of Panchasuna, five sins and their atonement, we all know that in order to prepare foodstuffs and meals, the householders have to go through five actions or processes like Kandani, pounding, Peshani, grinding, Udakumbi, washing pots, Marjani, sweeping and cleaning, Chuli, lighting hearths. These processes involve destruction of a lot of
small insects and creatures, and thus the householders incur sin. In order to atone for his sins, our Shastras prescribe 6 kinds of sacrifices: Brahma, Yajna, Veda, Vedadhyayan, offerings to Brahma or study of Vedas, Pitri Yajna, offerings to ancestors, Deva Yagna, offerings to the gods, Bhuta Yagna, offerings to the beings, Manusha Atidhi Yagna, offerings to men or uninvited guests. If these sacrifices enjoined by the Shastras are duly performed, the purification of their minds is effected, and this helps them to get knowledge and self realization. Baba, in going from house to house, reminded the inmates of their sacred duty, and fortunate were the people who got the lesson at their homes from Baba. Devotees' experiences. Now, to return to the other more interesting subject, Lord Krishna has said in Bhagavad Gita 9:6, whosoever devotedly offers to me a leaf, a flower, or a fruit, or a water of that pure hearted man, I accept the pious offering. In the case of Sai Baba, if a devotee intended really to offer anything to Sai Baba, and if he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him or his friend about the offering and made him bring it to him, and then accepted it and blessed the devotee. A few instances are given below. Tarkad family, father and son. Mr. Ramachandra Atmaram alias Baba Saheb Tarkad, formerly a Prarthana Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and son loved Baba equally or perhaps more. It was once proposed that the master Tarkad should go with his mother to Shirdi and spend his summer vacation there. But the son was unwilling to go, as he thought that in case he left his home in Bandra, the worship of Sai Baba in the house would not be properly attended to, as his father, being a Prarthana Samajist, would not care to worship Sai Baba's picture. However, on his father's giving an assurance under oath that he would perform the worship exactly as his son was doing, the mother and the son left for Shirdi next on a Friday night. Next day, Mr. Tarkad got up early, took his bath, and before proceeding with the puja, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I am going to perform the puja exactly as my son has been doing, but please let it not be a formal drill. Saying so, he performed the puja and offered a few pieces of lump sugar as naivedya. The sugar was distributed at lunchtime.
That evening and next Sunday, everything went well. The following Monday was a working day and it passed well. Mr. Tarkan, who had never performed puja like this in his life, felt great confidence within himself that everything was passing in quite satisfactory, as per the promise given to the son. Next Tuesday, he performed the morning puja as usual and left for his work. Coming home at noon, he found that there was no prasad to partake of when the meal was served. He asked the servant cook, who told him that there was no offering made that morning and that he had completely forgotten to perform that part of the puja. At this, he left his seat and prostrated himself before the shrine, expressed his regret, at the same time chiding Baba for the want of guidance in making the whole affair a matter of mere drill. Then he wrote a letter to his son, stating the facts and requested him to lay it at Baba's feet and ask his pardon for his neglect. This happened in Bandra at about Tuesday noon. At about the same time, when the noon aarti was about to commence in Shirdi, Baba said to Mrs. Thakur, Mother, I had been to your house in Bandra with a view to have something to eat. I found the door locked. I somehow got an entry and found to my regret that Baba had left nothing to eat for me. So I returned with the hunger unappeased. The lady did not understand this, but the son who was close by understood the whole thing, that there was something wrong in the puja in Bandra, and he therefore requested Baba to permit him to go home. Baba refused this, but allowed him to perform puja there. Then the son wrote a letter to his father stating all that took place in Shirdi, and he implored his father not to neglect the puja at home. Both these letters crossed each other and were delivered to the respective parties the next day. Is that not wonderful? Mrs. Tharkar. Let us now take up the case of Mrs. Starkett herself. She offered three things, that is, Bharti, Kacharya, Peda. Let us see how Baba accepted these. Once Mr. Raghuveer Bhaskar Purandar Bandra, a great devotee of Baba's, started for Shirdi with family. Mrs. Starkett went to Mrs. Purandar and gave her 2 brinjals and requested her to prepare bulk of 1 brinjal and Kacharya of the other. When she went to Shirdi and served Baba with them. After reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandar went with her dish of bharat to the masjid. When Baba was just sitting for meals, Baba found the bharat was very thirsty, so he distributed it to all and said that he wanted Kacharya now. The word was sent to Radha Krishna Mai that Baba wanted Kacharya. She was in a fix as there was no season for brinjals. How to get brinjals was the question. An inquiry was made as to who brought the bharat. It was found that Mrs. Purandar was entrusted with the duty of serving Kacharya. Everybody then came to know the significance of Baba's inquiry and wonderstruck in Baba's all-pervasive knowledge. In December 1915, one Govind Balaram Markar went to go to the Shirdi to perform the offices of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mrs. Starkett. Then Mrs. Starkett wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house for nothing except a peda, which had already been offered as Naivedya. The boy Govind was one morning, out of great devotion to Baba, she sent the peda with him, hoping that Baba would accept and eat it. Govind went to Shirdi and saw Baba, but she could take the peda with him. Baba simply waited. When again he went to Baba in the afternoon, he went empty-handed without. Baba could wait no longer and did ask him straight, "What did you bring for me?" Nothing was the reply. Baba asked him again. The same reply came forth again. Then Baba asked him the question, "Did not the mother give some sweet meat to you for me at the time of your starting?" Boy then remembered the whole thing. He felt abashed and asked Baba's pardon, ran to his lodge, brought the peda and gave it to Baba. As soon as Baba got it in his hands, he put it in his mouth and gulped it down. As the devotion of Mrs. Margaret was recognized and accepted. As men believe in me, so do I accept them. Was proved in this case. Baba felt sumptuously hard. Once Mrs. Starkett was staying in the certain house of Shirdi. At noon, meals were ready and being served when a hungry dog turned up there and began to bark. Mrs. Starkett got up at once and threw a piece of bread, which the dog gulped with great relish. In the afternoon, when she went to masjid and sat at some distance, Sai Baba said to her, "Mother, you fed me sufficiently. My famished pranas have been satisfied. Ever act like this, and this will stand you in good stead. Sitting in this masjid, I shall never speak untruth. Take pity on me like this. First give bread to the hungry, and then eat yourself. Know this well." She could not understand at first the meaning of what Baba said. So she replied, "Baba, how could I feed you? I'm myself dependent on others and take my food from them on payment." Then Baba replied, "Eating that lovely bread, I'm heartily contented, and I'm still pledging. The dog which you saw there before the meals, and to which you gave the piece of bread, is one with me. So also the other creatures are one with me. I am roaming in this form, in their forms. He who sees me in all these creatures is my beloved. So abandon the sense of duality and distinction and serve me as you did today." Drinking these nectars like birds, she was moved. Her eyes were brimmed with tears, her throat was choked, her joy knew no bounds. Moral: see God in all beings is the moral of this chapter. The Upanishads, the Gita, the Bhagavad all exhort us to perceive God or divinity in all the creatures. By the instance given at the end of this chapter and other numerous mentions, Sai Baba has practically demonstrated to us how to put the Upanishad teachings into practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as the best exponent, teacher of Upanishad doctrines. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sai Maharaj Ki Jai.
Jai Sai Ram. Chapter 10 Sai Baba's Mode of Life. Sleeping plank, his stay in Shirdi, his teachings, his humility, Nanavali, the easiest path. Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love, for he was ever engrossed in doing good to all and always abided in himself. To remember him only is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and easiest of sadhanas, as it involves no expenditure. A little exertion here brings great rewards. So, as long as our senses are sound, we should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All other gods are illusory. Guru is the only God. If we believe in Sadguru's holy feet, he can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him sincerely, we get rid of our worldly affliction. We need not study any philosophy like the Nyaya and the Mimansa. As we trust the helmsman in crossing rivers and seas, so we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the ocean of worldly existence. The Sadguru looks to the intense feeling and devotion of his devotees, endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's mendicancy and devotees' experiences and other subjects are dealt with. Let the readers now read where and how Baba lived, how he slept, and how he taught, etc. Baba's wonderful bed. Let us first see where and how Baba slept. Mr. Nana Sahib Dengle brought for Sai Baba a wooden plank about 4 arms in length and only a span in breadth for sleeping upon. Instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with old shreds or rags and commenced to sleep upon it. The rags were so thin and worn out that it was a wonder how they could bear or support the weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or other, it was Baba's sheer Leela that the worn out rags did sustain the plank along with the weight of Baba on it. On the 4 corners of this plank, Baba lighted panatis, one at each corner, and kept them burning the whole night. It was a sight for the gods to see Baba sitting or sleeping on this plank. It was a wonder to all how Baba got up and down the plank. Out of curiosity, many observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As the crowds began to swell so as to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the 8 Mahasiddhis at his command. He neither practiced nor craved for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his spiritual perfection. Manifestation of Brahma. Though Sai Baba looked like a man, 3 cubits and a half in length, still he dwelt in the hearts of all. Inwardly, he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly, he longed for mass welfare. Though inwardly an abode of peace, he looked outwardly restless. Inwardly, he had the state of Brahma. Outwardly, he seemed engrossed in the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection, and at times he threw stones at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant, and well balanced. He always abided and was engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards his bhaktas. He always sat on one asan and never traveled. His satka was a small stick which he always carried in his hand. He was calm and thought-free. He never cared for wealth and fame and lived on alms. Such a life he led. He always uttered Allah Malik. God is the real owner. Entire and unbroken was his love for the bhaktas. He was the mine or storehouse for self-knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and undifferentiated. One principle which envelops the whole universe incarnated in Sai Baba. The real meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure trove in their hands, while those people who, not knowing the real worth of Sai Baba, took him to be a mere human being, were indeed unfortunate. His stay in Shirdi and probable birth date. None knew or knows the parents and the exact date of birth of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was a young lad of 16 and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. After some time, he reappeared in the Nizam state near Aurangabad and again came to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patel when he was about 20 years old. Thence, he stayed in Shirdi for an unbroken period of 60 years, after which Baba took his Mahasamadhi in the year 1918. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD. Baba's mission and advice. Saint Ramdas flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavanas. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, widened up, and Sai Baba came to bridge that gulf. His constant advice to all was to this effect. Ram and Rahim were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them then. Why should their devotees fall out and quarrel among themselves? You ignorant folk, join hands and bring both the communities together. Act sanely, and thus you will gain your object and national unity. An object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue. So don't argue, don't emulate others. Always consider yourself and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, in vain is your birth. Anyone does any evil unto you, do not retaliate. You can do nothing. If you can do anything, do some good unto others. In short, was Sai Baba's advice to all, and this will stand us in good stead both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadguru. There are many so-called gurus who go about from house to house with symbols and veena in their hands and make a show of their spirituality. They blow mantras into the ears of their disciples and extract money from them. They profess to teach piety and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his worth. He had no body consciousness, but he had great love for his disciples. There are two kinds of gurus, Niyat and Aniyat. The latter, by their advice, develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts, and set us on the path of salvation. But contact with the former dispels our senses of dualities and establishes us in unity by making us realize. So art that there are various gurus imparting to us various kinds of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in nature and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is indescribable. If anybody went to take his darshan, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present, and future. He saw divinity in all beings, friends and foes were alike to him, disinterested and balanced. He obliged the evildoers as well as the pious. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he acted through the body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really unembodied, that is, free from gross existence. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worship Sai as their God. While eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields, and doing various household works, they always remembered Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other God except Sai. What to speak of the sweetness of the love of the women of Shirdi? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple rustic language. Letters of learning they had none. Still, one can discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not intelligence but love that inspires real poetry as such. Real poetry is the manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of these folk songs is desirable, and by Baba's wish, some fortunate devotee may undertake the task of compiling and publishing these folk songs, either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately in a book. Baba's humility. Lord or Bhagwan is said to have 6 qualities, such as fame, wealth, non-attachment, knowledge, grandeur, and liberality. Baba had all these in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness, for he drew the devotees to him, or how else could one have known him? For the sake of his bhaktas, Baba spoke such words the goddess of speech could not utter. Here is a specimen. Baba spoke very humbly as follows: Slave of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I am an insect in your excreta. I consider myself blessed thereby. What humility is this? So outwardly, Baba seemed to enjoy sense objects. He had not the least flavor in them, nor even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no taste, and though he saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was a perfect and a celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consciousness, resting place of desire, anger, envy, and other feelings. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of this statement. Nanavali. There was in Shirdi a very quaint and queer fellow by name Nanavali. He looked to Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi, and asked him to get up, as he wanted to occupy the same. Baba at once got up and left the seat which he had occupied. After sitting there a while, Nanavali got up and asked Baba to resume his seat. Then Baba sat down. Nanavali fell at his feet. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being irritated to or ousted. This Nanavali loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba's Mahasamadhi. The easiest path, hearing the stories of the saints and being in their company. Though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his action showed extraordinary wisdom and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotees. He never prescribed any asana, regulation of breathing, or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantra into their ears. He told them to leave off all cleverness and always remember Sai, Sai. If you did that, he said, all your shackles would be removed and you would be free. Sitting through 5 fires, sacrifices, chantings, 8-fold yoga are possible for the Brahmins only. They are of no use to other classes. The function of the mind is to think. You cannot remain without thinking for a minute. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it Guru, it will think about Guru. You have heard most attentively the grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance of Sai. Hearing the stories of saints is not so difficult as the other sadhanas mentioned above. They remove all fear of the samsara and take you onto the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them, and assimilate them. You may attend to your worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path. But why do not all take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we do not get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saints is, in a way, keeping their company. The importance of the company of saints is very great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism. destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knots of the mind, and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness. It certainly increases our non attachment to sense objects and makes us quite indifferent to pleasures and pains and leads us onward to the spiritual path. If you have no other sadhana, such as uttering God's name, worship or devotion, etc., but if you take refuge in them wholeheartedly, they will carry you off safely across the ocean of worldly existence. It is for this reason that the saints manifest themselves in this world. Even sacred rivers such as Ganges, Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri, etc., which wash away the sins of the world, desire that the saints should come to them for a bath and purify them. Such is the grandeur of the saint. It is on the account of the store of merit in past births that we have attained the feet of Sai Baba. We conclude this chapter with meditation on Sai's form. He, the graceful and handsome Sai, standing on the edge of the masjid and distributing udi to each and every bhakta with the view to his welfare. He who thinks of the world as an illusion and who is ever engrossed in supreme bliss, before him we humbly prostrate ourselves. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Om Sai Ram. One second. Sorry. Just keep changing. Om Sai Ram. Sorry about that. Sai as Sagun Brahman, Dr. Pandit worship Haji Siddiq Falke, control over the elements. Let us now in this chapter describe the manifested Sagun Brahman Sai, how he was worshipped and how he controlled the elements. Sai as Sagun Brahman. There are two aspects of God or Brahman. That one, the manifested Nirgun, and the second, the manifested Sagun. The Nirgun is formless, while the Sagun is with form, though both denote the same Brahman. Some prefer to worship the former, some the later. As stated in the Gita, chapter 12, the worship of the later is easy and preferable. As man has got as a form, body, sense, etc., it is natural and easy for him to worship the God with the form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Sagun Brahman for a certain period of time. As we advance, it leads us to the worship meditation of Nirgun Brahman. So let us start with the Sagun worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water, Brahman are the 7 objects of worship. But Sadguru is better than all this. Let us on this occasion bring to our mind the form of Sai, who was attachment incarnate, and who was a resting place for his wholehearted devotees. Our faith in his words is the seat of asan, and our sankalpa determination to start and finish the pujas is the abandonment of all our desires. Some says that Sai was Bhagavad Bhakta, devotee of the Lord. Others says he was the Mahabhagavat, a great devotee, but to us, he is God incarnate. He was extremely forgiving, never irritable, straight, soft, tolerant, and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied He was really disembodied, emotionless, unattached, and internally free. The Ganges on its way to the sea cools and refreshes the creature affected with heat, gives the life to the crops and the trees, the quenches the third of many, thirst of many. Similarly, saints like Sai, while they live their own life, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am he, or he is my pure form. This is indescribable Shakti or power of God, known as the pure existence, knowledge, and bliss, incarnated in the form of Sai in Shirdi. The Shruti describes the Brahman as bliss. This we read or hear daily in books, but the devout people experience this Brahman or bliss in Shirdi. Baba, the support of all, required no prop or support from anybody. He always used a piece of sackcloth for his seat, which was covered with a small, beautiful bed by his bhaktas, had a bolster placed by them as a rest to his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved chamara or fans before him, some played musical instruments, some washed his hands and feet, some others applied scent and chandan, some gave betel nut with the leaves and other things. And some other offered Naivedya. Though he looked like living in Shirdi, he was present everywhere. This is all pervasiveness of his daily experience by his devotees. Our humble prostration to this all pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tatya Sahib Nolkar, once came to the Shirdi for Baba Darshan. After saluting Baba, he stayed in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to the Dada Bhat Kalkar. He went to the Deda Bhat, by whom he was well received. Then Deba Bhat left his house for puja, and then Dr. Pandit accompanied him. Dada Bhat worshipped Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Only Mahaspati used to apply it to his throat. But the simple hearted devote Dr. Pandit took Deba, that's a dish containing puja materials, and taking sandal paste out of it due Tripurandra, that is the horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To the surprise of all, Baba kept silent without uttering a single word. Then Deba Bhat that evening asked Baba, how is that though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, but you allow Dr. Pandit to do so now? Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be the same as his guru, Raghunath Maharaja of Dopeshwar, known as a Kaka Puranik, and he applied the paste to his forehead as he was doing to his guru. Hence, he could not object. One inquiry, Dr. Pandit told the Baba that he took Baba as his guru, Kaka Puranik, and hence he marked the Tripundra on Baba's forehead as he did on his guru's head. Though Baba allowed the devotee to worship him as they please, still sometimes he acted in a strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and was Wrath incarnate. Then who could approach him? Sometimes he scolded the devotees. At times he looked softer than a wax, a statue of peace and forgiveness. Though he seemed to shake with anger and his red eyes rolled round and round, still he was internally a stream of affectionate and motherly love. Immediately he called out his devotees and said that he ever angry with the devotees that if mother kicked their son and if the sea turned back the rivers, so he would neglect the devotees' welfare, that the slaves of his devotee always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called upon him, and then that he always longed for their love. Haji Siddiq Falke. There was no knowing when Baba would accept a devotee. That depend on his sweet will. Siddiq Falke's story is to the point. Once Muhammadan gentleman by name Siddiq Falke of Kalyan, after making a pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, came to Shirdi He lived in Chowdi, facing north, and sat in open courtyard of the masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Palke felt much disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed, but to try to approach Baba through Shama, Madharav Deshpande, a close and intimate devotee of Baba. He told him that as they approached the god Shiva through his servant and devotee Nandi, so Baba should be approached through Shama. Falke liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed and on convenient occasions spoke to Baba about him. Thus, Baba, why don't you allow the old Hazi to step into the masjid? While so many persons freely come and go after taking your darshan, why not bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are too young to understand things. If the fakir does not allow, what can I do without his grace? With who will climb into the masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to narrow footpath near the Barvi well. Shama went and then returned him a affirmative answer. Again, Baba said, Shama, ask him whether he is willing to pay me sum of 40,000 in 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the answer that he was willing to pay even 40 lakhs. Again, Baba said to Shama, we are going to butcher a goat in the masjid to ask him whether he would like to have a mutton haunch or testicles of the goat. Shama returned with an answer that Haji would be happy to receive small crumb from Baba's Columba. Hearing this, Baba got excited and his hands threw away the eaten jars and Columba and straight away advanced to the Haji and lifting his kafni up on his hand said, why do you brag and fancy yourself if great and pose yourself if as an old Haji? Do you read Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage of Makkah, but you do not know me. Being thus scolded, thus Haji was confounded. Baba then went back to the masjid, purchased a few baskets of mango and sent them to Haji. Then again Baba went to the Haji and taking out rupees 55 from his pocket and gave them in the Haji's hand. Henceforth, Baba allowed the Haji, invited him for meals, and the Haji thereafter came into the masjid whenever he liked. Baba gave him at the time some rupees, and thus the Haji was enlisted in Baba's darbar. Baba control over the elements. We shall close this chapter after describing two incidents showing Baba's control over the elements. Number one, once the evening time, there are a terrible storm at Shirdi. The sky was overcast with the thick black clouds. The wind began to blow forcibly. The cloud roared and the lightning began to flash, and the rains began to descend in torrents. If in a short time the whole place was flooded with water. All the creatures, birds, beasts, and the men got terribly frightened. Then all they flocked to the masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to their help. So they all prayed to Baba, their god, who was fond of their devotion to intercede and quell the storm. Baba was much moved. He came out and standing at the edge of the masjid, addressed the storm in a loud, thunderous voice. Stop your fury and the calm. In a few minutes, the rain subsided, the wind ceased to blow, and the storm came to a stop. Then the moon rose in the sky, and the people then went back to the home well pleased. On the other occasion, at noon, the fire in the duni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching to the rafters above. The people who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flames. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his satka and dashed it against the pillar in front of, saying, get down, be calm. At each stroke of the satka, the flames began to lower and slow down, and in a few minutes the duni became calm and normal. This is our Sai, an incarnation of God. He will bless any man by who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of this chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all calamities. Not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai. He will get very soon God vision. All his desires will be fulfilled, and being ultimately desireless, he will attain the supreme. Amen. Woe to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Chapter 12. Sai Leelas, experiences of Tata Maharaj, Mark Leelas, Monka, Holy Shastri, Doctor. So let us see in this chapter what is the Baba. We have seen science mission. We have seen before that the purpose or object of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they draw the evildoers and set them in the right path. They are the Agasti to destroy the Bhavasaga, the ocean of worldly existence, or the sun to destroy the darkness of ignorance. The God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from him. Our Sai is one of these, who incarnated for the welfare of the devotees. Supreme in knowledge and surrounded with divine aura, he loved all beings equally. He was unattached. Foes and friends, kings and paupers, all were the same to him. Here his Leelas, for the sake of devotees, he gave his stock of merits and was ever allowed to help them. But the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If their appointed time did not come, they did not remember Baba, and his Leelas could not reach their ears. Then, how could they think of seeing him? Some men decide to see Sai Baba, but they did not get an opportunity of taking his darshan till his Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these persons, believing in him, listen to his Leelas, their quest for darshan will be, to a great extent, satisfied by the Leelas. Even if some persons went there by sheer luck and took Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer? No. Nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there longer if Baba did not wish so. They could stay there so long as Baba permitted them to stay and had to leave the place when asked to do so by him. So everything depended on Baba's divine will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Mumbai. He wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy the Gokulashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you returning home?" He was rather surprised at his question, but he had to give an answer. He said that he would go home when he ordered him to do so. Then Baba said, "Go tomorrow." Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Mumbai, he found his employer anxiously waiting for him. His Munim, that is the manager, suddenly fell ill. Hence, Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Mumbai. Bao Sahib Dumal. Now listen to another story. Once Bao Sahib Dumal was going to Nippad for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan and wanted to proceed to Nippad immediately. But Baba did not permit him to do so. He made him stay at Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate at Nippad suffered intensely from pain in his abdomen and the case was adjourned. Mr. Dumal was then allowed to go and attend this case. It went on for some months and was tried by 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Dumal won the case and his client was acquitted. Mrs. Nimonkar. Mr. Nana Sahib Nimonkar, Patandar of Nimon, an honorary magistrate, was staying at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Nimonkar were spending most of the time in the masjid, Baba, and serving him. It so happened that their son fell ill at Belapur, and the mother decided with Baba's consent to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Mr. Nana Sahib asked her to return the next day. The lady was in a fix and did not know what to do. but her god Sai came to her help. By leaving Shirdi, she went to Baba, who was standing in front of Sathi's Vada with Mr. Nana Sahib and others, and prostrated at his feet and asked him permission to go. Baba said to her, "Go, go quickly, be calm and unperturbed. Stay comfortably at Belapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi." How opportune was How opportune were Baba's words. So Nana Sahib's proposal was overruled by Baba's decree. Mule Shastri of Nashik, an orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin of Nashik, Mule Shastri, who had studied the six Shastras and was well versed in astrology and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Bapu Sahib Bhuti, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing him, he and others went to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to the people present in the masjid. Baba used to press the mango on all sides so skillfully that when Baba sucked it, he got all the pulp at once in his mouth and could throw the seed away. Plantains were peeled off by Baba and the pulp was distributed to the devotees, while the skins were retained by Baba for himself. Mule Shastri, the farmers, wanted to examine Baba's palm, and asked him to extend his hand. Baba ignored his request and gave 4 plantains to him. Then they all returned to the Vada, and Mule Shastri bathed, wore fresh clothes, and started his routine duties, Agnihotra, etc. Then Baba, as usual, started for Lendi and said, "Take some geru, a red merry substance used to dye clothes with saffron color. We shall today don saffron colored clothes." None understood what Baba meant. Then, after some time, when Baba returned and preparations for the noon arati were being made, Bapu Sahib Jog asked Mule Shastri whether he would accompany him for the arati. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Baba sat on his seat, was worshipped by the devotees, and arati commenced. Then Baba said, "Get some dakshina from the new Nashik Brahmin." Bhuti himself went to the Vada to get the dakshina. And when he gave Baba's message to Mule Shastri, he was sorely perplexed. He thought in his mind thus, "I'm a pure Agnihotri Brahmin. Why should I pay dakshina? Baba may be a great saint, but I'm not his dependent." But since a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for dakshina through a millionaire like Bhuti, he could not refuse. So, leaving his routine unfinished, started with Bhuti for masjid. Thinking himself holy and the masjid otherwise, he remained at a distance. After joining, his palms threw flowers at Baba from there. Then, lo, all of a sudden, he saw not Baba, but his late Guru Golab Swami there. He was wonderstruck. Could this be a dream? No, it was not. He was wide awake. But how could his late Guru Golab be there? He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and thought again, but could not reconcile to the fact of his late Guru Golab being in the masjid. Ultimately, leaving aside all doubt, he went up, fell at his Guru's feet, and then stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's Arati while Mule Shastri chanted loudly. Then, casting off all pride of caste and sacredness, he fell at his Guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's blissful form and his inconceivable power, Mule Shastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave the dakshina. He said that his doubt was removed and he saw his own Guru. On seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba, all the people, including Mule Shastri, were much moved and they realized the meaning of Baba's words. Bring Geru. We shall don saffron colored clothes. Such is the wonderful Leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamlatdar came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his deity was Ram and that he would not bow before a Mohammedan, so he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamlatdar replied that nobody would presume to bow down, so he should come and give the pleasure of his company. Accordingly, they reached Shirdi and went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. All were wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and bowed down to a Mussalman. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Ram on the steed. He therefore prostrated himself before him. Then, as he was saying this, he again saw Sai Baba there. Being dismayed, he again said, "Is this a dream? How could he be a Mohammedan? He is a great Yoga Sampanna. full of yoga avatar. Next day, he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on the fourth day, a close friend of his from Kandesh turned up, and with him, he went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. After the salutation, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him that he had come. Hearing this vital question, the doctor was moved. Same night, he was blessed by Baba, and he experienced bliss supreme in his sleep. Then he left for his town, where he remained in the same state for a fortnight. Thus, his devotion for Sai Baba increased manifold. The moral of all these stories mentioned above, specifically that of Mule Shastri, is that we should have firm faith in our Guru and on none else. More Leelas of Sai Baba will be described in this chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Om Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. More Sai Leelas. Diseases cured. Bhimji Patil, Bala Shimpi, Bapu Saheb Bhuti, Alandi Swami, Kaka Mahajani, Dattopan of Harda. The inscrutable power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, deep, full of meaning, effective, and well balanced. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, though I am a fakir, have no house or wife, and though living all here, I stay at one place. The inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forgot myself, but she cannot forget me. She always envelops me. This Maya, elusive power of the Lord Sri Hari, harasses even Lord Brahma and others. Then, what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who take refuge in God will be freed from her clutches with His grace. In such terms, Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Sri Krishna has said to Uddhava in the Bhagavad that the saints are his living forms, and see what Baba has said for the welfare of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and whose demerits have vanished take to my worship. If you always say, Sai, Sai, I shall take you over the seven seas, believe in these words, and you will be certainly benefited. I do not need any paraphernalia of worship, either eightfold or 16-fold. I rest there where there is full devotion. Now, read what Sai did for the welfare of those who surrendered themselves to him. Bhimji Patil. One Bhimji Patil of Narayan Gaon, Taluka, Junna district, Pune, suffered in the year 1909 from a severe and chronic chest disease, which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He tried all sorts of pathies, remedies, but to no effect. Losing all hopes, he ultimately prayed to God, O Lord Narayan, help me now. It is well known fact that when our circumstances are well, we do not remember God. But when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of Him. So Bhimji now turned to God. It occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, a great devotee of Baba. In this respect, so he wrote to him a letter giving all details of his malady and asking for his opinion. In reply, Mr. Nana Sahib wrote to him that there was only one remedy left, and that was to take recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Mr. Nana Sahib's advice, he made preparations for going to Shirdi. On Mr. Nana Sahib, he was brought to Shirdi and taken to the masjid and placed before Baba. Mr. Nana Sahib and Shama Madhavrao Deshpande were present there. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to the previous evil karma and was not disposed to interfere. But the patient cried out in despair that he was helpless and sought refuge in him, as he was his despair that he was helpless. Last hope and prayed for mercy. Baba's heart melted and he said, "Stay, cast off your anxiety. Your sufferings have come to an end. However oppressed and troubled one may be, as soon as he steps in the masjid, he is on the pathway to happiness. The fakir here is very kind and he will cure the disease and protect all with love and kindness." The patient used to vomit blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in the presence of Baba. From that time, Baba uttered the words of mercy. The malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to stay in Bhimabhai's house, which was not a convenient and fit place, but Baba's order had to be obeyed. While he was staying there, Baba cured him by two dreams. In the first dream, he saw himself as a boy suffering the severe pain of a flogging, which he received for not reciting his poetry lesson before his class master. In the second dream, someone caused him intense pain by rolling a stone up and down over his chest. With the pain thus suffered in dream, his cure was complete, and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi gratefully remembering what Baba did for him and prostrated before him. Baba also did not expect anything from devotees, but remembrance, unswerving faith, and devotion. People in Maharashtra always celebrate Satya Narayana Puja in their homes every fortnight or month. But it was this Bhimji Patil who started a new Sai Satyavrata Puja instead of Satya Narayana Vrata Puja in his house. When he returned to his village, Bala Ganapat Shimpi, another devotee of Baba by name Baba Ganapat Shimpi, suffered much from a malignant type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicines and decoctions, but in vain. The fever did not abate a jot, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe. In this case, as follows: give a black dog some morsels of rice mixed with curd in front of the Lakshmi temple. Bala did not know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home than he found rice and curd. After mixing them together, he bought the mixture near the Lakshmi temple, where he found a black dog waving its tail. He placed the curd and rice before the dog. The dog ate it, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria.
Om Sai Ram. Babu Saheb Bhute. Sriram Babu Saheb Bhute suffered once from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Babu Saheb got very weak on account of plunging and vomiting and therefore was not able to go to masjid for Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, "Now take care. You should not plunge any more." And waving his index finger, the vomiting must also stop. Now look at the force of Baba's words. Both the maladies took to their heels, and Booty fell well. On other occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sort of remedies but could not give him no relief. Then he went to Baba and consulted him as what to drink that would allay his thirst and cure the disease. Baba prescribed an infusion of almonds, walnuts, pistachios, a kind of dry fruits boiled in sugar milk. This was considered as a fatal aggravation of the disease by any other doctor or physician. But in implicit obedience to Baba's order, the infusion was administered, and strange to say, the disease was cured. Alandi Swami. A Swami from Alandi wishing to take Baba's darshan came to Shirdi. He suffered from a severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting the sleep. He was operated for this, but it served no purpose. The pain was severe and he did not know what to do. While he was returning, he came to Baba's leave when Shama Madhavrao Deshpande requested Baba to do something for the pain in Swami's ear. Baba comforted him saying, Allah acha karega, God will do good. The Swami then returned to Pune and after a week sent a letter to Shirdi stating that the pain in his ear had subsided, though the swelling was there. And in order to get the swelling removed, he went to Bombay for operation. But the surgeon, on examining the ear, said that no operation was then necessary. Such was the wonderful effect of Baba's words. Kaka Mahajani. Another devotee named Kaka Mahajani suffered once from diarrhea. In order that there should be no break in his service to Baba, Kaka kept a tambia pot with water in some corner of the masjid, and whenever there was a call he would go out. As Sai Baba knew everything, Kaka did not inform of his disease, thinking that Baba would of his own cure it soon. The work of construction, the payment in the front of masjid was permitted by Baba, but when the actual work was begun, Baba got wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away, and as Kaka was also doing the same, Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusion that followed, somebody left the small bag of groundnuts. Baba took a handful of groundnuts, rubbed them in his hand, blew away the skin, and gave the clean nuts to Kaka and made him eat them. Scolding and cleaning the nuts and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. Then, when the bag was finished, Baba asked him to fetch water as he felt thirsty. Kaka bought a pitch full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink it. Baba then said, "Now your diarrhea has stopped, and you may attend to work of the payment." In the meanwhile, other persons who run away returned and started the work. And Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also joined them. Are groundnuts medicines for diarrhea? According to the current medical opinion, groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine in this, as in other cases, was Baba's words. Datopant of Harda. A gentleman from Harda by name Datopant suffered from uh, stomach ache for 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then, hearing of Baba's fame that he cures diseases by sight, and he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba looked at him kindly and gave him blessings. When Baba placed his hands on his head, and when he got Baba's udi with blessings, he felt relieved and there was no further trouble about the malady. Towards the end of this chapter, three cases are cited in footnotes. Madhav Deshpande suffered from piles. Baba gave him decoction of Sonmukhi Sena pots. This relieved him. Then, after 2 years, the trouble again reoccurred, and Madhavrao took the same decoction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated, but later on it was cured by Baba's grace. Kaka Mahajani's elder brother, Gangadhar Pant, suffered from many years from stomachache. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his belly and said, "God will cure." From that time, there was no stomach pain and he was completely cured. Nana Sahib Chandokar also once suffered from intense stomach pain. He was restless the whole day and night. Doctors administered syringes which produced no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat barfi, a kind of sweet meat mixed with mixed with ghee. This recipe gave him complete relief. All these stories go to show that the real medicine that cured the various diseases permanently was Baba's words and grace and not any medicine or drugs. Boto Sri Sai, peace be all. Om Sai Ram.
Ratanji find out now. In the last, we looked at how diseases. Now we should look at let's see what the life of the his way is going to be walking. His life is blessed incarnate. Sai gave devotees as a means of remembrance. He gave them various stories of beauty and which ultimately led them to religion. It is easy to live in this world, but they should ever focus on namely suffering. We get human bodies because making work is skill. So we should never be lazy, always be knows how to live stories of life. Please see, day and night you will remember him in your mind. When you assimilate him, you will the family will Ratanji of Nanded. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Nanded, in the Nizam state, there lived a factory mill contractor by name Ratanji Vadia. He had amassed a large amount of money and acquired fields and lands. He had cattle, horses, and conveyance and was very prosperous. In all outward appearances, he looked very happy and contented. But inwardly, he was not so. Providential dispensation is such, no one in this world is completely happy, and rich Ratanji was not that. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, and helped all in various ways. The people took him to be a good and happy man, but Ratanji thought that miserable, as he had not been male or female for a long time. Just as Kirtan singing glories of the Lord without love or devotion, song without rhythmic accompaniments, Brahmin without the sacred thread, sufficiency in all acts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, and ornamentation without a necklace are futile and useless. So is a householder without an issue. Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? He thus looked morose and did not relish his food. Day and night he was enveloped with anxiety as to whether he would ever be blessed with a son. He had a great regard for Dasguru Maharaj. He saw him and opened his heart before him. Dasguru advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, fall at his feet and seek his blessing and pray for an issue. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shirdi. After some days, he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan and fell at his feet. Then, opening a basket, he took out a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With reverence, he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, many persons who find themselves in difficult situations come to you and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I have anxiously sought your feet. Please do not disappoint me. Sai Baba then asked him for Dakshina of rupees 5, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received rupees 314 from him, and then he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He could not make out to what Baba meant. That was the first time he thought that he had come to Shirdi, and how was it that Baba said that he had earlier got rupees 14 from him? He could not solve the riddle, but he sat at Baba's feet and gave the balance of the Dakshina asked for, explained to Baba fully as to why he came and sought his help, and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to worry, and that thence onward his bad days had ended. He then gave him Kudi, placed his hand on his head, and blessed him, saying that Allah, God, would satisfy his heart's desire. Then, after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanded and told Dasganu everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there, that he got Baba's darshan, blessing with prasad. But there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said to him that he had got rupees 314 before. Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark. He said to Dasganu, I never went to Shirdi before, and how could I give him the sum to which Baba referred? To Dasganu, too, it was a puzzle, and he thought much over it for a long time. Sometime afterwards, it struck him that Ratanji had received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Mauli Sahib in his house and had spent some money for his reception. This Mauli Sahib was a well-known saint of Nanded and worked as a porter. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, this Mauli Sahib turned up at Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him. So he gave a small parties in honor. As Ganu got from Ratanji the memo of expenses of this reception, and everybody was wonderstruck to see that the expenses amounted to exactly rupees 314, nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient, that though he lived in Shirdi, he knew what happened outside, far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present, and future, and could identify himself with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know the reception given to Mauli Sahib and the amount spent there for unless he could identify himself with him and be one with him? Ratanji was satisfied with his explanation and his faith in Baba was confirmed and increased. In due time, he was blessed with a son and in his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all a dozen issues, out of which only four survived. In a footnote towards the end of this chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rao Bahadur Hari Vinayak Sathe after the death of his first wife to remarry and that he should get a son. R.B. Sathe married second time. The first two issues by this wife were daughters, and he therefore felt very despondent. But the third issue was a son. Baba's word did come true and he was happy. Dakshina. Now we should close this chapter with a few points about Dakshina. It is a well-known fact that Baba always asks for Dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask a question. If Baba was a fakir and perfectly non-attached, why should he ask for Dakshina and care for money? We shall consider this question broadly now. First, for a long time, Baba did not take anything. He stole burnt matches and filled his pocket with them. He never asked anybody for anything, whether be a devotee or otherwise. He, if anybody placed before him a paisa or two, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco, for he always smoked bidi or chilim and earthen pipe. Then some persons thought that they should not go to saints empty-handed, therefore placed some copper coins. If a paisa was placed before him, he used to pocket it. If it was a 2 paisa coin, it was returned immediately. Then, after Baba's fame had spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers. Baba began to ask Krishna for money. It is said in the Shruti Veda that puja of the gods is not complete unless a golden coin was offered. If a coin was necessary in the puja of the gods, why should it be not so in the puja of the saints also? Ultimately, the Shastras laid it down that when one goes to see God, king, saint, or guru, he should not go empty handed. He should offer something, preferably money. In this connection, we may notice the precepts recommended by the Upanishad. The Brihadranayaka Upanishad says that the Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men, and demons by one letter. The gods understood by this letter that they should practice self-control. The men thought or understood that they should practice dana, that is charity. The demons understood that they should practice daya, compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. The teacher in the Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts his pupils to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, or even without it, give with magnanimity. That is, liberally, give with modesty, awe, and sympathy. In order to teach the devotees the charity, lessons of charity, and to remove their attachment to money, and thus to purify their minds, Baba extracted dakshina from them. But there was this peculiarity, as Baba said, that he had to give back 100 times more of what he received. There are many instances in which this has happened. Quote an instance, Mr. Ganpatrao Bodas, the famous actor, says in his Marathi autobiography that when Baba's pressing him often for dakshina, he emptied his money bag before him. The result of this was, as Mr. Bodas says, that in later life he never lacked money, as it came to him abundantly. There were also secondary meanings of dakshina in many cases in which Baba did not want any pecuniary amount. To quote two instances, Baba asked rupees 15 as dakshina from Professor G.G. Narke, who replied that he did not have any money. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you are reading Yoga Vasishtha. Give me dakshina from that. Giving dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides.
In the second case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mrs. Athi, to give rupees 6 as dakshina. The lady felt pained as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6 inner enemies, lust, anger, avarice, etc., to be surrendered to him. Baba agreed with this explanation. It is to be noted that though Baba collected a lot of money by dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day and the next morning. He would become a poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasamadhi, even after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as dakshina for about 10 years, he had only a few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking dakshina from his devotees was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification. Postscript. Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana, retired Mamlatdar and a great devotee of Baba, has written an article on this subject Dakshina in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 2, page 6 to 26, in which he says as follows. Baba did not ask dakshina of all. If some gave dakshina unasked, he sometimes accepted it and at other times refused it. He asked it if of certain devotees only. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought in their minds that Baba should ask for it and then they should pay it. If anybody offered it against his wish, he never touched it, and if he kept it there, he asked him to take it away. He asked for small or big amounts from devotees according to their wish, devotion, and convenience. He asked it even of women and children. He never asked of all the rich for it, nor of all the poor. Baba never got angry with those of whom he asked dakshina and who did not give it. If any dakshina was sent through some friend who forgot to hand over the same to Baba, he reminded him of it and made him pay it. On some occasions, Baba used to return some from the amount tendered as dakshina and ask the donor to guard it or keep it in his shrine for worship. This procedure benefited the donor or devotee immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to give, he returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked of some more dakshina than what they originally intended to give, and if they had no money, asked them to beg or borrow from others. Of some, he demanded dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the amount collected as dakshina, Baba spent very little for his own sake, namely for buying chileen, smoking pipe, and fuel for his Dhoni sacred fire, and all the rest he distributed charity in varying proportions to various persons. All the paraphernalia of the Shirdi Sansthan was brought by various rich devotees at the instance and suggestion of Radha Krishnamai. Baba always used to get wild and scolded those who brought any costly and rich articles. He said to Mr. Nanasaheb Chandorkar that all his property consisted of one coupon, codpiece, one stray piece of cloth, one kafni, and a tumbrel tin pot, and that all the people troubled him with bringing all these unnecessary costly articles. Women and wealth are the two main obstacles in the way of our Paramartha, spiritual life. And Baba had provided in Shirdi 2 institutions, namely Dakshina and Radha Krishnamai, for whenever they came to him, he demanded Dakshina from them and asked them to go to the school, Radha Krishnamai's house. If they stood these two tests well, if they showed that they were free from attachment for women and wealth, their progress in spirituality was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessing. Mr. Dev has also quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and shown that charity given in a holy place or to a holy personage conduces to the donor's welfare. What is more holy than Shirdi and its presiding deity, Sai Baba? Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sachidananda Sadguru.
Chapter 15 Naradiya Kirtan Padati. Mr. Cholkar's sugarless tea, 2 lizards. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Ram Navami festival in Shirdi, how the festival originated and how in the early years there was great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for doing kirtan on those occasions and how Baba permanently entrusted this function, kirtan, to Das Ganu and how he has been doing it successfully ever since. Now, in this chapter, we shall describe the manner in which Das Ganu has been doing the kirtan. Naradiya Kirtan Padati. Generally, our Haridas, that is the person who conducts a kirtan, while doing the kirtan, wear a Hello?
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sanchita, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Generally, our Haridas, that is the person who conducts a kirtan, while doing the kirtan, wear a gala and full dress. They put on a headdress, either a fetta or a turban, a long flowing coat with a shirt inside, and uparani, short dhotar on the shoulders, and the usual long dhotar from the waist below. After dressing himself in this fashion for some kirtan in the Shirdi village, Das Ganu once went to Baba for prostrating before him. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going dressed so beautifully like this?" "For doing a kirtan," came the reply. Then Baba said, "Why do you want all this paraphernalia? Coat, uparani, fetta, etc. Lay off all that before me. Why wear them on the body?" Thus Das Ganu immediately took them off and placed them at Baba's feet. Henceforth, Das Ganu never wore these things while doing the kirtan. He was always bare from waist upwards. A pair of chiplis was in his hand and a garland round his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all the Haridas, but this is the best and the purest method. The sage Narada, from whom the Kirtan Padati originated, wore nothing on his torso and head. He carried a veena in his hand and wandered from place to place singing the glory of the Lord. Mr. Cholkar's sugarless tea. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmednagar districts, but Nana Sahib Chandorkar, by his word of mouth, and Das Ganu, by his splendid kirtans, spread the fame of Baba in the Konkan region, that is Mumbai Presidency. In fact, it was Das Ganu, may God bless him, who by his beautiful and inimitable kirtans made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who come to hear the kirtans have different tastes. Some like the erudition or learning of the Haridas, some his gestures, some his singing, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertation on Vedant, and some his main theme, and so on. But among them, there are very few who, by hearing the kirtan, get faith and devotion or love for God or saints. The effect of hearing Das Ganu's kirtan on the minds of audience was, however, electric, as it were. We give an instance here. Das Ganu was once doing his kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in the Kopeshwar temple in Thane. One Mr. Cholkar, a poor man serving as temporary employee in the civil courts in Thana, was amongst the audience. He heard Das Ganu's kirtan most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed and vowed to Baba, saying, "Baba, I'm a poor man, unable to support my family. If, by your grace, I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Shirdi, fall at your feet, and distribute sugar candy in your name." As luck would have it, Mr. Cholkar did pass the examination, did get the permanent post, and now it remained for him to fulfill his vow. The sooner, the better. Mr. Cholkar was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay the expenses for a Shirdi trip. As is well said, one can easily cross over Nahane Ghat in Thane district or even the Sahyadri range, but it is very difficult for a poor man to cross Amber Ghat, that is the threshold of his own house. As Mr. Cholkar was anxious to fulfill his vow as early as possible, he resolved to cut down his expenses and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in this way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, fell at his feet, offered a coconut, distributed it with a clean conscience along with sugar candy as per his vow, and said to Baba that he was much pleased with his darshan and that his desires were fulfilled that day. Mr. Cholkar was in the masjid with his host, Bapu Saheb Jog. When the host and the guest both got up and were about to leave the masjid, Baba spoke to Jog as follows. Give him, your guest, cup of tea fully saturated with sugar. Hearing these significant words, Mr. Cholkar was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were bedwetted with tears, and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Jog was also curious about this direction. Baba wanted by his words to create faith and devotion in Cholkar's mind. He hinted, as it were, that he got the sugar candy as per his vow, and that he knew fully well his secret determination not to use sugar in his diet. Baba meant to say, if you spread your palms with devotion before me, I am immediately with you day and night. Though I'm here physically, still I know what you do beyond the seven seas. Go wherever you wish over the wide world. I am with you. My abode is in your heart, and I am within you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart as well as in the hearts of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knows me thus. What a beautiful and important lesson Baba had thus imparted to Mr. Cholkar. Two lizards. Now we close this chapter with a story of two lizards. Once Baba was sitting in the masjid. A devotee sat in front of him when a lizard ticked. Out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether this ticking of the lizard signified anything good or was it a bad omen. Baba said that the lizard was overjoyed as her sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out the meaning of Baba's words. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came on horseback to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse would not go, as it was hungry and wanted grams. He took out a bag of grams from his shoulders to bring grams and dashed it on the ground to remove dirt. A lizard came out from there and, in the presence of all, climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark her well. She at once went strutting to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, whirled round and danced with love. Where is Shirdi and where is Aurangabad for the lizard? How should the man on horse back home there from Aurangabad bring the lizard? How should Baba make the prophecy of the meeting of these two sisters? All this is really very wonderful and proves the omniscience, the all-knowing nature of Baba. Postscript. He who respectfully reads this chapter or studies it daily will get all his miseries removed by the grace of the Sadguru Sai Baba. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Om Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Srinidhi, you can continue.
Is it me next?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chapter 16 and 17.
All right. Chapter 16 and 17. Quick Brahma Jnana. These two chapters relate the story of rich gentleman who wanted Brahma Jnana quickly from Sai Baba. The last chapter describes how Mr. Cholkar
One second. Are you getting a resound here? I'm getting a reaction here. Maybe I'll use the computer. One second. One second. Yeah. It's still coming like that. I don't know why. The last chapter described how Mr. Cholkar's vow of small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion. But if the same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of Satchit Anand, he did not care much for mere outward formalities. But if an offering was made in a humble spirit, the same was welcome, and he accepted it with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there is no person more generous and benevolent than a Sadguru, like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to the Chintamani jewel and Kalpataru or the Kamadhenu. They give us only what we desire. But the Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable, the reality. Now let us hear how Sai Baba disposed of a rich man who came to him and implored him to give him Brahmajnana. There was a rich gentleman, unfortunately his name and whereabouts are not mentioned, who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large quantity of wealth, houses and lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba's fame reached his ears, he said to a friend of his that he was not in want of anything, and so he would go to Shirdi and ask Baba to give him Brahmajnana, which if he got, would certainly make him more happy. His friend dissuaded him, saying, "It is not easy to know Brahma, and especially so for an avaricious man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife, and children, who will, in your quest of Brahmajnana, satisfy you, who does not give away even a paisa in charity." Not minding his friend's advice, the fellow engaged a return journey Tanga and came to Shirdi. He went to Masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and said, "Baba, hearing that you show Brahma to all who come to you, I too have come here all the way from my distant place. I am much fatigued by the journey, and if I get Brahmajnana from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded." Baba then replied, "Oh my dear friend, do not be anxious. I shall show you Brahma. Many people come to me and ask for wealth, health, power, honor, position, cure of diseases, and other temporal matters. Rare is the person who comes to me and asks for Brahmajnana. There is no dearth of people asking for worldly things, but people interested in spiritual matters are very rare. I think it is a fortunate and auspicious moment when persons like you come and ask me for Brahmajnana. So forthwith, I showed to you with pleasure Brahma with all its accompaniments and complexities." Saying this, Baba started to show him Brahma. He made him sit there and engaged him in some other
talk and thus made him forget his question for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to one Nandu Marwadi and get him a loan of ₹5. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that Nandu was absent and his house was locked. Then Baba asked him to go to Bala Grocer and get from him the said loan. This time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated again, twice or thrice, with the same result. Sai Baba was, as we know, the living and moving Brahma incarnate. Then someone may ask, why did he want the paltry sum of ₹5? And why did he try hard to get it? In reality, he did not want this sum at all. He must have known fully that Nandu and Bala were absent, and he seemed to have adopted this procedure as a test for the seeker of Brahma. The gentleman had a roll or bundle of currency notes in his pocket, and if he was really earnest, he would not have sat quiet and be a mere onlooker when Baba was frantically trying to get a paltry sum of ₹5. He knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the sum. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, namely the Brahmajnana. Any other man who really loved Baba would have given to him ₹5 at once instead of being a mere onlooker. It was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to be impatient, as he was in a haste to return and implored Baba, saying, "Oh Baba, please give me Brahmajnan soon." Baba replied, "Oh my dear friend, did you not understand all the procedure that I went through sitting in this place for enabling you to see Brahma? It is in short this: for seeing Brahma, one has to give 5 things, that is, surrender 5 things, namely 5 pranas, that is vital forces, 5 senses, mind, intellect, and ego. This path of Brahmajnan or self-realization is as hard as treading on the edge of a razor. Sai Baba then gave a rather long discourse on the subject, the purport of which is given below. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
For Brahmajnana or self-realization. Qualifications are absolutely necessary. Mumuksha or intense desire to get free. He who thinks that he is bound and that he should get free from bondage and works earnestly and resolutely to that end, and who does not care for any other thing, is qualified for the spiritual life. Number 2, virakti or feeling of disgust with things of this world and the next. Unless a man feels disgusted with the things, emoluments, and honors which his action would bring in his world and the next, he has no right to enter into the spiritual life. Number 3, Antarmukta, intervention. Our senses have been created by God with a tendency to move outward, and so man always looks outside himself and not inside.
He who wants self-realization and immortal life must turn his gaze inwards and look to his inner self. Number 4, catharsis from purging away of sins. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self-realization even by means of knowledge. Number 5, right conduct. Unless a man leads a life of truth, penance, and insight, a life of celibacy, he cannot be God realization. He cannot get God realization. Number 6, preferring shreyas, the good, to prayers, the pleasant. There are two sorts of things, that is, the good and the pleasant. The former deals with the spiritual affairs and the latter with mundane matters. Both these approach man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise, through greed and attachment, chooses the pleasant. Number 7, control of the mind and the senses. The body is the chariot and the self is its master. Intellect is the curative and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses and the sensory objects their path. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained, his senses unmanageable like the vicious horses of a chariot, does not reach his destination, get realization, but goes through the round of births and deaths. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained, his senses being under control, like the good horse of a chariot, reaches place. That is the state of self-realization when he is not born again. The man who has understanding has his curative guide and is able to raise his mind, reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of all pervading Vishnu, the Lord. Number 8, purification of the mind. Unless a man has attachment and disinterestedly duty of his station in life, his mind will not be purified, and unless his mind is purified, he can't get self-realization. It is only in the purified mind that viveka, distinction between the unreal and the real, and vairagya, non-attachment to the
Umar, do you have
unreal,
English science
proper
actually?
and lead on the self-realization.
Is it in your room?
Unless egoism is dropped,
Can I take it?
abilities got rid of, and the mind may desire pure self-realization is not possible. The idea that I'm in the body is a great delusion, and attachment through this idea is the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment, therefore, if you want to get the self-realization. Number 9, the necessity of a guru. The knowledge of the self is so subtle and mystic that no one could, by his own individual effort, ever hope to attain it. So the help of other person, teacher, who has himself got self-realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with great labor and faith can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher, for he has walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciple steps on the ladder of spiritual progress. Number 10. And lastly, the Lord's grace is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with anybody, he gives him viveka and vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of mundane existence. The self cannot be gained the study of Vedas, nor by intellect, nor by much learning. He whom the self chooses, by him it is gained. To him the self reveals nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the dissertation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, there is in your pocket Brahma or Momon in the form of 50 times 5, 250 rupees. Please take it out." The gentleman took out from his pocket and the bundle of currency notes, and to his great surprise, he counted them, but there were 25 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing this omniscience of Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and craved for his blessing.
That's good.
And Baba said to him, "Roll up your
Who's
bundle
giving you chicken?
currency notes
You want to
unless
eat?
you get it completely of your awareness
जैसे ले लो मेरे को पढ़ना है.
or will not to get real Brahma. How can we, whose mind is engrossed in wealth, progeny, and prosperity, expect to know Brahma without removing ever his attachment to the same. The illusion of attachment or the love for money is a deep eddy with full of painful of crocodiles in the form of conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross the willful. Greed and Brahma are the poles asunder. They are externally opposed to each other. Where there is a greed, there is no room for thought or meditation of Brahma. Then how can a greedy man is passion and salvation? For a greedy man, there is no peace, neither contentment nor steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all the sadhana, spiritual endeavors are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from the desire of the fruit or reward of his actions and who has got into disgust for the same is useless and can't help him in getting self-realization. The teachings of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about the sense objects. Purification of mind is absolutely necessary. Without it, all our spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and wrong. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full, and I can give anyone what he wants, but I have to see whether he is qualified to receive what I give. If you listen to me carefully, you will be certainly benefited. Sitting in this masjid, I never speak any truth, any untruth. When a guest is invited to a house, all the members of the household and other friends and relations that happen to be present and entertained along with the guest. So all those that were present in the masjid at the time could partake of the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba's blessings, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happily and contented. Special characteristic of Baba. There are many saints who, leaving their houses, stay in forests, caves, or hermitages, and remaining solitude, try to get liberation or salvation for themselves. They don't care for other people and are always self-absorbed. Sai Baba was not such a type. He had no home, no wife, no progeny, nor any relation, near or distant. Still, he lived in the world society. He begged his bread from 4 or 5 houses, always lived at the foot of the neem tree, carried on worldly dealings, and taught all the people how to act and behave in this world. Rare are the sadhus and saints who, after attaining God vision, strive for the welfare of the people. Sai Baba was the foremost of this, and therefore says Hemant Khan. Blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the parents where this extraordinary, transcendent, precious, and pure jewel Sai Baba was born.
Bow to
Is to be asked. Sadguru Sainath
Nath Maharaj ki Jai. Chapter 18 and 19. Can you hear me?
You can continue chapter 8.
Ramya.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I want you to read till page number 95. Okay, the entire thing.
Yeah, I will read chapter 18 and 19. Wherever you tell me to stop, I will stop.
Okay, so you can stop in the beginning of page number 9.
At the end of page 95?
Till the end of beginning of page 96, you have 4 lines that complete the paragraph.
The first paragraph I'll finish.
Okay, so you can complete till Nath. Okay, till Nath.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sure. Sri Sai Baba ki Jai. Chapter 18 and chapter 19, How Himarpant was accepted and blessed. Stories of Mr. Sathe and Mrs. Deshmukh. Encouraging good thoughts to fruition. Variety in Updesh. Teachings regarding slander and remuneration for labor. In the last two chapters, Hemartpant described how a rich gentleman aspiring for quick Brahma Gyan was treated by Baba, and now in these two chapters, he describes how Hemartpant himself was accepted and blessed by Baba, how Baba encouraged good thoughts and fructified them, and his teachings regarding self-improvement, slander, and remuneration for labor. Preliminary. It is a well-known fact that the Sadguru looks first to the qualifications of his disciples and then gives them suitable instructions without unsettling their minds in the least, and leads them on towards the goal of self-realization. In this respect, some say that what the Sadguru teaches or instructs should not be should not be In this respect, some say that what the Sadguru teaches or instructs should not be divulged to others. They think that their instructions become useless if they are published. This view is not correct. The Sadguru is like a monsoon cloud. He pours down profusely, that is, scatters widely his nectar-like teachings. These we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content, and then serve others with them without any reservation. This rule should apply not only to what he teaches in our waking state, but to the visions he gives us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha Kaushik Rishi published his celebrated Ram Raksha Stotra, which he had seen in his dream. Like a loving mother, forcing bitter but beneficial medicines down the throats of her children for the sake of their health, Sai Baba imparted spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not veiled or secret but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions got their object. Sadgurus like Sai Baba open our eyes of intellect and show us the divine beauty of the self and fulfill our tender longings of devotion. When this is done, our desire for sense objects vanishes. Twin fruits of Vivek, discrimination, and Vairagya, dispassion or non-attachment, come to our hands, and knowledge sprouts up even up in the sleep. All this we get when we come in contact with saints. Sadguru serve them and secure their love. The Lord who fulfills the desires of his devotees come to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings and makes us happy. This progress or development is entirely due to the help of the Sadguru, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be after the Sadguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet, and serve him. Now we come to our main story. Mr. Sathe. There was a gentleman named Mr. Sathe who had attained some publicity many years ago during Crawford regime, which was put down by Lord Rea, the governor of Mumbai. He suffered severe losses in trade. Other adverse circumstances gave him much trouble and made him sad and dejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going out to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he turns to him and prays for relief. If his dismerits have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with a saint who gives him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sathe had a similar experience. His friends advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were flocking to get Sai Baba's darshan for getting peace of mind and the satisfaction of their wants. He liked the idea and at once came to Shirdi in 1917. Seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahm, self-luminous, peerless, and pure, his mind lost its restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought that it was the accumulation of merits in his former births that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He at once started to make a Parayan study of Guru Charitra. When the reading was finished in the Saptahas, that is 7 days, Baba gave him a vision that night. It was to this effect: Baba, with Guru Charit in his hand, was explaining its contents to Mr. Sathe, who was sitting in front and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba, who awakens souls like this that are snoring in ignorance and makes them taste the nectar of Guru Charitra. Next day, he informed Kaka Sahib Dikshit of this vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding its meaning or significance, whether one saptaha, week's reading, was sufficient, or whether he should begin again. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, when got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, what did you suggest to Mr. Sathe by this vision, whether he should stop or continue the saptaha? He is a simple devotee. His desire should be fulfilled. Then Baba replied, he should make one more saptaha of the book. If the work he studied carefully, the devotee will become pure and will be benefited. The Lord will be pleased and will rescue him from the bondage of the mundane existence. At this time, Hemat Pant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's legs. When he heard Baba's word, he thought in his mind, what? Mr. Sathe read for a week only and got a reward, and I am reading it for 40 years with no result. His 7 day stay here becomes fruitful, while my 7 year stay from 1910 to 1917 goes for nothing. Like a chatak bird, I am ever waiting for the merciful cloud Baba to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instruction. No sooner did this thought cross his mind, Baba knew it then and there. It was the experience of the bhaktas that Baba understood all their thoughts and that he suppressed the evil thoughts and encouraged the good ones. Reading Hemant Pant's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up, go to Shama, Madhav Rao Deshpande, get from him rupees 15 as dakshina, sit and chit-chat with him for a while and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued this order. And who could disobey Baba's order? Hemat Pant immediately left the masjid and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and was wearing a dhotar. He came out and asked Hemat Pant, how is it that you are here now? It seems that you have come from masjid. Why do you look restless and dejected? Why are you alone? Please sit and rest, while I shall do my worship and return. In the meanwhile, you please take pan, bida, leaves and betel nuts. Let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying this, he went inside and Himatpant sat alone in the veranda. He saw in the window a well-known Marathi book called Nath Bhagavad. This is a commentary by Saint Eknath on the 11th Skand chapter of the bigger Sanskrit work, the Bhagavad. At the suggestion or recommendation of Sai Baba, Messrs. Bapu Sahib Jog and Mr. Bapu Sahib Jog and Kaka Sahib Dikshit read Bhagavad Gita, daily, with its Marathi commentary named Bhavarth Deepika or Dhyaneshwari, a dialogue between Krishna and his friend, devotee Arjun, and Nath Bhagavad, a dialogue between Krishna and his servant, devotee Uddhav, and also Eknath's and other big work, Bhavarth Ramayana. When devotees came to Baba and asked him certain questions, he sometimes answered them in part and asked them to go and listen to the readings of the above mentioned works, which are the main treatise of Bhagavad Dharma. When the devotees went and listened, they got full and satisfactory replies to their questions. Hemat Pant also used to read daily some portions of Nath Bhagavad. That day should I stop? That day he did not complete the daily portion of his reading, but had left it unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who were going to the masjid.
Rashmiji, you can stop here.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sai Baba ki jai. Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
That looks like three-story building. Yeah, so we did not hear him. Where did he leave? Where should I start?
Okay, so you're going to start from Mrs. Radhabai Deshmukh.
Okay, all right, thank you. And how Rashmi, how long I did be up to?
Before
Sorry, I can't hear. Before?
before encouraging good thoughts.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Okay, before
Thank you.
that, then stop.
Yeah, all right. Mrs. Radhabai Deshmukh. There was an old woman by the name Radhabai. She was the mother of one Kashaba Deshmukh. Hearing Baba's fame, she came to Shirdi with the people of Sangam Nagar. She took Baba's darshan and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she should accept Baba as her guru and take some upadesh from him. She determined to fast herself unto death, so long as Baba did not accept her and give her any upadesh or mantra. She stayed in her lodging and stopped taking any food or water for the 3 days. As I was frightened by this ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Baba on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You drag so many persons here. You know that old lady. She's very obstinate and depends on you. She has resolved to fast unto death. If you don't accept and instruct her, if anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her, and as a consequence, she met her death. So take some mercy on her, bless her and instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her and made her change her mind by addressing as follows. Oh mother, why do you have to subject yourself to unnecessary tortures? You are my mother and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me through. I tell you my own story, which if you listen carefully will do you good. I had a guru. He was a great saint and most merciful. I served him long, very long. Still, he would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had keen desire never to leave him, but to stay with and serve him, and at all costs receive some instructions from him. But he had his own way. He first got my head shaved and asked me for 2 paisa as dakshina. I gave the same at once. You may say that as my guru was perfect, why should he ask for money and how should he be called desireless? The reply is that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with them? His 2 paisa were firm faith, number 1, and number 2, patience and perseverance. I gave these 2 paisa to him and he was pleased. I resorted to my guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was no dearth of food and clothing. He was full of love, or say he was love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me most. Rare is a guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in deep meditation, and then we both were filled with bliss. Night and day, I gazed at him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I had no other subject to meditate upon, nor any other thing than my guru to attend. He was my sole refugee. My mind was always fixed on him. This firm faith, nishtha, is 1 paisa of dakshina. Saburi, patience and perseverance, is the other paisa. I waited patiently and served my guru. This saburi will ferry you across the sea of this mundane existence. Saburi removes all sins and afflictions, gets rid of calamities in various ways, and casts aside all fear and ultimately gives you success. Saburi in the mind is the mind of virtues. Consort of good thought, Nishta faith, and Saburi patience are like twin sisters, loving each other very intimately. My guru never expected any other thing from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him. Still, I never felt the absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance, just as a tortoise feeds her younger ones. Whether they are near her or away from her on the other side of the bank, her loving glances, oh mother, my guru never taught me any mantra. Then how shall I blow you any mantra in your ears? Just remember that guru's taught us like loving glance gives us happiness. Do not try to get mantra or upadesh from anybody. Make me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will no doubt attain paramartha, the spiritual goal of life. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I in turn look at you. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, nothing but the truth. No sadhana or proficiency in the 6 shastras is necessary. Have faith and confidence in your guru. Believe that guru is the sole actor or doer. Blessed is he who knows the greatness of his guru and thinks him to be Hari, Hara, and Brahma, Tirumurti, incarnate. Instructed in this way, the old lady was convinced. She bowed to Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and attentively and marking its significance and appropriateness, Hemat Pant was most agreeably surprised. On seeing his wonderful Leela of Baba, he was moved from tip to toe. He was overflowing with joy. His throat was choked and he was not able to utter a single word. Shama, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you so silent? How shall I describe the innumerable leelas of Baba?" Just at this time, the bell in the masjid began to ring, proclaiming that the noon worship and arati ceremony had begun. Therefore, Shama and Hemant Pant hurried to the masjid. Babu Sahib Jog had just started the worship. Women were up in the masjid and men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all singing the arati in chorus to the accompaniment of drums. Shama went up, pulling Hemant Pant with him. He sat on to the right and Hemant Pant in front of Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hemant Pant to give the dakshina brought from Shama. He replied that Shama gave namaskaras in lieu of rupees, and that he was there in person. Baba said, "All right, now let me know whether you both had a chit chat, and if so, tell me all that you talked about." Not minding the sounds of the bell, the drum, and the chorus songs, Hemant Pant was eager to tell Baba what they had talked about and started to narrate it. Baba was also anxious to hear, and so he left the bolster and leaned forward. Hemant Pant said all that they talked about was very pleasant, especially the story of the old lady was most wonderful, and that on hearing it, he thought that his Leela was inexplicable and under the guise of that story. He really blessed him. Baba then said, "Wonderful is the story. How were you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you. So tell me all about it." Then Hemant Pant related in full the story which he had heard a little while before and which he had made a lasting impression on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleased and asked him, "Did the story strike you and did you catch its significance?" He replied, "Yes, Baba, and restlessness of my mind has vanished and I have got true peace and rest and come to know the true path." Then Baba spoke as follows, "My method is quite unique. Remember well this one story and it will be very useful to get the knowledge, realization of the self. Dhyan, meditation is necessary. If you practice it continuously, the vrittis, subtle thoughts, will be pacified. Being quite desireless, you should meditate on God, who is in all the creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledge incarnate, consciousness, and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe, as you see here, night and day. As you go on doing this, your vrittis will be single pointed, and the distinction between the dhyana, meditative, dhyana, act of meditation, the idea, the thing meditated upon will be lost, and the meditator will be one with the consciousness and be merged in the Brahma. The mother tortoise is on one bank of the river and her young ones are on the other. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. Her mere loving glance gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember, meditate upon their mother. The tortoise glance is to the young ones the only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is the relation between the guru and disciples. When Baba uttered these words, the chorus of the Arti songs were over and all cried out loudly in unison, "Victory to be our Sadguru Sai Maharaj, who is pure consciousness, knowledge and bliss." Dear readers, let us imagine that we are at this time standing amongst the crowd in the masjid and let us join them in this Jai Jai Kar. After the Arati ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed. Baba Sahib Jog came forward to, as usual, and after saluting Baba, gave into his palm a handful of sugar candy. Baba pushed all this into the hands of Hemant Pant and said to him, "If you take the story to your heart and remember it well, your state will be sweet as a sugar candy. All your desires will be fulfilled and you will be happy." Hemant Pant bowed down to Baba and implored, "Do favor like this. Bless and protect me always, Baba." always. Baba replied, hear the story, meditate on it, and assimilate its spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord. You will manifest himself to you. Who will manifest himself to you? Dear readers, Hemat Pant got prasad of sugar candy, and we now get the prasad of sugar candy or nectar of the story. Let us drink it to our heart's content, meditate on it and assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Hemat Pant had dealt with some other matters which are given below. Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words of Baba are of general welfare and invaluable. If you are kept in mind and acted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any men or creatures come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with the due respect. Sri Hari, God will be certainly pleased if you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and your veranda to strangers for resting. If anybody wants any money from you and you are not inclined to give, do not give, but do not bark at him like a dog. Let anybody speak hundreds of things against you. Do not resent by giving any bitter reply. If you tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world go topsy-turvy. You remain where you are, standing in your own place. Look on calmly at the show of things passing before you. Demolish the wall of difference that separates you from me, and then the road for our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiation as I and thou is a barrier that keeps away the disciple from his master, and unless that is destroyed, the state of union is not possible. Allah Malik, that is, God is the sole proprietor. Nobody else is our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, and indestructible. His will be done, and he will show us the way and satisfy our heart's desires. It is on account of Rinanubandh, former relationship, that we have come together. Let us love and serve each other and be happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy. All others merely exist, that is, live so long as they breathe. Om Sachidananda Satguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you.
Encouraging good thoughts of fruition. It is interesting to note how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him with love and devotion, and you will see how he helps you off and on in so many things. Some saint has said that when you get a good thought immediately after awakening from sleep, and if you develop the same to afterwards during the day, your intellect will be unfolded and your mind will attain calmness. Hemat Pant wanted to try this. On one Wednesday night before going to bed, B thought, tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place, that is Shirdi, is so holy. So let me pass the whole day in remembering and chanting the Rama Nama. And then he slept. Next morning, when he got up, he remembered without any effort the name of Rama and was much pleased. He then, after finishing his morning duties, went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dixit's Wada and was just passing Bhuti's Wada, present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung nicely by one Aurangabadkar in the masjid before Baba. The song was Guru Kripanja Payo Mere Bai, etc. by Eknath, in which he says he got Corium in the form of Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Rama in and out, in sleep, dream, and waking state, and everywhere. there were so many songs, and why was this song particularly chosen by Aurangabadkar, a devotee of Baba? Is this not a curious coincidence arranged by Baba to feed the determination of Hemat Pan to sing unceasingly Ramanama during the day? All saints agree on and lay stress upon the efficacy of uttering Rama's name in fulfilling the ambitions of the bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. You can read, Singh. You can read.
Hi, Guru. Variety in Upadesh, slanderer condemned. Sai Baba required no special place nor any special time for giving instructions. Whenever any occasion demanded, he gave them freely. Once it is so happened that a bhakta of Baba reviled another behind his back before other people. On leaving aside merits, he dwelt on the faults of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on hatred and ill will. Saints see scandal in another light. They say that there was various ways of cleansing or removing dirt, viz., by means of earth, water, and soap, etc. But a scandal monger has got a way of his own. He removes the dirt, faults of others by his tongue. So in a way obliges the person which he reviles, and for this he is so thanked. Sai Baba had his own method of correcting the scandal monger. He knew by his omniscience what the slanderer had done, and when he met him at noon near the Lendi, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating filth near the fence, and said to him, "Behold how with what relish it is gorging dung. Your conduct is similar. You go on reviling your own brethren to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you are born a man. If you act like this, will Shirdi help you in any way?" Needless to say that the bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whenever necessary. If these are born in our minds, acted upon in spiritual goal, realization is not far off. There is a proverb which says, "If there be my Hari, Lord, he will feed me on my cot." This proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing, but if anyone trusting in this sits quiet and does nothing in spiritual matters, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self-realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Baba said that he was omnipresent, occupying land, air, country, world, light, and heaven, and that he was not limited. To remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, 3 cubits and half in length, he incarnated himself in this form, and if any devotee meditated on him day and night with the complete self-surrender, he experienced complete union without any difference. With him like sweetness and sugar, waves and sea, eye and his luster. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths should lead a righteous life with his mind calm and composed. He should always engage himself in good actions, should do his duties, surrender himself, heart and soul to him. He need not them be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely hears and expounds his leelas and does not think of anything else is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him. But to those who wanted to know who they were, who am I, inquiry. He advised Shravanam, study, and Manamam, meditation. To some, he advised remembering God's name. To others, hearing his leelas. To some, worship of his feet. To others, reading and studying Adhyamata, Adhyatma Ramayana, Jnaneswari, and other sacred scriptures. Some he made sit near his feet, and some he sent to Khandoba's temple, and some he advised his repetition of the thousands names of Vishnu, and some the study of Chandyoga, Upanishad, and Gita. There was no limit nor restriction to his instructions. To some, he gave them in person, to others by visions in dreams. To one, addicted to drink, he appeared in his dream, sat on his chest, pressed it, and left him, after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some, he explained some mantras, like Guru Brahma in dreams. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he should leave off Hatha Yoga practices, sit quiet and wait. Sabari. It is impossible to ascribe all his ways and methods in ordinary worldly dealings. He set examples by his actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day at noon, Baba came near Radha Krishna Mai's house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some men brought it and set it against the house as directed by Baba. He climbed up on the roof of Vaman Gankar's house, past the roof of Radha Krishna Mai's house, and then got down from the other corner. What object Baba had, none could know. Radha Krishna Mai was at that time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off that fever that he may have gone there. Immediately after getting down, Baba paid rupees to the two persons who brought the letter. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally.
Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sai Ram. Lord Guru taught all Das Guru program. God was also yes, played let us after doctors also full for history. Baba passed also moving to the farm with his the love he bore for him in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed Baba, "O Baba, go home to tell you Allah, go to your Lord, you Baba, enjoy your meal." In this way, he accosted each and every one, sent them home. Even now, you can have the pleasure of Sai to bring in imagination. Now, bringing Sai in our mental, let us meditate from his feet. Isha, as Guru once started to write key commentary on the Isha, let us give brief idea of before proceeding further. It is called Mantra as it is the mantra of the it constitutes the last or the 40th chapter of the Vatsanya Sankita Yajurveda and its info called Vatsanya Sahit Upanishad. Being embedded in Vedic that this is regarded as superior to all other books which are in the Brahmacaya and Aranyakaya. Not only this, other Upanishads commentary are truths and mentioned in the Upanishad. For instance, the biggest Buddha Upanishad is considered by Pandit Sankara as coming Professor R.D. Raj says, Isha Upanishad is quite a small, but it contains many facts, so an extraordinary chaotic time. Within a short time, 18 verses, gives a valuable description of Indian faith and stands in the midst of himself and adumbration of Karma Yoga. The most valuable idea of logical synthesis two of knowledge, which are both required for to be an angular synthesis. Page 24 of his philosophy. Another place, poetry of the core mixture of world and physical knowledge. From the brief description about his Upanishad, one can see how difficult translate this in a vernacular language. Note it. As Donu translated it for Marathi first Bible, but as he did not present the gist or spirit of the he was not his performance. On being dissatisfied, consulted someone regarding his doubt, discussed it. They did not solve them or they gave any rational. As Guru Danu was a full Sadguru only competent and qualified, competent and qualified. As we have seen his Upanishad is the quintessence of Veda. It is the science of self-realization. It is the stick or weapon which can rend asunder the bondage of life and death, make us free. Therefore, he thought that he who has himself attained self-realization can only give him the true or correct interpretation of Upanishad. When nobody could satisfy Dasguru, he resolved to consult Sai Baba and got an opportunity to go to him. He saw Sai Baba, prostrated himself before him, and mentioned his difficulty about the Isha Upanishad and requested him to give the correct solution. Sai Baba blessed him and said, "You need not be anxious. There is no difficulty about the matter. Be servant of Baba. All your doubts at any people who were present there and heard his thoughts, Baba was joking. How could an illiterate make solve difficulties of his speech? But Das Guru thought he was sure that whatever Baba spoke would come true, as Baba's word is the tree of Brahma. Tatas, fully believing Baba's word, of Mumbai, stayed in Kakatan. There the next Das Guru was enjoying his morning nap. Some say he was engaged in worship. He heard a poor girl's beautiful song, clear and melodious tone. The theme of the song was a crimson colored sari. How nice it was, how fine was its embroidery, how beautiful were borders. He liked the song so much that he came out. It was being sung by a young girl, sister of Namya, who was a servant of Namya. The girl was cleaning vessels her impoverished condition, her happy temperament, Das Guru felt pity of her. And when Rao Bahadur envied Pradhan, gave him a pair of dhotra the next day, he requested him to give a sari to the poor little girl. Rao Bahadur bought a good Shirdi, small sari and handed it to her. Like a star burst with precious dishes to eat, her joy knew no bounds. Next day, she wore the new sari out of great joy and gladness, whirled and danced around, played for with other girls. Following day, she kept the new sari in her bag at home and came in the old and torn rags, but she looked as very as she was the previous day. On seeing this, Das was transformed into admiration. He thought that the girl being poor had wear a torn rag. Now she had a new sari, which she kept in reserve, putting on the rag, curled himself, showing no trace of sorrow or this. Thus, he realized that all our feelings of pain and pleasure depend upon the attitude of the mind. On thinking deeply over this incident and realized that man ought to enjoy whatever God has in the firm conviction that he sets everything from all sides, and that whatever is bestowed upon us by God must be good. In this particular case, impoverished condition of the poor girl, found that inside, donor, and the ideal were all part of the Lord and pervaded by him. Here, Das Guru got practical demonstration of the lesson of commitment to one's own Lord with the belief that whatever happens is ordained by God and is almighty for good for us. Unique method of teaching. From the above instance, reader will see that Baba's method were, though Baba never left me, sent some to Achindar Rajgad, some to Kolhapur, sing sadhanas. Some he appeared in his usual form, some he appeared in waking or dream state, day or night, satisfied with that. It is impossible to describe all the methods the Baba imparted instructions to his bhakta. In his particular case, when Das got very parley, where he got his problem through the maid servant. Those who say it was not necessary to send him and that Baba could have personally taught him. He says that Baba was right or left, or how else would not could learn a great lesson. The poor maid servant was forbidden by the Now we close this chapter. Another beautiful extract of this Upanishad. Ethics of the Isha. One of the main features of this Isha Upanishad is the ethical advice it offers. It is interesting to note that the ethics of the Upanishad are definitely based on the physical position given in it. The very opening words of God cover everything as a corollary from his metaphysical position. Ethical advice it offers. Man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him in the firm belief that as he pervades the world, whatever is bestowed on him, God must be good. Follows naturally that Upanishad warns us from coveting another man's property. In fact, we are keenly taught here a lesson of contentment with one's own Lord, that whatever happens is divinely ordained and hence it is good for us. Another moral advice: man must spend his lifetime always in doing and specifically the karma joined in the Shastras with resignation on his will. Inactively, according to this, would be the canker of the stomach. It is only when a man spends his lifetime in this matter he can hope to attain the ideal of Naishkarmaya. Finally, the next goes on to say that man who sees all beings in the self sees the self as in all beings is man, for whom all beings and everything have become the self. How can such a man suffer infatuation? What ground would such a man loathfulness, infatuation, if barely proceed from or not being able to see the Atma in all things? But a man who realizes the oneness of all things, for whom everything has become self, must so facto is offer affected by the common purpose of humanity. Page 169 to 170 of Great Period by Alvekar and O Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sai. Sadhguru Sai Nath Maharaj Ki Jai. Leela Ji, chapter 21.
Chapter 21.
You can complete until page number 112, Anantarao Patankar. Okay?
All right, sure. Thank you. Chapter 21. Stories of V.H. Thakur, Anantarao Pandarkar, and Pandapur Pleader. In this chapter, Hemad Pant relates the stories of Vinayak Harishchandra Thakur, Anantarao Pandarkar of Pune, and a pleader from Pandapur. All these stories are very interesting, which, if very carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers onto spiritual path. Preliminary. It is a general rule that it is our good luck in the form of accumulation of the merits of the past births that enables us to seek the company of saints and benefit thereby. As an illustration of this rule, Hemad Pant gives his own instance. He was residence magistrate of Bandra, a suburb of Mumbai, for many years. A famous Mohammedan saint named Pir Maulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who follow different religion used to go to him and take his darshan. His mujawar by name Yunus pressed Hemad Pant many a time for going to see him, but for some or the other reason, he was not able to see him. After many years, his turn came and he was called to Shirdi, where he permanently enrolled in Sai Baba's darbar. Unfortunate fellows do not get such contact of the saints. It is only the fortunate ones that get it. Institution of the saints. There has been institutions of saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints appear themselves in various places to carry out the missions allocated to them. But though they work in different places, they are, as it were, one. They work in union under the common authority of the Almighty Lord. Know fully well what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating this is given below. Mr. Thakur. Mr. V.H. Thakur, B.A., was a clerk in Revenue Department, and he came to the town named Vadgaon near Belgaum, South Mysore country, along with survey party. There he saw a Kanasare saint, Appa, and bowed before him. The saint was explaining portion of the book Vichar Sagar of Nischal Das, a standard work of Vedanta, to the audience. When Thakur was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. When you go up north in discharge of your duties in the future, you will come across a great saint by your fortune, and then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy." Then he was transferred to Junnar, where he had to go by crossing Nane Ghat. This ghat was steep and difficult, and no other conveyance other than a buffalo was of use in crossing it. So he had to take buffalo ride through the ghat, which was most convenient to him. Thence he was transferred on promotion to Kalyan, and there he got acquainted with Nana Sahib Chandkar. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi, and he had asked Thakur to accompany him. He could not do so, as he had to attend the Thane civil court for civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thana, but the case was to postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still, he left to Shirdi, and when he reached there, he found that Nana Sahib had left the place the previous day. Some of his other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears, and his hair stood on end. Then, after a while, the omniscient Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not so easy as the teachings of Kanasare Saint Appa, and even as the buffalo ride of Nanegat. In this spiritual path, you have to put in your exertion. It is very difficult." When Thakur heard the significant words, which only he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know that the word of Canary Saint had turned true. Then, joining both hands and placing his head on Baba's feet, he prayed that he should be accepted and blessed. Then Baba said, "What Appa told you was all right, but these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think and carry out what you read. Otherwise, it is of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of Guru and self realization is of no avail." This theoretical portion was read from the book or from the work Vichar Sagar by Thakur, but practical way was shown to him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out this truth forcefully. Anantarao Patankar, one gentleman from Pune by name Anantarao Patankar, wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan. His eyes were satisfied and he was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet and after performing proper worship, said to Baba, "I have read a lot, studied Vedas and Vedantas and Upanishads, and heard all the Puranas, but still I have not got any peace of mind. So I think all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout persons are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, all the learnings is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace. So many people by the so many people by your mere glance and potent words have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me." This Baba told him a parable which was as follows. Parable of 9 balls of stool, Navavida Bhakti. Anyone else reading after this or? From side up.
Are you there? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Praise Maharaj ki. Mr. Patankar So he called every counselor his daughter. What does Baba mean by this? He replied, do not do Baba things the prayer is not the right was Bhavan, Kirtan, Bharat, Devendra, Arjun, Arjun, Namaskar, Pudding, Satyam, Atma Nived. These are the anyone who was the parent of them and this their knowledge of the God and then Burma are of what is more transfer yourself after then you will attain the next day when he was asked, he collected the he said, he being a poor good then did him that he would peace and after this very much no sign. Yes. Yes. Iron. The Pandharpur issue to close bring Baba in them once a period of unity to much side. It could be that when Baba is for cutting the gift of the but you say, is it not amazing? This remark fitted the pleader and he had to wear it. None understood the remark. The pleader grasped it but kept silent. When they returned to the Vada, the pleader said to Baba Sahib, what Baba remarked was perfectly right. That the remark was aimed at me. It was a hint to me that I should not indulge in revealing or scandalizing others, calling me. When the subject of the mistake of Mr. Olkar came and stayed here, his health, speaking about this matter, known in the Bible, wonderful. It was said or discussed there that the elements from which the substance suffered here ever likely to be got rid of without medium, but merely going up the side. And whether was proper for a man like the subject, it was such the subject was taken to task, that is, he was criticized as also cited. I also took part in this attack. How is I was not sure the simplicity of my life. It's not a book to me, but a fair lesson that I should not indulge in any scandal or slander, not interfere and Shruti.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Shruti. Yeah.
Okay. Should I start with 22?
Yeah, you can start with up to then you can complete up to page number 16, 116, right?
So I'll start with 22 and finish at 116, right?
Yeah, 116. I want you to finish before the Bala Sahib.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Chapter 22. Rescues from serpent bites, Bala Saheb Mirkar, Bapu Saheb Bhuti, Amir Shakar, Hemantpad Baba's opinion regarding killing the serpents. Preliminary. How to meditate on Baba. No one has been able to fathom the nature or the form of Almighty. Even the Vedas and the thousand-tongued Shesha are not able to describe it fully. The devotees also cannot know but only look at the form of the Lord, for they know that his feet are their only refuge. They know no other method of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet. Hemantpad suggests an easy way of devotion and meditation as follows. As the dark fortnight of every month wears out gradually, the moonlight also wanes in the same degree, and on the new moon day, we do not see the moon at all. Therefore, when the bright fortnight begins, people are very anxious to see the moon. On the first day, the moon is not seen, and on the second day, she emerges as a thin crescent. Then the people are asked to see the moon through the opening between the two branches of a tree, and when they begin to see through their aperture eagerly, the distant small crescent of the moon comes to their sight. Following this instance, let us see Baba's form. Look at Baba's posture, how fine it is. He's sitting with his legs folded, the right leg held across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the toe are spread his two fingers, the index and the middle ones. By this posture, Baba seems to say, if you want to see my true form, be egoless and most humble and meditate on my toe through the opening between the index and the middle fingers. And then you will be able to see my light. Now let us turn to Baba's life. Shirdi has become a place of pilgrimage on account of Baba's stay there. People from all quarters began to flock there, and people from all quarters began to flock there, and both the rich and the poor began to be benefited in more ways than one. Who can describe Baba's boundless love and his wonderful knowledge and his all-pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience these. Sometimes Baba observed long silence, which was in a way his dissertation on Brahma. At other times, he was pure consciousness, bliss incarnate, surrounded by his devotees. Sometimes he spoke in parables, and at other times indulged in wit and humor. At times he was quite calm, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teachings in a nutshell, at the other times he argued at length. Many a time he was very direct. In this way, he gave varied instructions to many according to their requirements. His wife was there, inscrutable, beyond the ken of our mind, intellect, and speech. Our longing to see his face, to talk with him, and hear his leelas was never satisfied. Still, we were overflowing with joy. We can gauge the showers of rain, capture the wind in a leather bag, but who can measure his leelas? Now we deal here with one aspect of them, that is, how he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and warned them in time. Om Sai Ram.
Sai Baba. Baba. Equal Dharma began to Baba sounded a note of warning. Our Dwarkaman. As Baba understand, Baba is our Dwarkaman. But there are not all the things on our map. The mother of once it was on our map, then the Baba gave him all of us. Amba Baba. Then using the of God and beautiful. What of Dwarka? When the Dwarka what can something all who were present there were for the need of all the friends, but none had the courage to ask Baba about it. Then Baba said to Baba and Sama. Baba called Sama back. Baba Sahib enjoyed the Sama came to Baba Sahib and told him that he would go for Baba. Baba Sahib said that present oh, the name of none of this was Baba. Then Baba 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 called back. Then Sarma came to Baba Sahib and said, Baba, Baba said, that and Baba, not Baba said, all right, what then do it. Whatever will happen. The meanwhile, Baba Sahib started over again and calling Sarma. When Sarma went again to Baba, started Baba Sahib Sangha. They reached the house, some place in the Maruti temple. The office people had not come. So they started the temple, talking and that Baba Sahib was there reading the newspaper. For was spread across his and on his face was unknown. Began with the sound was heard by the what happened in an alarm. Captain, Balasab was frightened and dead. Sharma was also stunned. Then other up and this was on that's common by Baba and Balasab which Baba was found. Babu Sahib a astrologer and Baba Sahib Babu Sahib was then for him. It is a religion life. It is not religion Baba Sahib when they are in they Baba, Baba, what is Nana say? If people death for you, then you not the let us see how death will be. And later, Babu Sahib, I will for him. Wait, that I don't Babu Sahib asked today, but I will Babu Sahib remembered Baba's word of Amit Sir was the message of for all super jump young से बच्चे अब तक Anda, Mumbai, it was well known here. Once suffered from physical achievement, then remembered Allah God. Let it to Baba and Baba then is Abad. Abad was in the Dham. Any other place are for people who have and Baba would and Baba did not own but Abad. Every morning, every evening, every alternative Baba Abad to Amit got Baba's contact very often. They there for 9 months then that just for the pay. So one night they overcome Parmesha. Then sign of gold to ask what if as asked. Now Amir was that then found the response as the school about Baba's Baba. Then remembering Baba's all the and then then our father Baba one night to happen that our life go up till and again it's the side of my head. After that done Baba says, but no, Baba asked some all of like the ground uh Baba or the Baba I mean so by force Baba built Baba then job of not other of moving up down. Hereupon Baba gave on human son, public servant. And Baba's reputation also said for the Vikram Maharaj, Bhagavad, Avarta, Ramayana, and human son one of the audience. When the reading of the book was being on, one from the Ramayana related to Hanuman's destiny, Rama's greatness, according to was did all the bound. Human son was one of the when it came from them on the right picture of on his burning. But it was not good, but as the father, as the God protects which God protects and slowly as well as dance in the shoulder. This to us great silence party as if also entitled then by the Lord grace, someone on shouted earlier, the two young older them are often together. So then went out and started. Hold on. I call in a subject and show you who is the window frame of up. The light was not the dark, so was the first agent. It back up and down. In this and but as not in the up is no blow, but in the night of phone. Then all the Baba's opinion. Once he put them, it said that that it is someone was saying there was a farmer complaining that what the breaker had as a night not really arrived.
Sangeeta ji, you can start with 23.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, okay. Chapter 23, Yoga and Onion, Shama cured of snakebite, cholera ordinance broken, ordeal of Guru Bhakti, preliminary. In reality, this jiva transcends the three qualities which sattva, rajas, and tamas, but being deluded by Maya, he forgets his nature, which is pure consciousness, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the doer and thus entangles himself in endless miseries and does not know the way to deliverance. The only way to deliverance is the loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player of, or actor, Lord Sai, has delighted his bhaktas and transformed them into himself. We regard Sai Baba as an incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he is an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed people the way to behave satisfactorily and to carry out the duties of their respective stations in this life. He never emulates others in any way, nor asks others to have something done for him. For him who saw the God in all movable and immovable things of this world, humility was the virtue. None he disregarded or disrespected, for he saw Narayan in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant. And he always remembered him and always uttered Allah Malik. We do not know the various kinds of saints, how they behave, what they do, etc. We only know that by God's grace they manifest themselves in this world to liberate the ignorant and bound souls. If there be any store of merits in our account, we get the desire or interest in listening to the stories and leelas of the saints, otherwise not. Let us now turn to the main stories of this chapter. Yoga and Onion. Once it so happened that a sadhak of yoga came to Shirdi with Nanasai Chandorkar. He had studied all works on yoga, including the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba will be pleased with him, he will show him the way to attain samadhi for a longer time. With this object in view, he came to Shirdi, and when he went to the masjid, he saw Sai Baba eating chapati and onion. On seeing this, a thought crossed his mind: how can this man, eating stale bread with raw onions, solve my difficulties and help me? Sai Baba read his mind and said to Nana Sahib, "Oh Nana, he who has the power to digest onion should eat it, and none else." Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck and he fell at Baba's feet with complete surrender. With pure and open mind, he related his difficulties and got their solution from Baba. Thus, being satisfied and happy, he left Shirdi with Baba's udi and blessings. Shama cured of snake bite. Before Hematpan begins the story, he says about the jiva that it can be well compared with a parrot and that they both are bound, the one in the body and other in a cage. Both think that their present bound state is good for them. It is only when a helper, that is Guru, comes and by God's grace opens their eyes and liberates them from their bondage that their eyes are open to a greater and larger life compared to which their former bound and limited life is nothing. In this chapter, it was shown how Baba anticipated in the last chapter it was shown how Baba anticipated the calamities that was to befall on Mr. Mirikar and rescued him from it. Now let the readers hear a story more interesting than this. One Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger was bitten and the poison began to spread in the body. The pain was also severe, and Shama thought that he would pass away soon. His friends wanted to take him to God Vithoba, where such cases were often sent. But Shama ran to the masjid to his Vithoba, Sai Baba. When Baba saw him, he began to scold and abuse. He got enraged and said, "Oh, wild Baturdia, do not climb up. Beware if you do so." And then roared, "Go, get away, come down." Seeing Baba thus red with wrath, Shama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that the masjid was his home and Sai Baba his sole refuge, but he was driven away like this. Where should he go? He lost all hope of life and kept silent. After a while, when Baba became normal and calm, Shama went up and sat near him. Then Baba said to him, "Don't be afraid, don't care a jot. The merciful fakir will save you. Go and sit quiet at home. Don't go out. Believe in me and remain fearless and have no anxiety." Then he went home when he was sent home. Immediately afterwards, Baba sent Tatya Patil and Kaka Sahib Dikshit to him with instructions to this effect: that he should eat what he liked, should move around the house, but should in no case lie down and sleep. Needless to say that these instructions were acted upon, and Shama got all right in a short time. The only thing to be remembered in this connection is this: the words of Baba, or the 5-syllable mantra, viz. Go, get away, come down, was not addressed to Shama as it apparently looked, but they were a direct order to the snake and its poison not to rise up and circulate through Shama's body. Like others well versed in Mantra Sastra, he had not to use any incantation, charge rice or water, etc. His words were most efficacious in saving the life of Shama. Anyone hearing this story and other similar ones will beget firm faith in the feet of Sai Baba, and only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to remember the feet of Baba in the heart. Once cholera was raging violently in Shirdi. The residents were very frightened and they stopped all communication with the outside people. The Panch of the village assembled together and decided upon 2 ordinances as a remedy to check and put down the epidemic. They were: no fuel cart should be allowed to come in the village and no goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village authorities and Panch. Baba knew that all this were a mere superstition, and therefore he carried a dam for cholera ordinance. While the ordinance was in force, a fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. Everybody knew that there was dirt and scarcity of fuel in the village. Still, the people began to drive away the fuel cart. Baba came to know of this. He came to the spot and asked the cartmen to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared to raise his voice against this action of Baba. He wanted fuel for his duni, so he purchased it. Like an Agnihotri keeping his sacred fire alive throughout his life, Baba kept his duni ever burning all day and night, and for this he always stocked the fuel. Baba's home, that is the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock and key, and some poor people removed some wood from there for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba saw that the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, and so he never bore enmity or ill will to anybody. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example to the people. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti.
Let us now see how the second cholera ordinance fared with Baba. While it was in force, somebody brought a goat to the masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Fakir Fir Muhammad of Maligaon, alias Bade Baba, was near Sai Baba, asked him to behead it with one stroke and offer it as an oblation. This Bade Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat on the right side of Sai Baba. Always, after the chilam was first smoked by him, it was then offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served at the time of taking meals at noon, Baba called Bade Baba and made him sit on his left side and all partook of food. Baba paid him also daily rupees 50 out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba accompanied him 100 steps whenever he went away from the masjid. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying why it should be killed for nothing. Then Baba asked Shama to kill it. He went to Radha Krishna Mai and brought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. Then Shama went to bring another knife but stayed in the Wada and did not return soon. Then came the turn of Kaka Sahib Dikshit. He was gold, no doubt, but had to be tested. Baba asked him to get a knife and kill the goat. He went to Satevaswada and returned with a knife. He was ready to kill at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and never in his life knew killing. Though quite averse to do any act of violence, still he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that. While Bade Baba, a Mohammedan, was unwilling to kill it, but this Brahmin was making preparations to do so. He tightened his dhotar and with a semicircular motion raised his hand with the knife and looked at Baba for the final signal. Baba said, what are you thinking of? Go on, strike. Then when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, stop, how cruel you are. Being a Brahmin, you're killing a goat. Kaka Sahib obeyed and kept the knife down and said to Baba, your word is law unto us. We do not know any other ordinance. We remember you always, meditate on your form, and obey you day and night. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill. We do not want to reason or discuss things, but implicit and prompt compliance with Guru's order is our duty and dharma. Then Baba said to Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offering and killing business. It was settled that the goat should be disposed of near a place called Takia, where fakirs used to sit. Then, when the goat was being taken to that place, it fell dead on the way. Hemadpant closes this chapter with a classification of disciples. He says that there are three kinds: first or best, second or average, third or ordinary. The best kind of disciples are those who guess what their gurus want and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for an order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out the orders of their master to the letter without any delay. And the third kind of disciples are those who go on postponing the carrying out of their order and make mistakes at every step. The disciples should have firm faith, backed up by intelligence, and if they add patience to these, their spiritual goal will not be distant. Control of breath, ingoing and outgoing, or Hatha Yoga, or other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciple gets the above mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear and lead them on in their spiritual path to perfection. In the next chapter, we deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chapter 24, Baba's Wit and Humor, Jana Leelas, Hemant Pant, Sadma, Anna Chinchankar versus Mausi Boy. The preliminary, unless we surrender our ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects, worldly and spiritual, and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectively hear Sai Baba's Leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all the people like wit and humor, but they do not like that jokes should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When it was accompanied with the good gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind, even if they were held up to radical Hemant Pant gives his own instance below. Chana Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring village came there, erected booths and stalls in the open street, and sold their ware and commodities. Every noon, the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday, it was crowded on suffocation. On such Sundays, Hemant Pant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and mutters God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vaman Rao to his right, Sharmin Bhuti and Kaka Sahib Dikshit and others were also present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, "See that some grains seems to have stuck to the sleeves of your coat." So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Hemant Pant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, and to the surprise of all, some grains of the gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. This incident furnished a subject matter for a joke. Everybody present began to wonder and said something or other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeves of the coat and lodged there so long. Hemant Pant also could not guess. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter, and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows: "This fellow, Anna Sahib, has got the bad habit of eating alone. Today is a bazaar day, and he came there chewing grams. I know his habit, and these grams are proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter?" Hemant Pant, "Baba, I never know of eating things alone. Then why do you shoulder this bad habit on me? I have never seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never went to the bazaar today. Then how could I buy grains and how could I eat them? If I had not bought them, I never eat anything unless I share it with others present around me at the time of the meals. Baba, it is true that you give to the persons present, but if none are nearby, what could you or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat? Moral, let us note carefully what Baba has taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the sense, mind, and intellect enjoy your objects first, he should be remembered. And if this is done, it is in always by making an offering to him. The sense, etc., can never remain without their objects. But if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment of them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the virtues, subtle thoughts regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru. And if the practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all the vrittis. When before enjoyed of the objects, you think that Baba is present. The question whether the subject of it to be enjoyed or not will at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way, our vicious habits or vices will disappear, and our our character will improve. Then love for the Guru will grow, and pure knowledge will sprout up. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness will snap, and our intellect will be merged in spirit consciousness. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between the Guru and God. He who sees any differences in them find God nowhere. So, leaving aside all the ideas, differences, we should regard the Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru, we, as stated above, God will be certainly pleased, and purifying our minds will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses, etc., without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will be always reminded of Baba, and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Sagam form of Baba will ever before our eyes, and then devotion, non-attachments, and salvation will all be ours. When Baba's form in this fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and this sansar. The consciousness of the worldly pleasure will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sadma's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemat Pant was reminded of a similar story of Sudama, which illustrates the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balram were living with the co-student named Sudama in the ashramam of their guru, Sandipani. Once Krishna and Balaram were sent to the forest and bringing the fuel. Then the wife of Sudipani sent Sudama also for the same purpose, with some quantities of grains for the three. When Krishna met Sudama in the forest, he said to him, "Dada, I want water, as I am thirsty." Sudama replied, "No water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it is better to rest for a while." He did not say that he had got some grains with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tried, he lays down for the rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the grams and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked him, "Dada, what are you eating? What is the chitter-chatter sound?" He replied, What is there to eat? I am shivering with the cold and my teeth are chattering. I cannot even repeat Vishnu Sahasranamam. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, "I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another." And when asked about this, he said, What should he eat? Meaning, thereby that he had nothing to eat. The other man said, let it be so. Dada, this is only a dream. I know that you won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of the dream, I asked you what you were eating. If Sudama had known the omniscient Krishna, Sri Krishna, and his Leelas, he would not have acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Thought he was a chum of Sri Krishna. He had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of parched rice earned by his wife and his own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. This story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating things alone without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes in this lesson and asked us to offer things first to the God and then enjoy them. After they are renounced by him, Baba also has taught us the same lesson in his intimate and humorous way. Anna Chinchuni Akkar and Mausi Bai. Hemant Pant now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker part. There was one devotee by the name Damodar Ganashyam Babre, alias Anna Chinchinakar. He was simple, rustic, and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly, and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good-natured and girliness. So Sai Baba loved him. He was willed away all the property to Sri Sai Baba Samsthan. Shirdi one day, like others, serving Baba in their own way. This Anna was shampooing in the left arm of Baba, which rested on the Kathada railing. On the other right side, one old widow named Vinubai Kaujalavi, who Baba called mother and all other called Mausi Bai, was serving Baba in her own way. The Mausi Bai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She claps the fingers of both her hands round the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcefully that Baba's back and abdomen became flat, and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Mausi Bai's face moved up and down with her stroke. Once it so happened that her face came very close to the Anna's. Being a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this is Anna is a live fellow. He wants to kiss me." Even
I'm still on it, but I'm on my way to the bank appointment. People are there, but I'll be on it.
Don't process it. You're getting logging back in, right? I am. Okay.
specify them, managed the affair very skillfully, lovingly, and said, "Oh Anna, why you are unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I do not understand what harm or impropriety is there when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed and merrily and enjoyed the Baba's wit to their heart and content. Baba's characterization is dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other persons interfering in this. To quite an instance, the same Mausi Bai was on another vacation, kneading Baba's abdomen, seeing the force used by her. All other devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh mother, be more considerative and moderative, otherwise you will break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up to once from his seat and dashed his sakta on the ground. He got enraged and his eyes became red like a live embrace. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took hold of on one end on the sakta with both hands and pressed it in the hollow of his abdomen. The other hand he fixed to the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The sakta, which was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed all ready to go into the abdomen, and people feared that the abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immobile, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it and clasp the post firmly. Every moment of the rapture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotee wanted only to give to hint to the mousy boy to the moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in the crisis, and they could do nothing but to wait and watch. Fortunately, Baba race soon cooled down. He left the sakta and resumed his seat. From this time onward, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anybody but allow him to serve the Baba as he chooses. As he was capable of gauge on merits and worth of the service rendered unto him. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace to be all.
Thank you.
Yes, hi. Dham and Ashira, family again. Family. And the great Yogeshwara. He be who is the crest well of the form of thoughts before him. The Sai Baba mercy. What is happened on the whole the beauty has come. Is there the immediate God? Then the other given. Give it to the person. It is God and it is not. It is all creation of God enables him to come. And thus you have which reserve the reason to their heart. Whenever a devotee had come in wholehearted time, all his and dangers were lowered down, and his welfare attended by Baba. The story of Damodar was the first now of the Rama just about given Dham and the readers are not in the sixth chapter and the festival is 1895. He also takes order. A Congress had of the that they use of this then about 2 lakhs from is made about the year 1830. was from the broker to be a part that he, Amana, was the but take the people of 40 million party. The broker wrote that the business was good and it called no risk. That be lost. Amana was always in his mind. Not at returning to investigation. He thought about it. Baba wrote a detailed letter giving all the facts and details to Baba and Rama Baba ended the day and came with it home to the masjid and visit the He asked him what he meant to want and what was it. In fact, Rama Nagar wanted to go something. And Baba said, what is right? What is the plan? He seems that he is not with what he speaks with the letter and understood. So therefore, you fix the calm and agitated. When they get coming and others later. You know the contents of the letter. Usually, Baba said, please, I speak at random. Who believes me? Then Baba and said in English that Mama is God man. Taking him in his own in his house. Letting him in the house. Now, he came not bother. Rama said to reply, Ramana is waiting for. Letting it found it out. At the ground. He thought that he done but as someone in the reply, that I was hearing and see Baba. He thought it was best to go to Shirdi and tell Baba go there. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, and his legs. He had no direction about this station. But he thought in this time, we better listen to Baba. In this transaction, Rama was in his mind, but that was very from Baba. In hand. The child wants to eat with milk. The farmer its milk. But the infant gives it its milk. Baba thinks whether Peter Buddhist is reading Rama. Baba, I do not want to be entangled in any such things that profit. Seeing Baba is a well, Rama drop. Grain dealing. And we thought of grain, rice, wheat, and this and say, here by buying it and selling it. So this special cost given rice, grains, or farmers to be found. The month of abundant very well and any that those gains three executed loss. Now was seen from his faith. Needless to say, this station which was the severe loss. After seeing this, Baba took two houses in cotton and greens. Rama and us in Baba grew strong, and he remained the true of and he now. Alhamdulillah, miracle.
Amrali, thank you, madam. One, they had it was from Goa. But Ali, and it was all the mangoes were they were given and really taste them or right. He said that these food are
As Rama learned the 3 ways. According to this, he had not seen 2 ways well. He had no and found that as was the fish planet, there was no person very but he had great faith when he knew that the receipt of worship for other people of the kingdom, they are Dhamya. He who would eat and Rama is that levels of the day, they are prominently explaining to him then this was self-hating. And to have it was a blessing. He said, when Rama to him, was but in his umbrella will give her food on his done. It was so true. And those getting it best it did even after his part. Baba said, believe though I pass away, those in my will give you not only my soul, but my tomb would be moving and communicating those who would surrender to soul. Do not be anxious that I would be anxious. You will hear my bones speaking and discuss your will. Remember me always. Believe in me. Then you will be most prayer. Human process is step to prayer. Oh, such the wish fulfilling of the heart. Let us never lose sight of the we have been traveled with in the samsara. So free us from us, train us from the ourselves, and influence us and bring us to peace with our. As long as this mind is there is no prospect of realization. Either son or wife or friend will be of any use at the end. It's only you who will give us patience. Destroy complete your tendency and other evil matters. Get out and get a passion to your team. Drive out of good or otherwise, because forget our body is composed. Go away with the evil. Make us ever remember your name and forget all others. Remove the rest of the brain. Make it steady and calm. If you just clasp darkness, light would ignite, and we shall live in your that you made us bring picture of your Leela. Waken from the sunset. Yes, your face, spirit. In this connection, the statement mentioned about first. Once when I said I speak of many others, and he gave answers. One, there are so many things to be benefit to this hearing orally. Look at the back of the inbox. If all the flowers are what splendid fruit, what do they? Lots of by wind, it's very prevent. So the second question, if Baba were to die, who could to this Baba, and he would be me. Then wherever he goes, promised before it came and has been from the beginning. Still with me. He's still got this was about 1911. The brother when me and my sister was a pet and police prayer. All of which is favorite. And my sister died. My mind was this. I did not enjoyment. I went over
he persuaded me and gave me his schooling and his home and made get it. There was a test my 30 years my experience, including aerospace. I went to next man well paid for a brief about a time stories of all the things that this are nothing but a creative mind, the creative part of it. These things do not really exist. What is very absolute. Just as take note of the content of the stick or the content of the and the output of that. They always see the phenomena. That is, the things are the outright appear and not the known which lies on which underlies all visible things. It is only the Sadguru, the deepest piece of our understanding, enables us in their true light and not as they appear. Let's therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to the true vision is nothing but God vision, inner worship. David has given a novel form of worship. Let's keep it hot in the form of tears of joy towards Sadguru. Let us besmear his body with love. Let's cover his body with the cloth of true faith. Let's offer deep great emotions and truth in the form of the constant mind. Let's offer the Uppa back in the form of devotion and tie the waist of bhakti and place our feet on his toes. After decorating the success, the whole journey in this way, let's offer all to him and give the of devotion, word of faith. After such blissful worship, let's pray this. Introvert our mind, turn it inward. Give us discrimination between the unreal and the real, and non-attachment for all well things. Thus enable us to get self-realization. We surrender our body and soul, body consciousness and ego. Make our eyes ears, so that we should never feel pleasure or pain. Control our body and mind as you will and wish. Let our mind get in your feet. Now let's turn to the stories of the chapter. Once it's so clear, devotee by name, disciple of another Sadguru, had the good fortune of faith. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but not to his there. He was traveling in the day and he bound for Shirdi. They all asked him not me. They halted at home, found God down at Virat. There he took possession of the Shirdi gift, left the path. They all went in the morning and went to the masjid at about 7 a.m. Seeing contours of the day for both worship, they were all pleased. Some suddenly got up and fell face. They were all present. Bought a snake in pitcher like water, he poured on the snake and sat up as if he was just awakened from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of Guru, and confirmed his own Guru by addressing him as follows: somewhat need not, but stick to your bolster, that is Guru, and ever remain steady, always in union with him. One can hear the significance of his heart, and this was reminded of him. This kindness of Baba never go to this Christian people. Jason. I was a gentleman by name in Mumbai. He had a son who is
He tried many allopathic and ayurvedic physicians, but there was no one way of remedy, which is the same. It had been said in chapter 15 as his inimitable and splendid treatments the fame of Sai Baba in Mumbai presidency. Mr. Peter Ray heard treatments in 1910 and learned from treatments and others that Baba, with his touch and mere glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire arose in his mind to see Sai Baba. Making all preparations and taking out winds and fruit baskets, Mr. Peter Ray came to Shirdi with his wife and children. He then went to masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his son at Baba's feet. No sooner did Baba see the child than an untoward thing happened. The son immediately revolved his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to grow foam, and his whole body began to perspire profusely. It seemed as if he was breathing his last. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and upset. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of the robbers, ran into the house, which collapsed on him. Or like a cow fearing a tiger, ran into the hands of a butcher. Or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to take refuge under a tree which fell on him. Or like a devout going for worship into a temple which collapsed on him. Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not take this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodgings. He will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. As soon as he was taken into the Bada, the boy recovered, and all the Pitale family and others were very happy, and all their doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pitale went with his wife to see Baba, prostrated himself before him very humbly and respectfully, and sat shampooing his legs and mentally thanking Baba for his kind help. Baba then smilingly said, "Have not all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed down now? Hurry, Lord will protect him who has got faith and patience." Mr. Pitale was rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweetmeats on a large scale and offered to Baba excellent fruits and pan, betel leaves. Mrs. Pitale was a very pious lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near the post, gazing at Baba with tears of joy flowing from her eyes. Seeing her amicable and loving, Baba was much pleased. Like God, saints are always dependent on their to surrender and worship with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Pitale family came to the masjid to take Baba's leave. Baba gave them udi and blessings and called Mr. Pitale close to him and said, "Babu, I have given you rupees 2 before. Now I give you rupees 3. Keep these in your shrine for worship and you will be benefited." Mr. Pitale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself before Baba and prayed for his blessing. A thought arose in his mind that as this was his first visit to Shirdi, he could not understand what Baba meant when he said that he had given rupees 2 previously. He was curious to have this mystery solved, but Baba kept silent. When Mr. Pitale returned to Mumbai, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about giving him these 2 earlier. The mother also did not understand the mystery. Thinking seriously about this, she was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, as you now went to Sai Baba with your son, so had your father done. When he took you to Akalkot for the darshan of the Maharaj there many years ago, the Maharaj was also a Siddha, perfect yogi, omniscient and gracious. Your father was devout and his worship was active. He then gave your father rupees 2 for being kept in the shrine and worship. Your father worshipped them till his death. Further, after the worship was neglected and rupees were lost. After some years, the memory of these 2 rupees also disappeared. And now, as you're very fortunate that Akalkot Maharaj has also appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba, is to remind you of your duties and worship to what are all things. Now beware, henceforth, leave all doubts and bad thoughts. Follow your ancestors and go on worshipping the family gods and the rupees, and take pride in the blessings of the saints. Sai Samrata has kindly revived the spirit of Bhakti in you, cultivated to your benefit. Hearing the remarks of the mother, Mr. Pitale was very delighted. He came to know and was convinced about the all-pervasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. Then onwards, he became very careful about his conduct. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in the Abkhari department in the Thana district and in Maharashtra. From there, he had to retire. He tried to get some other job but did not succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievances before Baba. In 1916, his plight became worse and he decided to commit suicide. So he came there with his wife and stayed for 2 years. One night, while he was sitting in a bullock cart in front of the city, he resolved to end his life by throwing himself into a well close by. But Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hostel, and its proprietor, Mr. Sarkun, a devotee of Baba, came out and accosted him thus. Did you ever read Akalkot Maharaj's life? Ambedkar took this book from Sagar and began to read. Casually, or as we may say, providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect. During the lifetime of Akalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very much from an incurable disease, and when he could no longer endure the agony and pain, he became desperate, and in order to end his misery, threw himself one night into a well. Immediately the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus. You must bear the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If it is incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time and finish at the fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once and for all? Reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambedkar was much surprised and moved. Had he not got Baba's hint through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in him was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk in his father's footsteps and continue his devotion. He then got Sai Baba's blessing and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it and thereby improved his thought. He was able to earn sufficient money and passed his later life in ease and comfort. Both Sri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chapter 27. Santosh, can I start reading?
Yes, you can start.
Chapter 27. Favor shown by giving Bhagavat and Vishnu Sahasranam Dikshit's Vittal Vision, Gita Rahasya, Khapar days. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayanam, reading regularly, and certain other matters. When a man takes a plunge into the sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the tirthas and sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of the Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to the Trinity, that is Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, and also Parabrahma. Victory be unto Sri Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge, who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us regard for your stories. Let the readers and audience devour them with the same relish with which the chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let they and their families get all the true emotions. That is, let their bodies perspire, let their eyes be full of tears, let their pran be steady, let their minds be composed, let their hair stand on end, let them cry, sob, and shake, let their hostilities and their distinctions, great and small, vanish. When these things happen, that is a sign of the grace of the Guru dawning upon them. When these emotions develop in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on to the goal of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is our complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It's only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see the Lord in all creatures. Granting consecrated book. The various methods of imparting instructions followed by Baba have already been noticed in the previous chapters. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotees to take to Baba some religious books of which they wanted to make a special study and to receive the same back from him after they were touched and consecrated by him. While reading daily such books, they felt that Baba was with them. Once Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of the Eknathi Bhagavat. Shama took this book to read into the masjid. And therefore, Baba took it from him. Baba took it from him, touched it, and turning some pages here and there, gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, no, replied Baba, as I have given it to you, you better keep it with you for safe custody. It will be of use to you. In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani, after a few days, came again with another copy of the same Bhagavat and gave it in Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted it with a bow. Shama and Vishnu Sahasranam. Shama was a very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to favor him in a particular way by giving him a copy of the Vishnu Sahasranama as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramadasi, follower of Saint Ramdas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then wearing saffron-colored clothes and besmearing himself with sacred ashes, read Vishnu Sahasranama, a book giving 1,000 names in the praise of Lord Vishnu, and held second in importance to the Bhagavad Gita, and Adhyatma Ramayana, esoteric version of the Rama story, with faith. He read these books very often. After some days, Baba thought of favoring and initiating Shama with Vishnu Sahasranama. He therefore called the Ramadasi to him and said to him that he was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took some Senna pot, Sonamukhi, a mild purgative drug, the pain would not stop. So he should please go to the bazaar and bring the drug. The Ramadasi closed his reading and went to the bazaar. Then Baba descended from his seat, came to the Ramadasi's place of reading, and took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranama. And after coming back to his seat, said to Shama, "O Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious. So I present it to you, you read it." Once I suffered intensely and my heart began to palpitate and my life was in danger. At that critical time, I hugged this book to my heart, and then Shama, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah Himself came down and saved me. So I give this to you. Read it slowly, little by little. Read daily one name at least, and it will do you good. Shama replied that he did not want it, and that the owner of it, the Ramdasi, who was mad and was a mad, obstinate, and irritable fellow, would certainly pick up a quarrel with him. Besides being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly. the Sanskrit script, letters of the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramdasi by this act of his, but he had no idea of what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie this necklace of Vishnu Sahasranama around the neck of Shama, as he was an intimate devotee, though a rustic, and thus save him from the miseries of the worldly existence. The efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, frees us from the cycle of births and deaths. Therefore, there is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. It is so easy and so effective. This sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice, though he did not crave for it. So Baba forced this on him. It is also reported that long ago Eknath Maharaj similarly forced this Vishnu Sahasranama on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranama is a broad, open way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his Shama. The Ramadasi returned soon with the Senapods. Anand Chinchanekar, who was then present and who wanted to play the part of Narad, the celestial rishi, who was well known for setting up quarrels between gods and demons and vice versa, informed him of what had happened. The Ramadasi at once flared up. He came down at once on Shama with full fury. He said that it was Shama who set Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomachache for bringing the medicine and thus got the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book could not be returned, he would dash his head before him. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows: "O Ramadasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why do you scold him unnecessarily? How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and sweet words? You read daily the sacred books, and still your mind is impure and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of a Ramadasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to all things. Is it not strange that you should covet this book so strongly? A true Ramadasi should have no mamata attachment, but have samata equality towards all. You are now quarreling with the boy Shama for a mere book. Go take your seat. Books can be had in plenty for money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What worth is your book? Shama had no concern with it. I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and profit thereby, and so I gave it to him." Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Remaining part.
संजय हृदय दौड़ बल्ले पाप कर्म वासना चरितराज नमावम हृदय ग्रंथि सकाज नमावम कर्मधम से नमावम सुखसत्वहिताज नमावम पुनादि प्रभुनाथ गुरुदर्शक्षभ्याय नमावम अपराजिताय नमावम जन्मकेश्वर विहात कथये नमावम असत्य रहिताय नमावम सर्वशक्ति अरूपा घट्टाय नमः ओम चिंताय नमः ओम शक्तिमान नमः ओम सर्वांतर्यामी नमः ओम सहाय सहायाय नमः ओम अनाथनाथनी नमः नमः ओम सर्वभारगते नमः ओम कर्माणि Om Vasudevaya Namah Om Satangataye Namah Om Satrayanaye Namah Om Lokanathaye Namah Om Siddhasankalpaye Namah Om Yogeshwaraye Namah Om Bhagavate Namah Om Bhaktavatsalaye Namah Om Satpurushaye Namah Om Purushottamaya Namah Om Satyatattva-bodhakaye Namah Om Kamadhisarvaye Namah Om Avedantanamupamantaye Namah Om Namah Om Namurtaye Namah Om Sri Venkateswaramanaye Namah Om Adbhutanandatiyaye Namah Om Brahmanathiyaye Namah Om Brahmanathiyaye Namah Om Siddhantaye Namah Om Samarasa Sanmargasthapanaye Namah Om Mahanaivedyam samatayami Om Pranaya Swaha Om Apanaya Swaha Om Pranaya Swaha Om Dhanaya Swaha Om Amaya Swaha Om Brahmane Swaha Mathe Mathe Udapana Satguru Sri Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
You can just put on.
And one day, saw open back and this
Till where, yes. Yeah, but till where? Yeah.
One minute, I just see who's you can start. Alright, chapter 28. Pharaoh is drawn to Shirdi. Preliminary. I is not finite or limited. He dwells in all things from ant to God Brahma. He pervades all. I was well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas as well as the science of self-realization. As he was proficient in both of these, he was well fitted to be the Sadguru. Anyone thought, anyone though learned, was not able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self-realization, not deserve to be called a Sadguru. Generally, the worldly parents give birth to the body, but death invariably follows. Sadguru does away with both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than Sai Baba often said that let his man devotee be at any distance, 1,000 kilometers away from him, he will be drawn to Shirdi with the sparrow. Right? This chapter describes the story of three such sparrows. Lala Lakshmi-chan, the gentleman was first serving in the Sri Venkateshwar in Mumbai, then in the railway department, afterwards in the message brothers, the Murti. He came in Baba's contact 1 or 2 months before Christmas. Dream as his cover of Mumbai, an old man with beard, sitting and surrounded by Baba. A few days later, he went to Katakaya, Egypt, where the Kirtan dance. It was and it owns Baba's picture in front of the audience while Lakshmi-chan was surprised to see the pictures of the old man he saw. He came to the conclusion that the sight of Victor Das was with the with this all these things he decided to go to sleep. It is always good to baptize God, baptize God. That way, that very night, Sankarao knocked the door. He took up the join you know, he borrowed 50 rupees from his cousin, and after making do offer Shirdi, in the train he and his friend did some bhajan, religious songs, fired about 7 o'clock with fellow passengers who were returning to the city. They all told him that Shirdi was great, living in the 10 years. When they reached Kopergaon, he wanted to buy good clothes. Due to rap, it's like when they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the Gauls. Just then he saw a woman with Gaul patch on her head. Conga stopped, and he gladly purchased fruits. When the woman said, "Take all the rest," he had to follow back. Is that he had calls. The old woman encounter and her devotion to Baba. All these were pleasant. Both the friend and love. My old woman, the old man, he saw it. Then they drove on, and on seeing flags of the Muslims, they committed them with tools and materials in hand. They went and worshipped Baba with doing rituals. He found there was much booze and extremely happy to see Baba. He wrapped himself around Baba as a being, sweet smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke to all. Fish. Okay. Fish. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Okay. Cunning fellow, there's a budget on the way. I asked everything we should see with our to just think for yourself whether your dream is where was the necessity of the person being alone? It is the heart's desire. Hearing those words, Lakshmi Chan understood it. He was at a loss to know how Baba happened on his house. The chief thing to know, the chief thing to know in this is that Baba never liked for his darshan bring any holiday. It's Saira.
Sairam, Sanja, at noon, when Smith was looking for from a devotee act, he was pleased to have it. Exia also but got so he just set it again. Then on the third day at authority time, Babu Sahib said, Mr. Babu, what night he should be. That was the case. Then the Bhaktas brought two big bottles of Lakshmi Chan was very hungry and some pain. Then Baba said to him, it is good that you are hungry. Take Sanja, some medicine for the pain. He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again set his mind and spoke out what was daring. How omniscient was he? Evil eye. During this visit, he, Lakshmi Chan, also witnessed one night the position to that Baba then suffered much from. He thought that his suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to Masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows. I suffered last night. Is it due to some evil eye? I think that somebody's evil eye worked on me, and so I am suffering. In this case, Baba spoke out what was going on in the mind of Lakshmi Chan. On seeing these proofs of Baba's omniscience, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, I am much blessed with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and help me always. There is no other God for me in this world except you. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your vision and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world, and let me ever chant your name and be happy. After getting Baba's puri and blessings, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and was singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained staunch devotee of Baba and onwards, and always sent garlands of flowers and for Shina with many percent of his acquaintance on Earth Shirdi. Hi, Sri Sachidananda.
Anuja. Om Sai Baba. Now let us turn to another sparrow devotee. One lady in Burkhapur saw in her dream Sai Baba coming to her door and begging khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt for his meals. On waking up, she saw nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout persons, decided to go to Shirdi. Then, on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting Gomati Tirth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to the masjid, worshipped Baba, and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as naivedya, but for the first 14 days, somehow or other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay or tardiness. Then on the 15th day, she came at noon to the masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in when the curtain was down, but the lady could not wait. She lifted up the curtain and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that thing first. And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of khichdi. On seeing the earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Megha. Now let us go to the third sparrow. Megha of Virmagan was a simple and illiterate Brahmin cook of Rao Bahadur Achvi's Sate. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the 5 syllables mantra, Namah Shivaya. He did not know the Sandhya or its chief mantra, the Gayatri. Rao Bahadur Sate was interested in him, taught him the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sate told him that Sai Baba of Shirdi was the embodied form of God Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At Bharuch railway station, he learned that Sri Sai Baba was a Muslim, and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of bowing down to a Muslim, and he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his Sate's father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar, at Shirdi to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went to masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. Kick out that rascal, roared Baba, and then said to Megha, "You're a high caste Brahmin and I'm a low Muslim. You lose your caste by coming here. Just go away." On hearing these words, Megha began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had to come to know what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home and then to Trambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi, this time at the intersection of Dara Kelkar. He was allowed to stay. Sai Baba's help to Megha was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Megha internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, bell leaves are required, and Megha used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship Shiva Baba. His practice was to worship all the deities in the village and then come to the masjid. And after saluting Baba's Gadi Asan, he worshipped Baba, and after doing some service, shampooing his legs, drank the washing teeth of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to the masjid without worshipping Khandoba, as the door of the temple was closed. Baba did not accept his worship and sent him back again, saying that the door was open. Then Megha went, found the door open and worshipped the deity, and then returned to Baba as usual.
Om Sai Ram. Ganges bath. On the Makara Sankranti day, Megha wanted to besmear the body of the Baba with sandal paste and bath him with the Ganges water. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this, but at his repeated request, he consented. Megha had a transverse a distance of 8 kilos going and returning to bring the sacred water from the Godavari river. He brought the water, made all preparation for the bath at the noon and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to spare it from his bath, saying that as a fakir, he was nothing to do with the Ganges water, but Megha did not listen to him. He knew that Shiva is pleased with Abhisheka's sacred bath. On this auspicious day, Baba then consented, came down and sat on a wooden board and projecting his head said, "O Megha, do at least this favor. Head is the most important organ of the body. So pour the water over the only. It is equivalent to the whole bath." "All right," said Megha, and lifting the water pot up began to pour it on the head, but in doing this, he was so much overwhelmed with love that he cried out, "Hare Hare Ganga, all goddess Ganga," and emptied the pot on the whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba, but to his surprise and amazement, he found that Baba's head was drenched while the body was quite dry. Trident and Pendi. Megha worshipped Baba at two places. In the Masjid, he worshipped Baba in a person, and in the Wada. Baba's big picture given to Nana Sahib Chandokar. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and confirm his faith, and Baba gave him a vision. One morning, when Megha was still lying down on his head with his eyes closed but internally awake, he saw clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake, through akshata, rice grains, and marked red with a kumkum, and said, "Megha, draw a trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes, saw no Baba there, but only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw trident? It was no vision, but direct order. My words are always pregnant with meaning and never hollow." Megha said, "I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed. So I was doubtful and thought it be a vision." Baba rejoined, "I required no door to enter. I have no form. I always live everywhere. As wire pull, I carry on all actions of the man who trusts me and merges in me." Megha returned to the Vada and drew a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, Ramadasi Bhakta came from the Pune, saluted Baba, and offered him Pindi, a Palik image of Shiva. Yet this time, Megha also turned up there. Baba said to him, see, Shankar came protect, worship him now. Megha was pleasantly surprised to see Pendi. Also in the Vada, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was standing with a towel on his head after having taken his bath and was remembering Sai when he was a Pindi in his mental vision. While he was wondering about his Megha came and showed him the Pindi present to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that his Pindi exactly tailed with the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. In a few days after drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the Pendi near the big picture, which Megha was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear Megha, and by the drawing of the trident and the installation of Pendi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service of Baba for many years, doing regular worship and arati every noon and evening, Megha passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his mortal remains and said, this was a true devotee of mine. Baba also ordered that at his own expense, the funeral dinner should be given to the Brahmins. And this order was carried out by Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Botu Sri Sai, peace to all. Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Thank you, Anuja.
Jai Sai Ram. Chapter 29, Stories of Chennai Bhajan Mela, Tendulkar's father and son, Dr. Captain Hardy, women, Narvekar. This chapter describes other interesting and wonderful stories of Sai Baba. Chennai's Bhajani Mela. It was in the year 1916 when a Chennai's Bhajani Mela party of Ramdasi Pant started on a pilgrimage to the holy city of Banaras. The party consisted of a man, his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, the names are not mentioned. On their way, the party heard that there lived in Shirdi, Ahmednagar district, a great saint named Sai Baba, who was God realized and who was very generous and distributed money every day to his bhaktas and to his skillful personas who went and showed their talent there. A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Sai Baba, and out of this amount, he gave daily 1 rupee to a 3-year-old girl, Amani, the daughter of a Bhakta Kondajia, and rupees 2 to 5 to some, rupees 6 to Jamali, the mother of Amani, and rupees 10 to 20 or even rupees 50 to other bhaktas as he pleased. On hearing all this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The Mela did very good bhajan and sang very good songs, but inwardly they desired money. Three of the party were full of avarice, but the lady or mistress was of a very different nature. She had regard and love for Baba. Once it so happened that when the noonday arti was going on, Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and gave her vision of her Ishta deity. To her, Baba appeared as Sitanath Ram, while to all others the usual Sainath. On seeing her beloved deity, she was very much moved. Tears began to flow from her ears and she clapped her hands in joy. The people began to wonder at her joyful mood but were not able to guess its cause. Late in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Ram in Sai Baba. He thought that she was a very simple and devout woman, and her seeing Ram might be a creation of her mind. He ignored her, saying that it was not possible that she alone should see Ram while they all saw Sai Baba there. She did not resent this remark as she was fortunate enough to get Ram Darshan as and when her mind was calm and composed and free from avarice. Wonderful vision. Things were going on like this when the husband got a strange vision in his dream one night. He was in a big city. The police there had arrested him, tied his hands with a rope, and put him in a cage. As the police were tightening the grip, he saw Sai Baba standing quite outside near the cage. On seeing Baba so close, he said in a plaintive tone, "After hearing your fame, I resorted to your feet. Then why should a calamity befall me when you are standing here in person?" Baba said, "You must suffer the consequences of your action." He said, "I have not done anything in this life which would bring such a misfortune on me." Baba said, "If not in this life, you must have committed some sin in your past life." He replied, "I do not know anything of my past life, but assuming that I did commit some sin, then why should it not be burnt and destroyed in your presence as happens to dry grass before fire?" "Baba, have you got such faith?" Yes. Baba then asked him to close his eyes. No sooner did he shut them than he heard a thumping sound of something falling down, and after opening his eyes, he saw that he was free and the police fallen down, bleeding. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, "Now you are well caught. Officers will now come and arrest you." Then he begged, "There is no savior except you. Save my except you save me anyhow." Then Baba again asked him to close his eyes. He did so, and when he opened them again, he saw that he was free, out of cage, and that Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba then asked him, "Is there any difference between this namaskar and your previous ones? Think well and then reply." He said, "There is a lot of difference. My former namaskars were offered with the object of getting money from you, but this present namaskar is one offered to you as God. Besides, earlier I thought resentfully that you, being a Mohammedan, were spoiling us the Hindus. Baba, do you not believe in your mind in Mohammedan gods?" He said, "No." Then Baba said, "Have you not got a Panja in your house, and do you not worship the same in Thabut, that is a Muharram festival? Also, there is in your house another deity by name Kad Bibi, whom you appropriate and appease on marriage occasion and other festivals. Is it not so?" He admitted all this. Then Baba said, "What more do you want?" Then a desire arose in his mind to get the darshan of his Guru Ramdas when Baba asked him to turn back and see. And when he turned around, Ramdas was in front of him. No sooner did he bend to fall at his feet, Guru Ramdas vanished. Then he inquisitively asked Baba, "You look old. Do you know your age?" "Baba, what do you say? I'm old. Just race with me and see." On seeing this, Baba began to run and he too followed. Baba disappeared in the dust raised by his footsteps while running, and that moment man was awakened. After waking up, he began to think seriously about the dream vision. His mental attitude was completely changed, and he realized the greatness of Baba. After this, his doubting tendencies disappeared, and pure devotion to Baba's feet descended on his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the questions and answers therein were most significant and interesting. Next morning, when all assembled in the masjid for the arti, Baba gave him as Prasad's 2 rupees worth of sweetmeats and also 2 rupees from his pocket and blessed him. He made him stay there for a few more days and gave him his blessing, saying, Allah will give you plenty and he will do you all good. He did not get more money there, but he got far better things, with Baba's blessing, which stood him in good stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards, and their pilgrimage was successful as they did not suffer any trouble or inconvenience during their journey. They all returned home safe, thinking of Baba's words and blessings and the Anand they experienced by his grace. The story illustrates one of the methods which Baba followed in some cases to improve and reform his devotees. Jai Sai Ram.
There lived in Bandra, a suburb of Mumbai, a Tendulkar family, all the members of which were devoted to Baba. Miss Savitri Bai Tendulkar has published a Marathi book named Sri Sai Nath Bhajan Mala, containing 800 abhangas and paras, describing the Leelas of Baba. It is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son, Babu Tendulkar, was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical examination. He consulted some astrologers. On examining his horoscope, they told him that the stars were not favorable that year, that he should appear for the examination next year when he would be certainly successful. This cast a gloom over him and made him restless. A few days afterwards, his mother went to Shirdi and saw Baba. Amongst other things, she mentioned the gloomy and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. On hearing this, Baba said to her, "Tell your son to believe me, to throw aside horoscopes and predictions of astrologers and palmists, and go with his studies. Let him appear for the examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass this year. Ask him to trust me and not to get disappointed." The mother returned home and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard and in due course appeared for the examination. The written papers he did well, but being overtaken by doubts, he thought that he would not secure sufficient marks for passing. So he did not care to appear for the oral examination. But the examiner was after him. He sent word through a fellow student stating that he had passed in the written examination and that he should appear for the oral. The son, being thus encouraged, appeared for the oral examination and was successful in it as well as also. Though he got through the examination that year successfully by Baba's grace, though the stars were against him, as indicated. It is to be noted that doubts and difficulties surround us just to move us and confirm our faith. We are tested as it were. We are to hold on steadily to Baba with full faith to continue with our endeavors. Our efforts will be ultimately crowned with success. The father of this boy, Raghunath Rao, was serving in some foreign mercantile firm in Mumbai. As he grew old, he was not able to attend to his work properly, and so he had to take leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of leave, a further extension of leave or premature retirement from service was inevitable. The chief manager of the firm decided to retire him on pension, as he was an old and a reliable servant. The question regarding the amount of pension to be given was under consideration. He was getting 150 rupees per month, and his pension, i.e. half the amount, was 75 rupees, would not be enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days before the final settlement, Baba appeared to Miss Tendulkar in her dream and said, "I wish that rupees 100 should be settled as pension. Will this satisfy you?" She replied, "Baba, why ask me this? We fully trust in you." Though Baba said 100 rupees, still he was given 10 rupees more, 110 rupees as a special case. Such wonderful love and care did Baba exhibit towards Bhaktas. Captain Hate, who was staying in Bikaner, who was staying in Bikaner, was a great devotee of a Baba. Once, Baba appeared to him in his dream and said, "Did you forget me?" Hate immediately held Baba's feet and replied, "If a child forgets his mother, how could he be saved?" Then Hate went into the garden and took out fresh walpapari, vegetables, and after arranging siddha, ghee, wheat, ghee, wheat flour and dal, etc., and dakshina, was able to offer all this to Baba when he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba at Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior some days afterwards, he sent 12 rupees by money order to a friend with instructions that 2 rupees should be spent in buying siddha articles and walpapadi vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with 10 rupees as dakshina. The friend went to Shirdi and purchased the things mentioned, but walpapadi was not available. In a short time, a woman turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained the walpapadi vegetables. It was purchased, and then all things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Hate. Mr. Nimonkar prepared the naivedya, rice and walpapadi vegetables, next day and offered the same to Baba. All the people were surprised to see that Baba, while dining, took and ate walpapadi and did not touch rice and other things. Hate's joy knew no bounds when he learned this from his friend. At another time, Captain Hate wished that he should have in his house a rupee consecrated by Baba with his touch. He came across a friend who was bound for Shirdi. Though through him, Hate sent his rupee. The friend went to Shirdi and after the usual salutation, gave first his dakshina, which Baba accepted. Then he gave Hate's rupee, which Baba took in his hand and began to gaze at. He held it in front, tossed it up with his right thumb, and played with it. Then he said to a friend, "Return this to its owner with the prasad of Udi. Tell him that I want nothing from him. Ask him to live in peace and contentment." The friend returned to Gwalior, handed over the consecrated rupee to Hate, and told him all that had happened at Shirdi. This time, Hate was much pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts, and as he wished intently. Baba fulfilled the same accordingly. Waman Narvekar. Now let the readers hear a different story. A gentleman named Waman Narvekar loved Baba very much. He once brought a rupee. On one side, obverse of it were engraved the figures of Ram, Lakshman, and Sita, and on the other, reverse side, was engraved the figure of Madhuri, which with folded hands. He offered it to Baba with hope that he should consecrate it with his touch and return it to him with Udi. But Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Waman Rao's intention and requested him to return it. Then Baba spoke in the presence of Waman Rao. "Why should it be returned to him? We should keep it to ourselves. If he gives 25 rupees for it, it will be returned." Then, for the sake of that rupee, Waman Rao collected 25 rupees and placed them before Baba. Then Baba said, "The value of that rupee far exceeds 25 rupees. Shama, take this rupee. Let us have it in our store and keep this in your shrine and worship it." No one had the courage to ask Baba why he followed this particular action. He only knows what is best and most suitable for all. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Sai. Maharaj ki jai.
Om Saram, chapter 13. He does away with their fear of worldly illusion, samsara, and destroy their calamities. He was first nirgam, formless, but no account of the devotee of his bhaktas. He was obliged to take a form to give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas is the mission of the saints and for Sai, that mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed and their progress is certain. Remembering his feet, Brahmins from holy places come to him and read so much that though all other way leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom he favors got enormous strength, discrimination between the unreal and the real, and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of his devotees and fulfill the same. Hence, they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all anxieties. We who being overcome with calamities remember and pray to Sai, thus will get this mind calm and peacefully through his grace. This Sai, the ocean of mercy, says Hemant Pant favored him, and the result of this is the present Sai Satcharitram. Otherwise, what qualifications had he to understand undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibilities, Hemapant felt no burden nor any care about this. When the light of knowledge was there to inspire his speech, and when why should he entertain any doubt and feel any anxiety, Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of his merits in the past births, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a mere tale, but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all perseverance. Those who want to argue and criticize should not go in for this. What is wanted here is not discussed, but unlimited love and devotion. Learned, devout, and faithful beliefs are those who consider themselves as servants of saints, will like and appreciate these stories. Others will take them to the fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai Leelas as the Kalpataru, wish fulfillment tree, drinking in and devouring this nectar of Sai Leela will give liberation to the ignorant jivas, satisfaction to the householders, and a sadhana to the aspirants. Now we come to the story of this chapter. Kakaji Vaidya. There lived in Vani, Nasik district, a man called Kakaji Vaidya. He was the priest of the goddess Sapta Shringi there. He was so overpowered by adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening he went into the temple of the goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from the anxiety. The goddess was pleased with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to the Baba, and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who this Baba was, but before he could get any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be this Baba to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Tyambashka, Tyambakeshwar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place, Tyambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed early in the morning, chanted the Rudra hymns and the Abhishek, pouring fresh water over the Pindi, and did other religious rites. But with all this, he was as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. That might that night he she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Rambakeshwar in vain? I mean by Baba Sri Sai, Samrat of Shirdi." Yeah. Not at the moment. The question before Kakaji now was how and when to go to Shirdi and whom to see Baba. If anybody is in real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the saint and the Anant God are one and the same. There is not the least difference between them. If anybody thinks that he will go on his own wish and see a saint, then that will be a more mere boat. Unless the saint wills it, no one is able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidings. The more anxious a bhakta is for the visit to the saint, the more devout and faithful he is, the more speedy and effectively his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invests anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his reception, and so it happened with Kakaji, Shama's was. When Kakaji was thinking about his intended visit to Shirdi, a saint, a, a guest came to him at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba who he came to Vani at this juncture. We shall just see. Shama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken a vow to her family goddess Saptashringi Ivani that if her son got well, she would bring and dedicate him at her feet. Then, after some years, the mother herself suffered much more ringworms on her breast. At that time, she again took another vow to her deity that if she got all right, she would offer her 2 silver breasts. These 2 vows remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son Shama and drew his attention to the vows. And after taking a promise from him that he would fulfill them, she breathed her last. After some time, Shama forgot about these vows, thus thus 30 years elapsed. After this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shirdi and stayed there for a month. His predictions in the case of Shriman Bhuti and other came true, and everybody was satisfied. Shama's younger brother, Papaji, consulted him and was told about her mother's vows, which his elder brother had promised to fulfill her deathbed and not yet fulfilled. Hence, the goddess was displeased with them, and that was bringing troubles on them. Babaji told this to his brother Shama, who was then reminded of the unfulfilled vows. On thinking that any further delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the masjid, prostrated himself before Baba, and placing before him the two silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the woes, as to him he
He was his Sapatashringi goddess. Then Baba insisted upon him to go himself to the temple of Sapatashringi and offer them at the feet of the goddess. Thus, after taking Baba's permission and Udis, he left for Vani, and while searching for the priest, reached the Kayaji house. Kaji was then very annoyed, anxious to visit Baba, and Shama went to see him at that very time. What a wonderful coincidence was this! Kaja, Kakaji asked him who he was and whence did he come, and on learning that he was from Shirdi, he at once embraced him. So overwhelmed he was with love. Then he talked about the Salis, and after finishing the rites of Sharma's vow, they both started on reaching the place. Kadi went to the Maji and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bewild with tears, and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of the goddess, no sooner did he see Baba than his mind lost all of its restlessness and became calm and composed. Kaji began to think in his mind, what a wonderful power is this? Baba spoke nothing. There was no question and answer, no benediction pronounced. The mere darish itself was so conductive to happiness. The restlessness of my mind disappeared by his meditation. Consciousness of joy came upon me. This is what is called the greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet, and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba, yes, his joy knew no bounds. He surrounded himself completely to Baba, forgot his answer and cares and got undiluted happiness. He lived happily there for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Adis and blessings returned home. It is said that a dream which we get in the wee hours of the morning generally comes out true in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dream, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Khadi as a Bihi did one afternoon to go to Raja and fed to and Syria as he had not seen him since long. Shahab Kakasaya according took a tonga and went to Rahata. He met the Kangashavana and gave him Baba's message. On hearing it, Kangashan was surprised and said that while he was taking a noon nap after meals, Baba appeared in his dream and asked him to come to Shirdi immediately, and that he was annoyed to go, as he had no horse on his own nearby. He had sent his son to inform Baba. When his son was just at the village border, the next tongue turned up. The next then said that he was sent specially to bring him. Then they both went in the Tonga back to Shirdi. Kalash Pakachan saw Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this list of Baba Kalkarshan was much moved. Once a Punjabi Brahmin of Mumbai named Ramal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Syria. Baba appeared to him as a mud son, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought that he should go and see him, but as he did not have his address, he did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody to him also makes the necessary arrangement for the same. The same happened in the case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the street, he saw a picture of Baba in a shop. The features on the Mahant he saw early in the dream told exactly of who those of the picture. Then, while marking requirements, he came to know that the picture was of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He went soon after this to Shirdi and stayed there till his death. In a way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and Sam as this paid their wants, material as well as spiritual.
Maharaj ki
Can I start, Santosh? Santosh, can you hear me? Santosh, can you hear me? I can't hear you. In this chapter, Hemant Pant describes the passing away of certain persons and a tiger in Baba's presence. The last wish or thought that a man has in the hour of death determines his future course. Sri Krishna has said in Gita that he who remembers me in his last moments come verily to me, and he that meditates otherwise at that time goes to what he looks for. We cannot be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought at our last moment. For more often than not, we are more likely to be frightened and terrified by many causes. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind on any desired good thought at any or the last moment. All saints therefore recommend us to always remember God and chant His name always, so that we may not be puzzled when the time for departure comes. The devotees on their part surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that the all-known saints would guide and help them in their last moments. A few such cases are noted here. Vijayanand. A Madrasi sannyasi named Vijayanand started on a pilgrimage to Mansarovar. En route, hearing Baba's fame, he halted at Shirdi. They met one Somdevji Swami of Haridwar and inquired of him about the particulars of the Mansarovar trip. The Swami told him that the Sarovar was 500 miles above the Gangotri and described to him the difficulties of the journey, that is plenty of snow and change of dialect every 50 kos, and the suspicious nature of the people of Bhutan who give a lot of trouble to the pilgrims on the way. Hearing this, the sannyasi was dejected and cancelled the trip. Then, when he went to Baba and prostrated himself before him, Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi, his company is of no use." The sannyasi did not know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted and sat there watching things that were going on. In the morning darbar and the masjid was in the morning darbar and the masjid was sorry, it was the morning darbar and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet, some taking the tirtha, holy water from his toe and drinking it heartily, and some touching his eyes with it. Some were applying sandal paste and some scents to his body. All were doing these things, forgetting the distinction of caste and creed. Though Baba got enraged with him, he was filled with affection for Baba and he did not like to leave the place. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days when he got a letter from Madras that his mother was very ill. He felt very dejected and wanted to be by his mother's side, but he could not leave without Baba's permission. So he saw Baba with the letter in hand and asked his permission to return home. The omniscient Baba, knowing the future, said to him, "If you so loved your mother, why did you take sannyasa? Fondness or attachment ill becomes an ochre garb. Go and sit quiet at your lodging, wait with patience for a few days. In the Vada, there are many robbers, bolt your doors, be very vigilant, the thief will carry everything. Wealth and prosperity are transient, and the body is subject to decay and death. Knowing this, do your duty, leaving all attachments to the things of this world and next. He who does this surrenders himself to the feet of Hari, Lord, will get free from all troubles and attain bliss. The Lord runs and helps him who remembers and meditates on him with love and affection. Your store of past merit is considerable, so you have come here. Now attend to what I say and realize the end of your life. Being desireless, begin from tomorrow the study of Bhagavad. Do 3 saptas, that is 3 readings during 3 weeks consent- conscientiously. The Lord will be pleased with you and destroy your sorrows, your illusions will vanish, and you will get peace. Seeing that his end was approaching, Baba prescribed that remedy and made him read Ram Vijaya, which pleased the god of death. Next morning, after bathing and after purifying rites, he commenced to read Bhagavad in a secluded part in the Lendi garden. He completed 2 readings and thereafter felt much exhausted. He returned to the Vada and stayed in his lodging for 2 days, and on the third day he breathed his last on Fakir Bade Baba's lap. Baba asked the police to preserve the people to preserve their body for a day for a good reason. The police afterwards came and on making proper inquiries gave permission for the disposal of the body. It was buried in a proper place with due rites. In this way, Baba helped the sannyasi and ensured his Sadgati salvation. Balaram Mankar. This was a household devotee of Baba. There was a household devotee of Baba by name Balaram Mankar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and, entrusting his household to his son, left his home and came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion, Baba wanted to give a good life to excuse me. Baba wanted to give a good turn to his life, and he did this in this wise. He gave him rupees 12 and asked him to go and live in Machindragarh, district Satara. Mankar was first unwilling to go and stay away from Baba, but Baba convinced him that he was doing the best course for him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a year on the Gada. On believing in Baba's words, Mankar came to the Gad. He was much pleased with the lovely sight, pure water, healthy air, and the surroundings of the place, and began to practice assiduously the meditations as recommended by Baba. After some days, he got a revelation. Generally, bhaktas get revelation in their samadhi or trance states, but in Mankar's case, he got it when he came down to his ordinary consciousness from his trance. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only that Mankar saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent there. Baba replied, "In Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas began to rise in your mind, and I sent you here to rest your unsteady mind. You thought that I was in Shirdi with a body composed of 5 elements and 3.5 cubits in length, and not outside of it. Now you see and determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same you saw in Shirdi. If it is for this reason that I sent you here. Then after the period was over, Mankar left the Gada and proceeded to his native place, Bandra. He wanted to travel by rail from Pune to Dadar, but when he went to the booking office to get a ticket, he found it was much crowded. He could not get his ticket soon when a villager with a langoti piece of cloth on his waist and kambli on his shoulder turned up and said, "Where are you going?" "To Dadar," replied Mankar. Then he said, "Please take this Dadar ticket of mine. As I have some urgent business here, I have cancelled my Dadar trip." Mankar was very glad to receive the ticket and was just taking out money from his pocket when the rustic disappeared in the crowd. Mankar tried to find him in the crowd, but in vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Mankar got in a strange form. Then Mankar, after visiting his home, again returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, always following his bidding and advice. In the end, he was fortunate to leave this world in the presence and with the blessings of Baba. Tatya Sahib Nulkar. Hematpant gives no particulars regarding Tatya Sahib Nulkar except the bare mention of the fact that he up his ghost in Shirdi. A brief summary of his account has appeared in Sai Leela magazine is given here. Tata Sahib was a sub-judge of Pandharpur in 1909 when Nana Sahib Chandurkar was Mamlatdar there. Both met often and exchanged talks. Tatya Sahib did not believe in saints while Nana Sahib loved them. Nana Sahib often told him the Leelas of Sai Baba and pressed him to go to Shirdi and see Baba. He finally agreed to go to Shirdi on two conditions. He must be a Brahmin cook, he must get a Brahmin cook, and must get good Nagpur oranges for the presentation. Both these conditions were providentially fulfilled. A Brahmin came to Nana Sahib for service and he was sent to Tatya Sahib, and a fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful oranges were received by Tatya Sahib, the consignor being not known. As the conditions were fulfilled, Tatya Sahib had to go to Shirdi. At first, Baba was much enraged with him, but by and by, Tatya Sahib got such experiences that he was convinced that Baba was God incarnate. So he was enamored of Baba and stayed there till his death. As the end was approaching, sacred literature was read to him, and at the last hour, Baba's Padatirtha was brought and given to him for drinking. Baba, on hearing his death, said, "Oh, Tatya went ahead of us. He won't be reborn." Megha. The story of Megha has already been described in chapter 28. When Megha died, all the villagers followed the funeral procession. Baba also accompanied him and showered flowers on Megha's body. After the obsequies were performed, tears flowed from Baba's eyes, and like an ordinary mortal, Baba showed himself overcome with grief and sorrow. Then, covering the body with flowers and crying like a near relation, Baba returned to masjid. Many saints have been seen giving sadgati to men, but Baba's greatness is unique. Even a cruel animal like a tiger came to Baba's feet for being saved. In this story, it is this story which will be narrated now. Tiger. 7 days before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred in Shirdi. There came a country cart and stopped in front of the masjid. A tiger was on the cart, fastened with iron chains, with its fierce face turned to the rear. It was suffering from some pain or agony. Its keepers, three dervishes, were taking it from place to place and making money by exhibiting it. It was the means of their subsistence. They tried all sorts of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all was in vain. Then they heard Baba's fame and came to him with the animal. They got it down down the chains in their hands and made it stand at the door. It was naturally fierce, besides disease-ridden. It was restless, so it was restless. The people began to look at it with fear and amazement. The dervishes went in, told Baba everything about the animal, and with his consent brought it before him. As it approached the steps, it was taken aback on account of the lustre of Baba and hung its head down. When both saw each other, it got on the step and looked at Baba with affection. Immediately it moved the tuft of its tail and dashed it thrice against the ground and fell down senseless. On seeing it dead, the dervishes were first much dejected and full of sorrow, but on mature thought they came to their senses. They considered that as the animal was deceased and nearing its end, it was very meritorious on their part that it should meet its death at the feet and in the presence of Baba. It was their debtor, and when the debt was paid off, it was free and met its end at Sai's feet. When any creatures bow down their heads at saints' feet and meet death, they are saved. And unless they have got a good story of merit on their account, how can they get such a happy end? Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Can I start chapter 32? Santosh Garu? You can hear me, right? Okay. I'll start. I'm not able to hear your voice, but okay, that's good. Yeah, chapter 32. In quest of Guru and God, fasting disapproved. In this chapter, Hamad Pant describes two things: how Baba met his Guru in the woods and through him God, and how Baba made one Mrs. Gokhale, who had made up her mind to fast for 3 days, eat foreign police. Preliminary. In the beginning, Hamad Pant describes the samsara, visible world, by the allegory of Aswatha, banyan tree, which has, in the phraseology of the Gita, roots above and branches below. Its branches are spread downwards and upwards and are nourished by the gunas, qualities, and its sprouts are the objects of the senses. Its roots, leading to actions, are extended downwards to this world of men. Its form cannot be known in this world, nor its end, its beginning, nor its support. Cutting this Ashwatha tree of strong roots with the sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should seek the path beyond, treading which there is no return. For traversing this path, the help of a good guide, Guru, is absolutely necessary. However learned a man may be, or however deep his study of Vedas and Vedangas, sacred literature may be, he cannot go to his destination safely. If the guide be there to help him and show him the right way, he would avoid the pitfalls and the wild beasts on the journey, and everything will be smooth sailing. Baba's experience in this matter, the story which he gave out himself, is really wonderful, which, when attended to, will give you faith, devotion, and salvation. The quest. Once four of us were studying religious scriptures and other books, and being thus enlightened, we began to discuss the nature of the Brahman. One of us said that we should raise the self by the self and not depend on others. To this, the second replied that he who controls his mind is blessed. We should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world phenomenon is always changing. The formless is eternal. So we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, Baba himself, urged that bookish knowledge is worthless, and added, let us do our prescribed duty and surrender our body, mind, and 5 pranas, life, to the Guru's feet. Guru is God, all pervading. To get this conviction, strong, unbounded faith is necessary. Discussing in this wise, we four learned, men began to ramble through the woods in the quest of God. The three wanted to make the quest with their free and unaided intellect. On the way, a Vanjari, a man who trades in certain things, such as grains, etc., by carrying them on bullock, met us and asked us, "It is hot now. Where and how far are you going?" "To search the woods," we replied. He inquired, "On what quest are you bound?" We gave him an ambiguous and evasive reply. Seeing us rambling aimlessly, he was moved and said, "Without knowing the woods fully, you should not wander at random. If you want to walk through the forests and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why do you exert yourselves unnecessarily at this sultry noontime? You may not give out to me your secret quest. Still, you can sit down, eat bread, drink water, take rest, and then go. Be always patient at heart." Though he spoke so tenderly, we discarded his request and marched on. We thought that were self-contained men and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless. The trees therein grew so close and tall that the sun's rays could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered here and there for a long time. Ultimately, through sheer good luck, we came back to the place from where we started. The Vanjari met us again and said, "Relying on your own cleverness, you missed your way. A guide is always necessary to show us the right way in small or great matters, and no quest can be successfully carried out on an empty stomach. Unless God wills it, no one meets us on the way. Don't discard offers of food. Served dish should not be thrust away. Offers of bread and food should be regarded as auspicious signs of success." Saying this again, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, we did not like this good hospitality and discarded his offer and went away. Without doing any quest and without taking any food, the three began to move out. So obstinate were they. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved with the Vanjari's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned, but were quite strangers to pity and kindness. The Vanjari was quite illiterate and unqualified fellow and belonged to a low caste. Still, he had love in his heart and asked us to eat the bread. In this way, he who loves other disinterestedly is really enlightened. And I thought acceptance of his hospitality was the best beginning of getting knowledge. So very respectfully, I accepted the loaf of bread offered, ate it, and drank water. Then too, the Guru at once came and stood before us. What was the dispute about? He asked, and I told him everything that had happened. Then he said, "Would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want." But he alone who believes in what I say will be successful. The others did not agree to what he said and left him. But I bowed to him reverently and accepted his dictum. Then he took me to a well, tied my feet with a rope and hung me, head downwards and feet up, from a tree near the well. I was suspended 3 feet above the water, which I could not reach with my hands, nor which could go into my mouth. Suspending me in this manner, he went away. No one knew where. No one knew where. After 10 or 12 gatakas, 4 or 5 hours, he returned and taking me out quickly asked me how I fared. In bliss supreme I was. How can a fool like me describe the joy I experienced? I replied. On hearing my answers, the Guru was much pleased with me, drew me near him, and stroking my body with his hand kept me with him. He took care of me as tenderly as mother bird does of her younger ones. He put me into his school. How beautiful it was. Then I forgot my parents. All my attachment was snapped and I was liberated easily. I thought that I should embrace his neck and remain staring at him always. If his image were not fixed in my pupils, I would like better to be blind. Such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty-handed. My Guru became my all in all, my home and property, mother and father, everything. All my senses left their places and concentrated themselves in my eyes, and my sight was centered on him. Thus was my Guru the sole object of my meditation, and I was conscious of none else. While meditating on him, my mind and intellect were stunned, and I had thus to keep quiet and bow to him in silence. There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. The disciples go there to seek knowledge and spend their money, time and labor, but ultimately they have to repent. The Guru there boasts of his secret knowledge and his straightforwardness. He makes a show of his sacredness and holiness, but he is not tender at heart. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' hearts, and they are not convinced. So far as self-realization is concerned, he has none. How can such schools be of any use to the disciples, and how can they be benefited? The master, Guru, mentioned above was of different type. By his grace, realization flashed upon me of itself, without effort or study. I had not to seek anything, but everything became clear to me as broad daylight. The Guru alone knows how the topsy-turvy suspension with head down and feet up can give happiness. Among the four, one was karmata, ritualistic, who only knew how to observe and abstain from certain rites. The second was a jnani, who was puffed up with pride of knowledge. And the third was bhakta, who surrendered himself completely to God, believing that he was the sole doer. When they were discussing and arguing, the question of God turned up, and they, depending on their unaided knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the four. Being himself Brahman incarnate, some may ask, why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this for attaining the good of the public and setting them an example to follow. Though an incarnation himself, he respected a low Vanjari by accepting his food and with the firm belief that food is Brahman, and showed how those who rejected Vanjari's hospitable offer suffered, and how it was impossible to get jnana without a guru. The Shruti, Tatriya Upanishad, Tritiya Upanishad, exhorts us to honor and worship mother, father, and preceptor, and to study, learn, and teach the sacred scriptures. These are the means of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effected, self-realization is not possible. Neither the senses nor the mind and intellect reach the self. Modes of proof such as perception and inference will not help us in the matter. It is the grace of the Guru that counts. The objects of our life, such as dharma, artha, and kama, are attainable with our effort. But the fourth object, moksha, liberation, can only be had with the help of the Guru. In the Darbar of Sri Sai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give out their predictions. Princes, noblemen, ordinary and poor men, sannyasis, yogis, songsters, and others come for darshan. Even a mahar comes and making a johar, his salutation says this: Sai is the my bap, true parents. Who will do away with our rounds of births and deaths? So many others, such as jugglers, gondalis, and the blind and the lame, natpantis, dancers, and other players come and are given suitable reception. Bidding his own time, the Vanjari also appeared and played the part assigned to him. Let us now revert to the other story. Fasting and Mrs. Gokhale. Baba never fasted himself, nor did he allow others to do so. The mind of the faster is never at ease. Then how could he attain his Paramatma, goal of life? God is not attained on an empty stomach. First, the soul has to be appeased. If there is no moisture of food in the stomach and nutrition, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe his greatness, and with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all organs get their proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhanas to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome, both to the body and mind. One Mrs. Gokhale came to Shirdi with an introductory letter from Mrs. Kashibai Kanitkar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kelkar. She came to Baba with determination to sit at Baba's feet, observing a 3 days fast. The day previous, Baba said to Dada Kelkar that he would not allow his children to starve during the Shimga, that is holy holidays, and that if they had to starve, why was he there? Next day, when the woman went with Dada Kelkar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba at once said to her, "Where is the necessity of fasting? Go to Dada Bhatt's house, prepare the dish of Puran Polis, wheat rotis with gram flour and jaggery. Feed his children and yourself too." Shimga holidays were on. Mrs. Kelkar was then in her menses, and there was nobody to cook in Dada Bhatt's house. So Baba's advice was very timely. Then Mrs. Gokhale had to go to Dada Bhatt's house and prepare the dish as directed. She cooked that day, fed others and herself. What a good story, and how beautiful its import. Baba's Sarkar. Baba gave a story of his boyhood as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to Dham. There I got embroidery work. I worked hard, sparing no pains. The employer was very much pleased with me. The other boys worked before me. The first got 50 rupees, the second 100 rupees, and the third 150 rupees. And I was given twice the whole of this amount. That is 600 rupees. After seeing my cleverness, the employer loved me, praised me, and honored me with a full dress, a turban for the head, and a shell for the body, etc. I kept this dress intact without using it. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it is always imperfect. But my Sarkar, God gives last to the end of time. No other gift from any man can be compared to his. My Sarkar says, take, but everybody comes to me and says, give. Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My Sarkar treasury, spiritual wealth is full. It is overflowing, I say. Dig out and take away this wealth in cartloads. The blessed son of a true mother should fulfill himself with this wealth. The skill of my fakir, the leela of my Bhagavan, the aptitude of my Sarkar is quite unique. What about me? Body, earth will mix with earth, breath with air. This time won't come again. I go somewhere, sit somewhere. The hard Maya troubles me much. Still, I feel always anxiety for my men. He who does anything, spiritual endeavor, will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will get invaluable happiness. Go to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Santoshji, can you hear me? Okay. Chapter 33, the greatness of Udi, scorpion sting and plague cases cured, Jamdad miracle, Narayan Rao's sickness, Balabhuvar Suthar, Appa Sahib Kulkarni, and Haribhav Karnik. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of the Guru. Now in this, we will describe the greatness of the Udi. However, both are interlinked. The greatness of Udi is due to the spiritual grandeur of Baba. Preliminary, let us now bow before the great saints. Their merciful glances will destroy the mountains of sins and do away with all the blemishes of our character. Their talk gives us good teachings and confer on us the invaluable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference such as this is ours and that is yours. Such differentiation never arises in their minds. Their debts, obligations will never be repaid by us in this birth as well as in many future births. Udi. It is well known that Baba took Dakshina from all, and out of the amount thus collected, he spent it on charity and purchased fuel. This fuel he put it in the Duni, the sacred fire which he kept ever burning. Ash from this fire was called the Udi and was freely distributed to the devotees at the time of their departure from Shirdi. What did Baba teach us by this Udi? Baba taught us by this Udi that all the visible phenomena in the universe are as transient as the ash. Our bodies composed of matter of the 5 elements will fall down after all their enjoyments are over and be reduced to ashes. In order to remind the devotees of the fact that their bodies will be reduced to ashes, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught by the Udi that the Brahma is the only reality and the universe is ephemeral, and that no one in this world, be a son, father, or wife, is really ours. We come here in this world alone and we have to go from here alone. It has been found that the Udi cured many physical mental maladies, but Baba wanted to repeat into the devotees' ears the principles of the discrimination between the unreal and the real. He taught non-attachment for the unreal by his Udi and Dakshina. The former Udi taught us the discrimination, and the later Dakshina taught us the non-attachment. Unless we have these two things, it's not possible for us to cross over the sea of the mundane existence. So Baba asked for Dakshina, and while the devotees took leave, he gave Udi as prasad, besmeared some of it on their foreheads, and placed his boon conferring hand on them. When Baba was in a cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. One such song was about the Udi. The meaning of the song was, "O playful Ram, come and bring with you sacks of Udi. Ramate Ram Avoji, Udioko, Godiyami, Lavoji. So Baba used to sing in very clear and tender tone. So besides the spiritual implication of the Udi, that also its material significance. It conferred health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. So the Udi has helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as spiritual. We shall now begin with the stories about Udi. Scorpion Singh. Narayan Motiram Jani of Masik was a devotee of Baba. He was serving under another devotee of Baba by name Ramachandra Vaman Modak. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba himself told her that her son should start independent business. Some days after this prophecy turned true, Narayan Jani left service and started boarding a house Anand Ashram, which thrived well. Once a friend of Narayan Rao was stung by a scorpion and the pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Udi is most efficacious in such cases as it is to be applied on the point of the pain, and so Narayan Rao searched for it but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture and invoked Baba's aid and chanted Baba's name and taking out a pinch of the ashes of the jaws stick, burning in front of the Baba's picture and thinking it of Baba's Udi, applied it on the seat of the pain and the sting. As soon as he moved his fingers, the pain vanished, and both the persons were moved and felt delighted. Bubonic plague case. Once a devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter who was staying in another place, was down with the bubonic plague. He had no Udi with him, so he sent a word to Nana Sahib Chandorkar to send the same. Nana Sahib got his message en route Thana railway station when he was traveling with his wife to Kalyan. He had no Udi with him then. He therefore took up some dust from the road, meditated upon the Sai Baba, invoked his aid, and applied it to his wife's forehead. The devotee was very glad to learn that his daughter, who was suffering for 3 days, began to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid near the Thana railway station. The Jamnagar miracle in the year 1904-05, Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamlathar at Jamnagar in the Khandesh district, which is more than 100 miles from the Shirdi. His daughter, Mainatai, was pregnant and was due to deliver. Her case was very serious and she was suffering from labor pains for the last 2 or 3 days. Nana Sahib tried all remedies, but in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. Then there in Shirdi, one Ramgir Bua, whom Baba called Bhabagir Bua, was leaving for his native place in Khandesh. Baba called him and told him to stop at Jamnagar on his way home and give the Udi and Arti to Nana Sahib. Ramgir Bua said that he had only 2 rupees with him and this amount was barely sufficient for the railway fare up to Jalgaon. And it was not possible for him to go to Jalgaon to Jamnagar, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not care as everything would be provided for. Then Baba asked Shama to write a well-known Arati composed by Madhav Adkar. Arati and translation of this is given at the end of this work and gave a copy of it with Udi to Ramgir Bua to be delivered to Nana Sahib. Then relying on Baba's words, Ramgir Bua left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at about 2:45 a.m. He had only 2 annas left with him and he was in flight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, "Who is Babagir Bua of Shirdi?" He went to him and told him that he was Babagir Bua. Then the person professing to be sent by Nana Sahib took him to an excellent Thanga with a good pair of horses. They both drove in it. The Thanga ran fast, and early in the morning they came to a brook lake. The man took the horses for watering them, and he asked Bangir Boa to partake of some eatables. On seeing the bird, mustache, and the livery of that person, Ramgir Bua suspected him to be a Muslim and was unwilling to take any refreshments from him, but he satisfied Ramgir Bua by saying that he was a Hindu, a Kshatriya of Garhwal, and that Nana Sahib had sent these refreshments and there should be no difficulty in its acceptance. Santosh, do you want me to continue or? Santoshi?
Sudhakarji, this is Utpal here. I'm going to follow up, but if you can finish that paragraph, I think then I can take it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, Utpalji. Then both of them took the refreshments and started again. They reached Jamnagar at dawn. Ramgir Bua alighted to attend a call of nature, returned with a few minutes, but found that there was no Thanga, no driver. He was dumbfounded. Then he went to the neighboring Kacheri on making inquiries, learned that Mamlathar was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house and gave to Nana Sahib Baba's Udi and Arati. At this time, Mainathai's case was in the most serious condition. All were in deep anxiety about it. Nana Sahib called out his wife and asked her to give the Udi, mix the water to their daughter to drink. He thought that Baba's help was most opportune. In a few minutes came the news that the delivery was safe and that the crisis had passed away. And Ramgibua thanked Rana Sahib for the tune, the tonga, and the refreshments, etc. The latter was greatly surprised as he had said none to the station and was not aware of any person coming from Shirdi. Utpalji.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Sachidanand Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana, retired Mamlatdar, made inquiries about this matter with Bapurao Chandorkar, son of Nana Sahib and Ramgirua of Shirdi, and after satisfying himself, wrote an elaborate article, part prose and part poetry, in the Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 13, number 11, 12, and 13. B.V. Narasimha Swami has also taken down the statements of 1 Minatai, number 5, page 14, and 2 Bapu Sahib Chandrapur, number 20, page 50, and 3 Ramgirua, number 27, page 83, dated 1st June 1936, 16 September 1936, and 1st December 1936, respectively, and published them in his Devotees Experience Part 3. The following is quoted from Ramgirua's statement. One day, Baba called me to him and gave me a packet of udi and a copy of Baba's Arti. I had to go to Khandesh at that time. Baba directed me to go to Jamner and told me to deliver the Arti and udi to Nana Sahib Chandorkar at Jamner. I said to Baba that all I had was rupees 2 and asked him how that could take me by train from Kopargaon to Jalgaon and next from Jalgaon to Jamner. Baba said, God will give. That was a Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmar at 7:30 p.m. and Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. At that time, plague regulations were in force and I had much trouble. I was to discover what I should do to get to the Jamner. At about 3 a.m., a peon in boots, turban, and equipped with other details of good dress came to me and took me to Etonga and drove me on. On the way at Bhagur, I took refreshments. We reached Jamnin early in the morning, and by the time I attended all the call of nature, the Tonga and its driver had disappeared. Page 83. Narayan Rao. Bhakt Narayan Rao, father's name and surname are not given, had the good fortune to see Baba twice during the latter's lifetime. 3 years after the passing away of Baba in 1918, he wanted to come to Shirdi but could not. Within a year of Baba's Mahasamadhi, he fell sick and suffered much. All possible remedies gave him no relief. So he meditated on Baba day and night. One night he had a vision. Baba came through a cellar, comforted him, saying, Don't be anxious, you will be improving from tomorrow, and within a week you will be on your legs. Narendra got perfectly well within the time indicated in the vision. Now, the point for consideration is this: was Baba living because he had the body, or was he dead because he left it? No, Baba is ever alive, for he transcended both life and death. He who loved him wholeheartedly gets response from him at any time and at any place. He is always by our side and will take any form, appear before the devout bhakta and satisfy them. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. In 1917, Appa Sahib Kulkarni was transferred to Thane and began to worship Baba's picture presented to him by Bala Sahib Bhate. In real earnest, he did the worship. He offered flowers, sandal paste, and naivedya daily to Baba in the picture, and longed intently to see him. In this connection, it may be remarked that seeing Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates this statement. Balbua Sutar, a saint of Mumbai named Balabua Sutar, who on account of his piety, devotion, and style was called modern Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. When he bowed before Baba, the latter said, I have known this man for 4 years. Balabua wondered and thought, how could that be, as that was his first trip to Shirdi. But thinking about it seriously, he recollected that he had prostrated himself 4 years ago before Baba's portrait at Mumbai and was convinced about the significance of Baba's words. He said to himself how omniscient and all pervading are the saints and how kind they are to, to their devotees. I nearly bowed to his photo, but this fact was noticed by Baba, and in due time, he made me realize that seeing his photo is equivalent to seeing him in person. Now we return to Appasar's story. While he was in Thana, he had to go on tour to Bhiwandi and was expected to return after a week. In his absence, the following wonderful thing took place on the third day. At noon, a fakir turned up at Appasar's house. His features resemble exactly those of Baba's photo. Mrs. Kulkarni and the children all asked him whether he was Sai Baba of Shirdi. He said no, but that he was an obedient servant of his and came there at his order to inquire after the well-being of the family. Then he asked for dakshina. The lady gave him a rupee. He gave her a small packet of udi and asked her to keep this in the shrine. Then he left the house and went away. Now, hear the wonderful Leela side. Papa Sahib could not proceed with his tour at his horse as his horse fell sick at Bhiwandi. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife about Fakir's visit. He got very restless as he did not have the darshan of the fakir. Moreover, he did not like that only 1 rupee was paid to him as dakshina. He said that had been he said that had he been present, he would have paid not less than 10 rupees. Then he immediately started in quest of the fakir and searched him in the masjid and other places without taking any food. His search was in vain. He then returned home and took his food. The readers may remember here Baba's dictum in chapter 32 that God's square should not be made on an empty belly. Then, after meal, he went out for a walk with a friend, Mr. Chidre. After going some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he must be the fakir that came to his house at noon, as his features tallied with those of Baba in the photo. The fakir immediately put forth his hand and asked for dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. He demanded again and again, and so Appa Sahib gave him two more. Still, he was not satisfied. Then he borrowed rupees 3 from Chitra and gave them to him. He wanted still more. Appa Sahib asked him to accompany him to his house. And they all returned home, and Appa Sahib gave him 3 rupees, in all 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded again. Then Appa Sahib told him that he had a currency note of rupees 10. The fakir asked for the same, took it and returned the 9 rupees and went away. Appa Sahib had earlier said that he would pay 10 rupees and that sum was taken from him and 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's touch were returned to him. The figure 9 is significant. It denotes the 9 types of devotion by chapter 21. It may also be noted here that Baba gave 9 coins to one Lakshmi Bai Shinde at his last moment. Appa Sahib examined the Udi packet and found that it contained some flower, leaves, and akshata. Then, sometime afterward, he got a hair from Baba. When he saw him at Shirdi, he pulled the Udi packet and the hair in the he put the Udi packet and the hair in the tabis and wrote it and wore it always on his arm. Appa Sahib realized the power of Udi. Though he was very efficient, he got rupees 40 as pay in the beginning. But after he secured Baba's photo and his Udi, he got many times more and also got much power and influence. And along with these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So those who are fortunate enough to get Baba's Udi should after bath apply it on the forehead and take some of it, mix it with water as holy tirth. Haribhau Karnik. In 1917, Haribhau Karnik of Dhanu, Thana district, came to Shirdi on the Guru Purnima day in the month of Ashad and worshipped Baba with all formalities. He offered clothes and dakshina and after taking Baba's leave, got down the step of the masjid. Then he thought that he should offer one more rupee to Baba and was just turning to climb up again when Shama signaled him by gesturing that he had got Baba's leave, he should go and not return. So he started from home. On his way, when he went into the temple at Kalaram at Nasik for darshan, the saint Narsingh Maharaj, who used to sit inside the temple, came to Haribau, caught him by his wrist, and said, "Give me my 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee most willingly and thought that Sai Baba recovered the rupee which he intended in his mind to give through Saint Narsingh Maharaj. This story illustrates the fact that all saints are one and illustrates how they work in unison. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace to be all. Om Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Hi, okay. This is Ajal, and I'm starting chapter 34. Om Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Greatness of Udi continued. Doctor's nephew, Dr. Pillai, Shama's sister-in-law, Irani girl, Hada gentleman, and Mumbai lady. This chapter continues the subject greatness of Udi and describes cases in which the application of Udi was most efficacious. Doctor's nephew. In Malegaon, district Nasik, there lived a doctor, qualified and degree holder. His nephew suffered from an incredible disease, troublesome bone abscesses. The doctor, along with his relatives and medical practitioners, tried all sorts of remedies and even surgery. There was no relief and no end to the little boy's suffering. Friends and relatives advised the parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommend them to go to Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases. By his mere glance, the parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him, and pleaded humbly and implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them, saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall never suffer anything in this life to the end of time. Now do not worry. Apply Udi on the abscess, and within a week he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid but Dwarkamai. He who sleeps here will soon get health and happiness, and his sufferings will come to an end." The boy was made to sit before Baba, who moved his hands on the affected part and cast his loving glances on him. The patient was pleased, and with the application of the Udi, he began to recover and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shidi with their son, thanking Baba for the cure, which was effected by Udi and Baba's gracious looks. After knowing this, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and desired to see Baba while he was on his way to Mumbai for some business. At Malegaon and Manmar, somebody spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. Therefore, he dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Mumbai direct. He wanted to spend the rest of his leave at Alibag, but at Mumbai, he heard for 3 successive nights a voice. "Still you disbelieve me?" Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend to a case of infectious fever in Mumbai, which showed no signs of quick abatement. So he thought that his Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, postponed a test in his mind and said that if the patient gets all right by today, I will start for Shirdi tomorrow. The wonder is that exactly from the time when the determination was done, the fever began no abate and the temperature became normal. Then he went to Shirdi as per his determination, took Baba's darshan and prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experiences that he became his devotee and stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Udi and blessings. Within a fortnight, he was transferred on promotion to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba, and his visit gathered in him a never failing love for the son's feet. Dr. Pillai. One Dr. Pillai was an intimate devotee of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him Bhau, brother. Baba talked to him off and on or consulted him in all matters and wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from gunia worms. He said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "The pain is most excruciating and unbearable. I prefer that to it. This pain I know is for repaying past karma, but go to Baba and tell him to cease the pain and transfer the balance of my past karma to 10 future births of mine. Mr. Dikshit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dikshit, tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days, he can work out the sufferings and consequences of his past karma. While I am here to give him temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on somebody's back and let us work and finish his sufferings once for all. The doctor was brought in that condition and was seated on Baba's right side. Baba gave him his bolster and said, lie down calmly here and be at ease. This true remedy is that the result of past action has to be suffered and got over. Our karma is a cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah God is the sole dispenser and protector. Think of him always. He will take care of you. Surrender to him with body, mind, and speech, and then see what he does. Dr. Pillai said that Nana Sahib had put a bandage over the leg, but he had no relief. Nana is a fool, replied Baba. Take off that bandage or else you will die. Now a crow will come and pick at you and then you will recover. While this conversation was going on, Abdul, who always cleaned the masjid and trimmed the lamps, turned up. While he was attending to his work, his foot accidentally fell upon the stretched leg of Dr. Pillai. Then leg was already swollen. And when Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it, all the 7 gunya worms were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable and Dr. Pillai cried out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternately. Then Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and picking. Baba said, did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest in the vada and you will be soon all right. By application of the Udi and by taking it orally with water without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days as assumed by Baba. Shama's sister-in-law. Shama's younger brother Bapaji was staying near the Saveli Vihar. Once his wife was attacked with bubonic plague. She had high fever and 2 buboes in her groins. Bapaji rushed to Shama at Shirdi and asked him to come and help. Shama was frightened, but according to his own custom, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before him to invoke. He ate by requesting him to cure the case. He also asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, don't go there at these late hours. Send her the Udi. Why care for the fever and bubos? God is our father. She will all right easily. Do not go now. Go there in the morning and return immediately. Shama had full faith in Baba's Udi. It was sent with Bapaji. It was applied on the bubos and some of it was mixed with water given to the patient for drinking. No sooner was it taken in, perspiration set in profusely, the fever abated and the patient had a sound sleep. Next morning, Bapaji was surprised to see his wife all right, with no fever and no bubos. When Shama went there next morning with Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see her in the kitchen preparing tea. On one questioning his brother, he learned that Baba's Udi cured her completely in one night. Then Shama realized the significance of Baba's words. Go there in the morning and return immediately. After taking tea, Shama returned and after saluting Baba, said, Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless and then calm it down and confront us. Baba replied, you see, mysterious is the path of action. Though I do nothing, they hold me responsible for the actions which take place and on account of prarabdha, destiny. I am only their witness. The Lord is a sole doer and inspirer. He is the most merciful. Neither I am God nor master. I am his obedient servant. And remember him constantly. He who casts aside his egoism and thanks him, and he who trusts him entirely will have his shackles removed and will obtain liberation. Irani's daughter. Now read the experience of an Irani gentleman. His young daughter got fits every hour. When the convulsion came, she lost her power of speech. Her limbs contracted and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba's Udi to her father and asked him to get it from Kakasaheb Dikshit at Vileparle, suburb of Mumbai. Then the Irani gentleman
Do you know where is Balaji? Yeah, I can finish off. Ask mom to come. Mom.
Irani's daughter. Now read the experience of Irani gentleman. His young daughter got fits everywhere. When the convention came, she lost her power of speech, her limbs contracted, and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba Sudhi to her father and asked him to get it from Kakasaheb Dikshit at Vileparle, suburb of Mumbai. Then the Irani gentleman got the Udi and gave it, mixed with water to his daughter daily for drinking. In the beginning, the convulsions which were coming hourly came every 7 hours, and after a few days, the daughter recovered completely. Hadda gentleman. An old gentleman of Hadda was suffering from a stone in his kidney. Such stones are generally removed by surgical operation, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength of mind, and could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to end in another way. The Inamdar city officer of the town happened to come there at that time. He was a devotee of Baba and had always a stock of Udi with him. On the recommendation of friends, his son got some Udi from him and after mixing it with water, gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the Udi was assimilated, the stone was dissolved and came out through his urine, and old man was soon relieved. Mumbai lady. A woman of Aista Prabhu caste in Mumbai always suffered terrible pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened each time she became pregnant and did not know what to do. Sri Rama Maruti of Kalyan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife came to Shirdi, stayed there for some months, and worshipped Baba. After some time, the hour of delivery came, and as usual, there was obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains, did not know what to do, but began to pray Baba for relief. In the meantime, some neighboring woman turned up and after invoking Baba's sake, gave her Udi mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly.
Chapter 35, Tested and Never Found Wanting. Kaka Mahajani's friend and master, Andhra Islamia case, Bala Patil Navaskar. This chapter also continues with the subject of the importance and effectiveness of the Udi. It also gives 2 cases in which Baba was tested and not found wanting. These cases will be taken up first. Preliminary. In spiritual matters of endeavors, secretarianism is the greatest bar to our progress. Those who believe that God is without form are heard saying that to believe that God is
with the form as is an illusion, and that the saint are only human beings. Then why should they bow down their heads before them and take offer dakshina? Persons belonging to other sets will also raise objections and say, why should they bow and offer allegiance to other saints, leaving their own gurus? Similar objections regarding Sai Baba were heard before and even now. Some said that when they went to Shirdi, Baba asked for dakshina from them. Is it good that saints should collect money in this fashion? If they do so, where is their sainthood? But there are many instances where men went to Shirdi, scoffed but remained there to pray. 2 such instances were given below. Kaka Mahajani's friend. A friend of Kaka Mahajani was a worshipper of Nirgun, God without form, and was averse to idolatry. Out of curiosity, he agreed to go to Shirdi with Kaka Mahajani on 2 conditions, that is, that he should neither bow down to Baba or pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to these conditions and they both left Mumbai on a Saturday night and reached Shirdi the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of Masjid, Baba, looking at the friend from a little distance, addressed him in sweet words as follows: Oh, welcome, sir. The tone in which he uttered these words was a very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of the friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent a thrill through his body. What an enchanting power the tone had. Being surprised, the friend said, This is no doubt the voice of my father. Then he at once went up and, forgetting his resolution, placed his head upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for dakshina twice, once in the morning and again at noon, at the time of their taking leave, but he asked it from Kaka only and not from the friend. The latter whispered to Kaka, Baba asked for dakshina from you twice. I am with you. Why does he ignore me? You ask Baba yourself, was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering. Then the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay any dakshina. Baba replied, You had no mind to pay, so you were not asked. But if you want to pay now, you may. Then the friend paid rupees 17 as dakshina, the same amount that Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him with a few words of advice. You destroy the Thelis world sense of difference between us so that we can see and meet each other face to face. Then Baba allowed them to leave. Though the weather was cloudy and rough, Baba assured them
of their safe journey, and both of them reached Mumbai safely. When he reached home and opened the door and windows of his house, he found two sparrows dead on the ground, and one just flew out through a window. He thought that if he had left the windows open, two sparrows would have been saved, but though again that they had met their Lord, and that Baba had sent him back soon just to save the third sparrow. Kaka Mahajani's master. Kaka was the manager in the firm of Thakkar Dharamse Jatabhai, a solicitor of Mumbai. Both the master and the manager were on intimate terms. Mr. Thakkar knew that Kaka would often go to Shirdi, stay there for some days and return. Then Baba permitted him, when Baba permitted him. Out of curiosity, Mr. Thakkar decided to go to Shirdi with Kaka during Simga holidays. As Kaka's return was uncertain, he took another man with him for his company. The three started together, and Kaka bought 2 seers of raisins, dried grapes with seed, on the way of presentation to Baba. They reached Shirdi in due time and went to Masjid for darshan. Baba Sahib Thakkar was also there, and Mr. Thakkar asked him why he came there. For darshan, Thakkar replied. Mr. Thakkar asked him if miracles took place there. Thakkar replied that to see miracles was not the concern. The earnest intentions of the bhaktas were satisfied here. Then Kaka prostrated himself before Baba and offered the raisins to him. Baba ordered them to be distributed. Mr. Thakkar also got a few of them. He did not want to have the raisins as he was advised by his doctor not to eat them without washing and cleaning them. So he was in a fix. He did not want to eat them, or could he reject them. To keep up formalities, he put them into his mouth, but did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spit them out on the floor of the masjid, so he pocketed them against his wish. He then said in his mind that if Baba was a saint, how could he be ignorant of his dislike for the raisins, and how could he force them on him? When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some more raisins. He could not eat them but held them in his hand. Then Baba asked him to eat them up. He obeyed and found to his surprise that they were all seedless. He wanted to see miracles, and here was one. He knew that Baba read his thought and, as per his wish, converted raisins with seeds into seedless grapes. What a wonderful power. Again, to test further, he asked Thakkar, who was sitting by him, who also got some raisins. What kind of grapes you got? He replied, the variety with seeds. Mr. Thakkar was still more surprised to hear this. Then, to confirm his faith further, Thakkar thought in his mind that if Baba was a real saint, the raisin should be now given to Kaka first. Reading this thought also, Baba ordered that distribution should be commenced from Kaka. These proofs were sufficient for Thakkar. Then Shama introduced Mr. Thakkar as a master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, how could he be his master? He has got a different master altogether. Kaka appreciated this reply. After forgetting his resolve, Thakkar saluted Baba and returned to the Wada. After the noon aarti was over, they all went to the masjid for taking Baba's leave for their departure. Shama spoke to them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health and wealth and was free from both physical and mental afflictions. But he took on needless anxieties and burdens and wandered hither and thither, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens and at other times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. On seeing his state, I took pity on him and said, now keep your faith on one place you like. Why roam like this? Thakkar at once understood that this was an exact description of himself. He wished that Kaka should also return with him, but no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shirdi so soon. Baba read this thought also and permitted Kaka to return with his master. Then Baba asked Kaka for rupees 15 as dakshina and received it. He said, if I take 1 rupee as dakshina from anybody, I have to return tenfold to him. I never take anything gratis. I never ask anyone indiscriminately. I only ask and take from him whom the fakir, my guru, points out. If anyone is indebted formerly to the fakir, dakshina is received from him. The donor gives, that is, sow his seeds only to reap a rich harvest in future. Wealth should be the means to work out dharma. If it is used for personal enjoyment, it is wasted. Unless you have given it before, you do not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of dakshina advances vairagya, non-attachment, and thereby bhakti and dhyan. Give one and receive tenfold. On hearing these words, Mr. Thakkar himself gave 15 rupees in Baba's hand, forgetting his earlier resolve not to do so. He thought it was good that he came to Shirdi as all his doubts were solved and he learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases was unique. Though he was conducted all that, he was totally non-attached to them. Whether anybody saluted him or not, or whether anybody gave him dakshina or not, all was same to him. He felt no pleasure if he was worshipped and felt no pain if he was disregarded. He had transcended the pairs of opposites via pleasure and pain, etc. Insomnia case. A Kayastha Prabhu gentleman of Bandra suffered from insomnia for long. As soon as he lay down for sleep, his departed father appeared to him in his dream, abused and scolded him severely. This disturbed his sleep and made him restless the whole night. Every night this went on, and the man did not know what to do. One day he consulted a devotee of Baba in this respect. He recommended the Woody as the only infallible remedy to know. He knew. He gave him some of the woody and asked him to apply a little on his forehead before going to the bed and keep the woody packet under his pillow. He tried this remedy and found to his great surprise and joy that he had a sound sleep and there was no disturbance of any kind. He continued the remedy and always remembered Sai. Then he got a picture of Sai Baba, which is hung on the wall near his pillow, and started worshipping it daily, and on Thursdays offered garland, naivedya, etc. Then he got well and forgot his trouble altogether. Balaji Patil Nevaskar. This man was a great devotee of Baba. He rendered excellent and selfless service. Every day he swept and kept clean all the passages and streets in Shirdi, though which Baba passed in his daily routine. After him, this work was done equally well by another devotee, Radha Krishna Mai, and after her by Abdullah. When Balaji reaped his corn every year, he bought the whole quantity and presented it to Baba. He returned with what Baba gave him back and maintained himself and his family with it. This course was followed by him for many years and after him by his son also. Power and efficacy of Woody. Once it happened that on Balaji's death anniversary, a certain number of guests were invited and the dinner was prepared for them. But at dinner time, it was found that thrice the number of people invited turned up. Mrs. Nevaskar was in a fix. She thought that the food would not suffice for the people assembled and it will fell short. The honor of the family would be at stake. Her mother-in-law comforted her by saying, don't be afraid. It is not ours, but Sai's food. Cover every vessel with cloth, putting some booty in it and serve from the same without opening it. Sai will save us from ignominy. She did as she was advised, and it was found to their surprise and joy that not only did the food suffice for all, but plenty of it remained after serving. As one feels intently, as so he realizes accordingly, was proved in this case. Sai appearing as serpent. Once Raghu Patil of Shirdi went to Balaji Patil at Nevas. That evening he found that a serpent entered the cowshed hissing. All the cattle were afraid and became restless. The inmate of the house were frightened, but Balaji thought it was Sai who appeared in his house as a serpent. Without being afraid in the least, he bought a cup of milk and placing it before the serpent said, Baba, why do you hiss like this? Do you want to frighten us? Take this cup of milk and drink it with a calm mind. Saying this, he sat down close by. The other members were frightened and did not know what to do. In a short time, the serpent disappeared of its own and nobody knew where it went. It was not found, though the thorough search was made in the cowshed. Balaji had 2 wives and some children. They sometimes went to Shirdi from Nevase for taking Baba's darshan. Then Baba bought saris and other clothes which were given to them with his blessings. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Peace. Sadhguru Sai Nath Maharaj Ki Jai.
The size of the entire Vatican City, or about 300 times the size of an American football field. So you can imagine the size of the
Start.
Okay. Thanks, Andy.
empty land. The sheer area covered by sunrock.
Om Sada Nimba Vrukshasya Mooladivasa Sudasravinam Tiktamapyapriyantam Taram Kalpavrukshadikam Sadayantam Namamishwaram Sadgurum Sayinadam. Chapter 36. Two Goa gentlemen, Mr. Aurangabadkar. This chapter relates to the wonderful stories of a gentleman from the Goa and Mr. Aurangabadkar of Sholapur. Two gentlemen. Once two gentlemen came from Goa for taking darshan of Sai Baba and prostrated themselves before him. Though both came together, Baba asked only one them to give 15 rupees as dakshina, which was paid willingly. The other man voluntarily offered 35 rupees. This sum was rejected by Baba to the astonishment of all. Shyama, who was present, asked Baba, "What is this?" Both came together. Once dakshina you accept, and the other, though voluntarily paid, you refused. Why this distinction? Baba replied, Shyama, you know nothing. I take nothing from anybody. The masjid, the presiding deity of masjid, calls for the debt. The donor pays it and becomes free. I have any home property or family to look after. I require nothing. I am ever free. Debt, enmity, and murder have to be atoned for. There is no escape. Baba then continued in his characteristic way as follows. As first he was poor and took a vow to his God, and then he would pay his first month's salary if he got an appointment. He got one on rupees 15 per month. Then he steadily got promotions. From 15, he got rupees 30, 60, 100, 200, and ultimately 700 per month. But in his prosperity, he forgot clean the oath he took. The force of his karma has driven him here, and I asked that amount, rupees 15, from him as dakshina. Another story. While wandering by the seaside, I came to a huge mansion and sat on its veranda. The owner gave me a good reception and fed me sumptuously. He showed me a neat and clean place near a cupboard for sleeping. I slept there. While I was sound asleep, a man removed a laterite slab and broke the wall in and scissored off all the money from my pocket. When I woke up, I found that rupees 30,000 were stolen. I was greatly distressed and sat weeping and mourning. The money was in the currency notes, and I thought the Brahmin had stolen it. I lost all the interest in the food and the drink and sat for a fortnight on the veranda, bemoaning my loss. After the fortnight was passed over, a passing fakir saw me crying and made inquiries regarding the cause of my sorrow. I told him everything. He said, if you act accordingly to my bidding, you will recover your money. Go to a fakir. I shall give you his whereabouts. Surrender yourself to him. He will get back to your money. In meanwhile, give up your favorite food till you recover your money. I followed the fakir's advice and got my money. Then I left the Wada and went to the seashore. There was a steamer, but I could not get into it as it was crowded. There was a good-natured peon interceded for me, and I got in luckily. That brought me to another shore, where I caught a train and came to Masjid Mai. The story finished, and Baba asked Shama to take the guests and arrange for their feeding. Then Shama took them home and fed them. At dinner, Shama said to the guests that the Baba story was rather mysterious, as he had never gone to the seaside, never had any money of 30,000 rupees, never traveled, never lost any money, and never recovered it, and inquired whether they understood it and caught its significance. The guests were deeply moved and were shedding tears. In a choking voice, they said that Baba was omniscient, infinite, the one Parabrahma without a second. The story he gave out is exactly our story. What he spoke has already taken place in our case. How he knew this is a wonder of wonders. We shall give all the details after the meals. Then, after the meals, while they were chewing betel leaves, the guests began to tell their stories. One of them said, "A hill station on the Ghats is my native place. I went to Goa to earn my living by securing a job. I took a vow to God Datta that if I got any service, I would offer him my first month salary. By his grace, I got an appointment of rupees 15, and then I got promotion as described by Baba. I did forget all about my vow. Baba just reminded me of it this way and recovered 15 from me. It is not dakshina as one may think it to be, but the repayment of an old debt and fulfillment of a long forgotten vow." Moral: Baba never in fact actually begged any money, nor allowed his bhaktas to beg. He regarded money as a danger or a bar to spiritual progress, and did not allow his bhaktas to fall into the clutches. Bhagat Mahalsapati is an instance on this point. He was very poor and could hardly make both ends meet. Baba never allowed him to make any money, nor gave him anything from the dakshina amount. Once a kind and liberal merchant named Hansaraj gave a large amount of money to Mahalsapati in Baba's presence, but Baba did not allow him to accept it. Then the second guest began his tale. "My Brahmin cook was serving me faithfully for 35 years. Unfortunately, he fell into bad ways. His mind changed and he robbed me of my treasure. By removing a laterite slab from my wall where my cupboard is fixed, he came in while we were asleep and carried away all my accumulated wealth of rupees 30,000 in the currency notes. I know not how Baba mentioned the exact amount. I sat crying day and night. My inquiries came to nothing. I spent a fortnight in great anxiety. As I sat on the veranda, sad and dejected, a passing fakir noted my condition and inquired of its cause, and I told him all about it. He told me that an Avelia by name Sai lives in Shirdi, Kopargaon Taluka. Make woe to him and give up any food that you like best, and say to him mentally that I have given up eating that food till I take your darshan. Then I took the vow and gave up eating of rice and soid. Baba, I will eat it after recovering my property and after taking your darshan. 15 days passed after this. The Brahmin of his own accord came to me, returned my money, and apologized, saying, I went mad and acted thus. I now place my head on your feet. Please forgive me. Thus everything ended well. The fakir that met me and helped me was not seen again. An intensive desire to see Sai Baba, whom the fakir pointed out to me, arose in my mind. I thought that the fakir who came all the way to my house was no other Sai Baba. He would he have saw me and helped me to go lost my money, ever covered to get 35 rupees. On the contrary, without expecting anything from us, he always tries his best to lead us on the path of spiritual progress. I was overjoyed when I recovered my stolen property and became infatuated. I forgot all about my woe. Then, when I was at Kolaba one night, I saw Sai Baba in my dream. This reminded me of my promised visit to Shirdi. I went to Goa from there, wanted to start for Shirdi by taking a steamer to Bombay en route. But when I came to the harbor, I found that steamer was crowded and there was no place. The captain did not allow me, but on the intercession of a peon who was stranger to me, I was allowed to get into the steamer, which brought me to Bombay. From there, I got in the train and came here. Surely I think that Baba is all pervading and all knowing. What are we and where is our home? How great our good fortune that Baba got back our money and drew us here himself. You Shirdi folk must definitely, indefinitely superior and more fortunate than we. For Baba has played, laughed, talked, and lived with you for so many years. I think that your store of good merits must be infinite, for it attracted Baba into Shirdi. Sai is our Datta. He ordered the woe. He gave me a seat in the steamer and brought me here, and thus gave proof of his omniscience and omnipotence. Mrs. Aurangabadkar, a lady from Sholapur, wife of Sakaram Aurangabadkar, had no issue during the long period of 27 years. She had made a good number of vows of gods and goddesses for an issue, but was not successful. She then became almost hopeless. To make the last attempt in this matter, she came to Shirdi with her stepson Vishwanath and stayed there for 2 months, serving Baba. Whenever she went to masjid, she found it full and Baba surrounded by devotees. She wanted to see Baba alone, fall at his feet, open her heart, and pray for an issue. But she got no suitable opportunity. Ultimately, she requested Shama to intercede with Baba for her when he was alone. Shama said to her that Baba's darbar was open. Still, he would try for her and that Lord might bless her. He asked her to sit ready with a coconut and joss sticks on the open courtyard at the time of Baba's meals, and then when he beckoned to her, she would come up. One day after dinner, Shama was rubbing Baba's wet hands with a towel when the latter pinched Shama's cheek. Shama, feigning anger, said, Deva, is it proper for you to pinch me like this? We don't want such a mischievous God who pinches us this. As we are your dependents, is this the fruit of your intimacy? Baba replied, O Shama, during the 72 generations that you were with me, I never pinched you till now, and now you resent my touching you. Shama, we want a God that will give us ever kisses and sweets to eat. We do not want any respect from you or heaven, balloon, etc. Let our faith unto your feet to be ever wide awake, Baba. Yes, I have indeed come for that. I have been feeding and nursing you and have got love and affection for you. Then Baba went up and took his seat. Shama beckoned to the lady. She came up, bowed, and presented the coconut and joss sticks. Baba shook the coconut, which was dry. The kernel within rolled and made a noise. Baba said, Shama, this is rolling. See what it says. Shama, the woman prays that a child might be similarly rolling and quickening in the womb. So give her the coconut with your blessing. Baba, will the coconut give her an issue? How the people are foolish and fancy such things. Shama, I know the power of your word and blessings. Your word will give her a string or series of children. You are wrangling and not giving the real blessing. The parley went on for a while, Baba repeatedly ordering to break the coconut and Shama pleading for the gift of the unbroken fruit to the lady. Finally, Baba yielded and said, she will have an issue. When? Asked Shama. In 12 months was the reply. The coconut was therefore broken into 2 parts. One was eaten by two, and the other was given to the lady. The Shama turned up to the lady and said, Dear madam, you are a witness to my words. If within 12 months you do not get any issue, I'll break the coconut against this Deva's head and drive him out of this masjid. If I fail in this, I'll not call myself Madhav. You will soon realize what I say. She delivered a son in 1 year's time, and then son was brought to the Baba in his 5th month. Both husband and wife prostrated themselves before Baba, and grateful father, Mr. Aurangabadkar, paid a sum of rupees 500, which was spent in constructing a shed for the Baba's house, Shamakarna. Bow to Sai, peace to all. Om Namo Sachidananda Sadguru Sai Nath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Those at times quite
everyone. Jai Sai Ram. I'm going to read chapter 38. Baba's handy, disrespect of shrine, Kala or Hodge, Baba's Chavdi possession. In this, we take up Baba preliminary. Oh, bless Sadhguru Sai, we bow to you. Happiness to the whole world. Accomplished the welfare of the devotees and have removed the affliction of those who have resorted to your feet. By being very liberal and also being the protector and savior of the bhaktas who surrender themselves to you, you have incarnated yourself in this world of oblige mankind and then do them good. The liquid essence of pure self was poured into the mold of Brahma. And out of this has come out of the crushed jewel of the saints, Sai. This Sai is Atmaram himself. He is the abode of the perfect divine bliss. After having attained himself all objects of life, he made his devotees established on the path. Baba's handy. Different sadhanas made chairs for different ages. Tapa, penance, is recommended for Treta age. Yajna, sacrifice for Dwapara age. And Dan, charity, for Kali present age. Of all the charities, giving food is the best one. We get no food at noon. After knowing this, he who gives food to the poor and hungry is the best donor and charitable person. The Taittiriya Upanishad says that food is Brahma. From food, all the creatures are born, and by food they live, and after having departed into food again they enter. When an Atiti, means guest, comes to our door at noon, it is our duty to welcome him by giving food. Other kinds of charities with giving away wealth, property, and clothes, etc., require some discrimination, but in the matter of food, no such consideration is necessary. If anybody comes to your door at noon, he should be served forthwith. And if lame, crippled, blind, and diseased persons come, they should be fed first, and the aged-bodied persons and our relations afterwards. The merit of feeding the former is much greater than that of feeding the latter. Other kinds of charities are imperfect without this anadan, donation of food. Just as stars without the moon, necklace without its pendant, crown without its pinnacle, pond without a lotus, bhajan without devotion, married lady without the kumkum mark, song without a sweet voice, or buttermilk without salt. Just as Varan Pulsoup excels of all other dishes, Annadan is the best of all merits. Now let us see how Baba prepared food and distributed it to others. It has been stated before that Baba required very little food for himself, and whatever little he wanted was obtained by begging from a few houses. But when he decided to distribute food to all, he made all preparations himself. He depended on nobody and troubled none in this matter. First, he went to bazaar and bought all the things, corn, flour, spices, etc., paying cash. He also did the grinding. In the open courtyard of the masjid, he arranged a big hearth and after lighting a fire, he kept a handy over it with a proper measure of water. There are two kinds of handies.
One is small and the other one is big. The former provided food for 50 persons, the latter for 100. Sometimes he cooked mitai chawal, sweet rice, and at other times biryani with meat. At times in the boiling varan soup, he laid in small box of thick or flat bread of wheat flour. He grinded, he grinded the spices on the stone slab and put the thin pulverized spices into the cooking pot. He took all pains to make the dishes very palatable. He prepared umbil by boiling jawari flour in water and later mixing to it buttermilk and then boiled both together. With the food, he distributed this ambali to all alike. To see whether the food was properly cooked or not, Baba rolled up the sleeves of his kafani and put his bare arm in the boiling cauldron. Without fear, and chum moved in the whole mass from side to side and up and down. There was no mark of burn on his arm, not fear on his face. When the cooking was over, Baba got the pots in the masjid and had them duly con- consecrated by the Mauli Muslim priest. First, he sent part of the food as prasad to Mahalsapati and Tatya Patil, and then he served the remaining contents with his own hand to all the poor and helpless people, to their heart's content. Really, really blessed and fortunate must be those people who got food prepared by Baba and served by him. Somebody may raise a point here and ask, did Baba distribute vegetarian and non-vegetarian food as prasad to all his devotees? The answer is plain and simple. Those who were accustomed to non-vegetarian food were given non-vegetarian food from the handi as prasad, and those who were not so accustomed were given vegetarian meal. He never created in them any wish or desire to indulge in this food. There is a principle that when a guru himself gives anything as prasad, the disciple who thinks and doubts whether it is acceptable or otherwise goes to perdition, future misery. In order to see whether any discipline has imbibed this principle, Baba at times put them to test. For instance, on an Ekadashi day, he gave some rupees to the Dada Kalker and asked him to go to get meat from there. This Dada Kalker and other to all orthodox manner in his life. He knew that offering wealth, grain, and clothes, etc., to a Sadguru was not enough. But the implicit obedience to him and prompt compliance with his order was the real dakshina that pleased him to most. So Dada Kalka dressed himself and started for the place. Then Baba called him back and said, don't go yourself, but send somebody. Then Dada sent his own servant Pandu. He asked Dada to call him back and cancel that program. On other occasion, Baba asked Dada just to see how the saltish biryani mutton dish was done. The latter replied casually, neither have you seen it, nor tasted it with your tongue. Then how could you say that it was good? Just take off the lid and see. While saying this, Baba cut his arm and into the pot and added the orthodox way to it. When a wave of real love rises in a mother's mind, she pinches her child, and when he began to cry, she hugs him close to her bosom. Similarly, Baba, in a true motherly way, pinched Dada Kalkar in this way. Really, no saint or guru will ever force his orthodox disciple to eat food forbidden in his religion. The handy business went on for some time till 1910. and was stopped thereafter. As stated before, Dada Das Ganu spread the fame of the Bab by his kirtans far and wide. In the Mumbai presidency, and people from that part of the country began to flow to Shirdi, which became very soon a place of pilgrim. The devotees brought various articles of presentation and offered various dishes offered as Naivedya. The quantities of Naivedya offered by them was so much. Jai.
The Handi business went on. One thing Well, whereby None. Baba, Baba, take me out of the way. Nana, don't get up, Baba. Is there anyone? Baba, why does argument to the concentration? Was it not the machine? In fact, itself. Nana, yes, it was. But why yes. Baba, this Parayanam is related to the and became explained. Now in it is for learning. Next, Sarabas, 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 questioning is not enough. May improper and in the end for curiosity. For grace or liberation. 3. Deva is not rendering service and is free service. One feel that the body that the body is when service to him. If this is done at 2 and is allowing what I'm saying that Ba Baba Baba. How is the patient be affected? Yeah. A very only characteristic of expelling personality not and his mind. Personality, whatever we speak like that is we speak like that. We speak like if we like the feeling like ourselves experience the realization like speak of us like that like the state. And that's what they are reality realize. Again, she is this like Diana.
life attitude, and his marvelous and unrivaled capacity yoga. I find the skill that gives an he has taken for your time and divine power in himself is remains. The disciple is not the same but the practice of power spirit is well view that the Chaitanya as the the girl has out good appearance and skills by the ideas of Jiva for God Almighty and Upala. He then realizes that really sexual illusion and his disciple is that is the body, a creature named Jiva, God, and right in prosper. From actions based on it, right, above. The arise. The glorious reputation and the instances of unknown. One, I am zero. Creature, the that creature. Two, body, soul, I am God, world, for God, not not one, the view. The disciple cannot learn what God body, how they are related or are him and right ignorance the Chiba Baba must be of body and any verb body Vasudeva. Um, Baba nothing. He wanted to accomplish. He felt that it was well, but the construction of the mandir is the during Baba's day, the famous man of the work and that he had after this because what that he got this and what that vision but build a temple but vision
her head spoke along and and to why Farmer vision built the water with the couple Baba and began immediately. That's where discovered the well Baba way also further was going on and their mind that uh more Lord he asked us about mother talking the what and then they began talking of the Baba a God. His mother honesty and the but one more they is fathomable. And the fire back. How I keep it up. The yeah. Chapter 40 Stories of Baba. Attending this job therapy has a son to others. And myself the how Baba attended the union and the mother and father and how Baba the inner part my mother taught
preliminary. Getting exercise command in both and life. Private and power he who embraces Bhakta prostrate them for him denounce God that one Bhakta noted in third chapter. This day Mr. His mother had identified his past to be performed. This ceremony Mr. Q the ceremony started the complete. Bapu silent I require I manifest myself right to Mr. Dog is a word but he is the man to he also thought that they that certainly a few days then I said that exam unless he helps us funds get them then the station was distributed that and so it was not that that he was hearing this about the contact Delta again every that he had not by but they said oh the Sanya I committed I there but when he said when he stand for he said that you have said more exactly the same one party I said he was there but look but the family it was which is but you tell him that but then he was why did he thought that they did not doubt that and didn't say that the father and the time we to keep our His report, his job engaged the whole system and the guy blamed Baba. He wanted by the sarcasm he that his coming but scripture how he also speaks to the time he was his story came so that what he said that he said that the religious student only for man Emma punished Baba 19 morning Baba appeared up said that he would come to him for that day. This constituted a part when he fully spoke up to recollect every word though he was out of his Baba and not Baba expected his house Baba in the holy more right inquired about the Christ and grace then not to pass and told her about it. He thought Shirdi has better he did he did that Emma Pastor said that Baba might have by and that they would not attack but truth is but spreading and getting uncontrolled. Two roads between them will get all numbers came and occupied the beside all this window now who is walking but not though it has then the another day this was that appointment of the Ishwar and Nadia and Krishna were also but this came up and Ali Muhammad these were in the same but very important you never say right to it. I said all the yeah. So saying he took out from it Emma traveled the to his great wonder and surprise. We see the much grandfather he sat down and granted side of the Baba. He thought the Baba had blessed out his picture. He said that he would give all the and find them. Himmat is made by strange the big the guys and not but the whole part it almost study with our understanding. This is how cyber study on its which is about this type.
Om Sai Ram. Chapter 40. Story of the rat Jani. As stated in the last chapter, 9 years after the incident described in the last chapter, he and related to him the following. One day while wandering in the field, he got it framed and hung on a wall. As he loved Baba, daily he took darshan. 3 months before he gave the he was suffering from an abscess of for which an convalescing in the house of Muhammad Pir Boy. For 3 months he sounds in Bandha. Only the pictures of the Baba, Abdul Rahman, Maulana Sahib, Sai Baba, and a few other things were there. The wheel of time did not spare these. He was lying sick on in Mumbai. Why should the pictures suffer? All the pictures made their end, but how Sai Baba nobody had been able up till now. It shows the all-pervasiveness, omnipresence of Sai, inscrutable power. The story goes like this. He had a small picture of Saint Baba Rahman from Darya open many years ago. He gave it to his brother-in-law, Muhammad Pir Boy. Once Pir Boy took it to a photographer to life size and distributed copies of the among and friends, including Ali Muhammad, who fixed it up in his barn. Noor Muhammad was a disciple of Saint Abdul Rahman, and when he went to present the picture Guru in an open darbar, the Guru got wild and ran and drove him out. He felt sorry and dejected. He also thought that he spent so much of money and incurred his pleasure and wrath as his Guru Baba. He took enlarged picture of Baba Rahman with him to Apollo Bandar and after hiring a boat, he requested the friends and used to return their copies after them all back, had them immersed in Bandar. At this time, Ali Muhammad was lost. He was told by him that his suffering would come to an end. He would soon immerse the picture. On hearing this, Ali Muhammad sent Mehta to his Bandra house and allowed the house to be thrown into the sea. While Ali Muhammad returned home after months, he was surprised to find Sai Baba on the wall as before. He did not understand how Mehta took it off. He immediately took it out and kept it in his cupboard, fearing that if his brother-in-law
away with it. While he was thinking how it should be disposed of and who would keep it with care, Sai Baba himself has suggested to him that he should see and consult Maulana Ismail Mujawar. He met the Maulana and told him everything. After much consultation, both and that he would protect him well. Then they both went to Hemat Pant and this story shows how Baba knew all the past, how skillfully he put away and fulfilled desires of his. The following story shows that Baba liked very much those who took real interest in spiritual matters and that he removed all their stealing the rags and reading of the animals. Mr. B.V. Dev, who was Ramlasdar of Sahanu a long time, along with others. He could read daily one chapter of Bhagavad Gita, but when he took Danish, some difficulties cropped up, precluded from reading it. He took 3 months leave, went to Shirdi, and then to his home at Park for rest. He could read other books there, but when he opened Danish, some evil or strange thoughts came crowding up in his mind. Try as much as he could, he was not able to read even a few lines from the book. So he resolved in his mind that Baba would create love for him and would order him to read it. Then, in the month of February 1910, friends, family to their joke asked him whether he read Danish. Dev replied that he was desirous of reading it, but he was not, and that only when Baba did, he would comment. Joke then advised him to take a copy of Baba, start the reading after it was. Dev replied that he did not want to resort to device as Baba. Would he not know his desire and satisfy the order to read? Dev then asked Baba and offered 1 rupee as Baba asked for rupee 20. At night, he met one Balakram and inquired from him as to how he secured Baba. Balakram told him that he would communicate everything after. When they went for darshan the next day, Baba asked for he gave. As the masjid was crowded, they went aside and sat in a corner. Baba asked him to come closer and sit with a calm mind. Then after the noon aarti was over, the men dispersed. They saw Balakram again and asked what Baba told him about start meditating. While Balakram was going to reply, Baba said to a letter called Dev to him. When Dev went to Baba, the letter asked whom and what he was at. He said that he was with Balakram and heard from pain. Then Baba asked again, which Dev gladly gave. Then Baba took him aside and sitting near the post charged by him, you stole away my rags. Dev denied any knowledge of rags, but Baba searched. He searched but found none. Then Baba got angry and said, there's nobody here. You are the only grey-haired and old. You came here for stealing. After this, Baba lost his temper, but really while Dev remained silent and apprehended that he might get a beating also. After about an hour, Baba he returned to the Wada and told all that happened. Then in the afternoon, Baba said that his words might have pained the old man, but as he committed the theft, he took him to task. Then Baba asked again for a Dev collected the amount himself. Then Baba said to him, go on reading the poetry daily. Go and sit in the Wada, eat regularly, and while reading, sign the portion read to all. Love and devotion. I'm sitting here ready to give you the whole gold embroidered shela. Then why you go to others and why should you get to the habit of Dev was much pleased to hear the words of God, but he directly asked that. He thought that he got what he wanted and that he could read at ease. He again prostrated himself before Baba and said that he surrendered himself to him and that he should be treated as a child and he realized then what Baba meant by what he asked Balakram. Baba did not like. As he was ready to answer all his questions, he did not like him to ask us to make him, and therefore he scolded him. Dev thought that he really did not scold him, but thought that he was ready to fulfill his life and there was no use asking. in vain. Dev took these holdings as blessings and went that the matter did not end here.